Hey everybody. Um Thanks for being here. We're going to do the Reverie roundtable. Second. One's out there. You're having a good one. Type in chat. Let me know how you're feeling. But anyway, let's do this. Oh. Uh there's no one around yet. Other than Synth. I guess just alright. Literally everyone is running late. That's great to see. Alright. I'll talk to Synth. Hey Synth.
How's it going?
Fine. Glad to see this one person, and only one person, is here on time. This is show, Reverie, though, is usually filled with people who are on time. Because it's filled with white people, and that's the difference. It's absolutely the case. I don't know what to tell you. Like the black show that I do, they're constantly like this is what I'm used to there, right? I'm surprised here, but I'm used to there. You got a camera?
I do, yeah. Let me turn that on. StreamYards, here we go. There we go.
Hey, nice to see you again.
How's it going?
Fine. Yeah. I know you were busy with schoolwork. How's that going right now?
Pretty good. It was super time consuming around midterms, but now things are starting to clear out more, so things are looking pretty easy breezy.
I mean, finals are coming up soon, though, right?
That's probably true, yeah. I don't know how close those are, but yeah, they're like there's always something, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Fucking sucks. So I was one of those kids. I don't know how common this is among other people, so I guess I won't pretend that I do. But every time I went to a new school, like from like kindergarten to grad school, right? I'd always get excited about going to school. Like for every grade, I would get excited again. After summer, it's like, oh man, it's gonna be great, and we'll learn things, and we're gonna do homework that'll be interesting, and then like it actually starts. I'm like, oh yeah, I fucking hate this. So I like every time, like I fool myself into thinking this will be different.
That's how it was starting college. It's like, oh yeah, like it'll be so easy. It's like so different from high school. I'll enjoy this, and then it's just like it's miserable.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, hey, fellas.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. I'm in the back. I'm in the backstage. I'm fucking sorting my shit out and dying slowly.
Okay.
It's good.
Yeah. All right. Guys all showing up. It's fantastic. What?
Wait.
Spin the
We're
block.
a little late.
Oh,
We're a little late.
You spun the block? Oh my god. All right. I'm gonna leave this alone with you. I'm gonna leave this alone. All right. We'll talk about it.
Wait, is Fabian Liberty here? I haven't been screamed at by somebody angry today.
I got you, Papa. I got you.
My audience wants to know if he's going to die of a heart aneurysm. How are we meant to find that out if he's not here? Like, what the fuck's going on?
I know. I did invite him, but he has other obligations he has to take care of, unfortunately. But he did want to be here.
I appreciate that. Don't worry, the stress-induced arrhythmia will wait.
Fuck. We are waiting on one, two. Okay. Two other people. But one is going to be here in an hour, and the other one said they'll be here soon. So we'll see. We'll give him a bit of time, and then we'll continue on. But yeah. How you fellas doing?
Whoa, somebody rating
Pretty
you.
good.
All right, is someone rating me?
Wick.
Hey, Wick. Oh, man, that's awfully kind of you. Huge party. Hello? Hey, hello. Hi. It's you.
Based Wick Raiders.
Hey, Wick. Thank you for the kind raid. Hope you had a fantastic panel. I'm assuming Lagtoid was there. Only excuse I'll accept for being late to my own panel. What did you guys talk about?
The new speaker, Gibbs, was there too. We kicked ass as usual. So
The whoopins, bro. The whoopins.
So actually, and this might be the topic. Okay, so to the audience, Wick's audience, hello, hi, thanks for being here. My name is Prime. We do panels as well. Hit the follow button in case you haven't done so yet. If you're new, we'd love to have you. Yeah, but right now we're going to do like a free discussion before we go into our prepared topic later on. But like I was just listening to this before I got on stream. I was just listening to a story. Beckett, we can hear everything you're doing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I was just listening to a story about the speaker, right? Something that just like came up. Do you know what I'm talking about?
the porn thing, the Covenant
The porn
Eyes.
thing.
Yeah, it's saying how he's a man of integrity, trying to stop men from
Yeah,
falling
yeah.
into the trap of porn. I mean, yeah, I know people want to spin it as some creepy, like conservative thing, but I grew up in a household that was very much similar to that and this religious backing and like what they're
And
trying to,
look at
what
the
they're trying.
results.
I mean, I'm not religious, but like I'm saying, I can definitely see that. Like, let's agree. I think we can agree that young men have a mental health crisis. And like,
But before you go into that,
When's your
I want to
dad
hear what
you
you have to
cock
say.
watch
But I
you?
want to explain it to everyone so everyone knows what we're talking about here. And did they talk about this in the last panel? Is that you
oh,
guys
yeah,
discussed?
absolutely.
Oh, you did? Okay, you did. All right. But to people who don't know, this was years ago during an event. The speaker was talking about how he how he keeps X-rated content or suspicious content out of his house, like his house digitally, and he uses a program called the Covenant Eyes. Basically, it scans everything that comes through your phone, everything that comes through there, and it sends a report to your accountability partner, and his accountability partner is his son, and vice versa. And so he gets reports about like all the websites that he sees and everything like that. And if there's something suspicious, it gets flagged. And so, controversy about like, does this make sense? Is this something that you want? And it's supposedly on, he says he uses it on all his devices. And some people are saying, well, he's a congressman. So if it actually is on all his devices, it's a massive security breach. But we'll leave that alone. But I guess I wanted to talk about the implications for parenting. But yeah, Gibbs, if you want to start us off.
Yeah, so I definitely came from like a very religious background growing up, and like this is a very common thing in religious circles. Like, I mean, I think we can all agree that like men are having a kind of a crisis right now. I mean, there's a rise of the red pill, and we see a lot of men feel lost, and they're going into this. And a big part of that is addiction to porn. Like that's a major thing, and like it causes men to have problems with like interacting with women. Sometimes they see them as objects. I mean, there's like a litany of problems we can all root back to that, right? And so I get that people are sitting here thinking, oh, it's weird that this guy's sharing it with a 17-year-old son. But this is also a man that's in a covenant marriage. It's very highly unlikely that he's the one who's like addicted to porn or he's the one being tempted, as opposed to his 17-year-old son who's going to be Oh, like,
I
hear
don't
me
think
out.
this was relevant. I
But
think
hold on,
that-
but hear me out. So here's
Okay,
the
I'm
reason
hearing you out.
I'm going out with this, right? So the reason for this is he's a very deeply religious man, right? And he's trying to be able to make sure his son, if he is tempted, he has a chance to talk to him and steer him back away from this path, away from the porn and these bad things. And so I think it's a laudable goal. Now we can worry about the security risk aspect. That's a whole different thing. But like I think it's a laudable goal to try to protect your child, especially when he's about to go into the world, like and it like from these kind of porn things and becoming an incel and like all these other things. And I think that's a laudable goal. And I think that the idea like, oh, they're just sharing their porn preferences is a meme and it's a wrong one.
Nobody's issue with this is that the dad doesn't want his son to become a porn addict. Nobody has an issue with that. The issue we have with it is it's really, really weird to not have a strong and very strict sexual boundary with your child. It's really fucking weird to have your son cock watching you.
Wait, is that what happened?
Yes.
I mean, the reason, like I said, is I'm pretty sure this man's like super religious and not looking at any kind of porn at all. And he's trying to make sure his son doesn't. So it's like, son, you can look at mine because you know I'm not going to do it.
Can you help me? I don't know what a covenant marriage is. Can you explain that to me, please?
So it's like a religious marriage. And Louisiana's got a covenant marriage law. Louisiana's a special place, as far as I know. They're the only state where they have you have to have a special license to work there, right? So they have what they have called covenant marriage laws. It's based off like the idea of biblical marriage, and it dissolves the idea that you can have a no fault divorce. So it makes it much harder to get divorced legally.
So on, why would that tell you that this studio is especially impervious to porn?
I mean, because of all his actions, he seems like he's a very deeply religiously motivated
The,
man.
the,
Like,
the religious ones are the worst. We've seen like a pastor after pastor after pastor. Like,
well,
come
they're
on.
apostates. They aren't real religious people. They're apostates.
Oh, they're not the real ones. Oh, I see. They were the fake ones. The
Listen,
pastors
I'm
were the
not.
fake Christians. I get it. Thank you. I should have
mean,
known. Go
They
ahead.
kinda
I'm sorry.
are.
Jesus Christ has made him immune to feminine wiles. I wouldn't be so doubtful, Brian.
Really? Including his wife's.
I mean, I'm
probably.
sure like,
Except
if I
he
had
has
to
4
wager,
children.
if I had to wager, I would assume that his wife would probably find her husband watching porn as cheating based off of any of some of the other things he said, right? So I would assume that if he got caught watching porn, it would be a major impact. So it's like probably not something he's concerned about. Is kind of what I'm implying.
That's like, you mean that his wife would be disappointed and shocked and hurt
That would
if their
probably give her
husband
ground. That would probably actually give her ground.
if their
to say that
husband
he-
did something that broke their marriage contract. You mean like cheating, which is a thing that happens all the time,
Right, yeah,
even
so,
among
like,
the religious,
Yeah,
right?
and she would
But you
say
think-
she would say porn would be a form of cheating. Would
yeah,
probably
but
be
you
my
think that like this form of marriage, right, which just literally just hurts the woman, right? That this form of marriage somehow makes it so that like men who engage in it are more honest. Like before, there was a time before that we had no fault divorce, right? No fault divorce is a new thing. People cheated during that time, and people watched porn during that time. Correct?
Sure. I think you're missing kind of the message I'm saying here, really, though. It's like his actions speak to this idea that he's very against like the porn and like the social
His
contagion concept.
words.
Yeah, I mean, sure, his words. Maybe he's lying to us all. I mean, that could
Yeah.
be true. I mean, that could be true, but I'm not dealing with what ifs. I'm speaking from like my anecdotal experience with people that do have these kind of things. And the general concept is not they're sharing porn with their kid, right? The general concept is they're not worried because they're not watching porn. So I'll use my dad's example. This man doesn't use computers at all, right? Hardly. And so I know he's not watching porn. So if he'd sign up as my accountability buddy, I would have 0% worry that I'd ever see him pop up in
He
porn.
watched.
Not that we would.
He looked at Playboys. He looked at Playboys.
Nah, I mean, maybe I don't know. Good
Oh,
power
yeah, of
to
course
him
you
if
don't
he can.
know. Of course you
Power
don't
to
know.
him if he
It would be
can. Power
weird if
to
you
him if he
did
can.
know. It'd be
Power
weird if
to
you
him.
did know.
What you didn't? I mean, you never stumble upon old like isn't that a whole stereotype? You stumble on your dad's old collection of Playboys. Isn't that a joke that people like?
Yeah,
talk
I
about
know.
regularly?
Yeah, I'm saying that like it's good that you don't have an idea what you're actually. Oh my, that's a story time that maybe I shouldn't tell. But like it's a. Sif, don't look at me that way. But you should have that separation. It's important for your mental health. It's fucking weird otherwise.
I think he's trying to lead by example. That's basically what I'm saying.
Lactoid, your thoughts. I have thoughts about this too, and they might be surprising. But Lactoid.
Yeah, I think the idea perhaps maybe could be executed better. I think it's a good idea though, right? If you don't want to watch porn, if you think porn is bad, I think there's probably some arguments in favor of that, right? Tends to provide a misrepresentation of what sexual activity is or what healthy sexual activity should be. And if you're deeply religious, you can find it to be an abomination or bad for your marriage or whatever.
It's only bad for you.
And so
It's only bad for you if you don't disassociate facts from fiction.
yeah, well, I also think there's issue with sensitivity to it. You can become desensitized to a bunch of stuff. I think there's arguments against pornography for sure. And if he is somebody who doesn't like pornography, I think it's perfectly fine for him to set up an accountability buddy. And maybe he also wants to make sure his kid is not watching pornography, which is fine. And
that's what you meant by cock watching.
And in fact, maybe cock watching. No. And in fact, maybe it could be the case that like Mike is using this as a way of basically maybe his kid is like, well, I'm not gonna fucking let you see this if I go on these websites. And he's like, well, look, I got nothing to hide either. Here's what I'm doing. Is there a little bit something weird about letting your 17-year-old son know if you've been to a porn site? Yeah, I don't think it's yeah. I think he should have chosen a different accountability buddy. I think that's probably what should have happened.
Yeah, probably not your kid. Many people in the world can be your cock watcher, maybe not your son.
I don't disagree. He probably should have picked one of his buds from church. That would have made him more sense. I'm sure he has friends. Apparently, he's well liked. I think part of it could be though, maybe he's trying to find somebody who is reliable enough that because he's a politician, so who can make sure he's not watching porn while simultaneously also not leaking it to the media if he does. Well, the circle there is going to be very small, right? Like maybe his dad, maybe his uncle,
wife.
His wife is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But here's the problem with that.
That can't
now
be
we're talking marriage problems, right? Like if your wife knows that you're watching pornography, maybe instead of being something like I have to improve better, like what the fuck, dad? Like I thought we were working on this. It could just be like his wife comes in, we're getting divorced, right? I mean that could be it. Who knows?
But the whole
true. His wife could have an overreaction.
It's going to be very difficult even then to get divorced with the covenant marriage thing.
So, but hold on. But the whole point is that he's not going to be watching porn, right? Like that he wants to be held accountable to not watch it. And so like the perfect person would be his wife.
Well, no, I think he wants to be held accountable to an extent, right? I think he wants to be chided, like if he looks at a photo that's bad. I don't think he wants it to be like he's getting divorced and his wife's now on CNN talking about how much he's into BBW, double penetration. Like that's a different whole other ball game. You know what I'm saying? Like there goes his political career. It's gone.
If it's the same idea could apply to the son case, right? If you're just saying what if the wife leaks it? Well, what if the son leaks it, right? Your wife should be more trustworthy than your son. Your son's a child. He's 17 years old, right? He's still a baby.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, we can just look at how in cahoots the Bidens are for how a good family father-son relationship.
True.
So I mean,
I completely forgot. This is all about Hunter Biden's dick now. You're right. Let's move there. Let's move to Hunter Biden's dick.
You think Joe saw the blurred? No.
Maybe Joe would have stepped in to do something sooner if he'd seen the homemade porn Hunter Biden was making with the crack pipe.
Why wasn't Hunter Biden's dad cock watching him?
No. Here's the other thing, right? So there's a culture, a kind of a masculinity culture around this, where I think that I would be much more comfortable being called out by in private by another man as opposed to by a wife, right?
To be clear, not another man in this case. He's a boy. It's a boy.
Sure. Yeah. So then the question comes okay, who? Does he have a brother? If he has a brother, there's the perfect option right there.
That would be a great option.
If he has a brother, that's
a porn-loving brother.
Your campaign manager.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing though is I don't know if the marriage already is not good. I don't think the wife would be a good option, right? I mean, if the wife just decides that someday she wants to get retribution for it, and the marriage already isn't good because she's already pissed about you watching porn. I don't know if your wife is going to be the best option when it comes down to who do I choose to make sure I don't watch porn, but if I accidentally slip up, isn't going to kill me. or my
Wait a
political
minute.
career.
To be fair,
He-
it's going to
he-
be real
he has
hard. You have
siblings.
this marriage with the
He has a brother.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Get the-
He has 4 siblings. I don't know
Unreal.
whether
Of course
they're
they do.
male
He's
or
like
not.
a heavily Christian family. Of course, quiverful, man. But all right. So I'll state
So
like
weird.
quickly my opinion on this. Like from the parenting perspective, I think it makes sense to use digital tools to keep track of what your kids are up to, right? Like we constantly hear about dangers online. We got this new thing. God, the Nigerians, they just never stop. When like scammers from like the continent, right? Who basically are blackmailing Western teenage boys. They like pretend to be like a hot attractive woman online, and they or girl, and they approach them, and then they like get them to send them like photos, dick pics and stuff, right? And then
Wow.
and then they say to these kids, hey, we're going to release these photos to everyone right, on social media, all your friends. We're going to send it out to all your friends if you don't pay us.
That's a great
but-
way.
But
I
wait,
get a message like that once a week.
we have enough technology though. We have enough technology nowadays to where you can make sure your kids aren't doing that and not track them at the same time. Most routers that are given to you by public by ISPs, you can choose what content is allowed and what content's not, and then you can also allow times for certain devices. So you can figure out which one of the devices is your kid's phone, and you can say the kid is allowed to have internet from this time to this time. It's going to get a little trickier as they get older, because as they get older, they're going to find ways around that technologically. But for at least the time when you're talking about, you would have some type of protection without tracking your kids. I don't think you need to track your kids.
Is there no furniture at your home?
I'm sorry.
It's the biggest echo in the world. Did you just move in today?
Yeah, my house burned down, so I'm at a temporary house.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah,
That
I don't
makes
have
sense.
I don't have a
I know
lot
you
of
feel
furniture.
bad. Yeah, you piece of shit.
Yeah,
No, he didn't feel bad. It was a good joke. It was a good joke. I'm not. I don't feel bad at all. It's
I
a
think
good
it's
joke.
nice that Sam Hyde has let you live in the fish tank, apparently, because that is the exact setup in one of the fucking fish tank rooms. Is this Sprout's secret? His next stage is basically going to be on fish tank. I think you do well, buddy. I think it'd be good.
Sprouticus? I'm
Sorry about your house.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Oh, it's all good.
We was talking about on one of these
It's
panels.
not all good. Your house burned down. It's not all
I
good.
got sent like 3
He
different
has
clips
insurance.
of it
That's why.
happening
Yeah,
while you
No,
were on stream.
We're all no, everyone's fine. Me and my wife, all the dogs are fine. It's just property damage. That's why I say it's all good, because I mean, what's replaceable is replaceable and what's not's not. So we're just in the process of replacing stuff. So
I'm glad you're safe.
You don't remember us talking about telling me he needs to say that he had a first edition Charizard and all those other things?
What do you
Like,
think is too much porn?
Versus
you don't remember saying that? You don't remember that whole conversation? No?
Sprouticus? You said that?
No, yeah.
what'd I say?
We were telling you, I feel like we were on one of these panels right after it just happened, and we were telling you you should like put, I had a first edition Charizard on there, that burned down, and then
Oh yeah.
insurance. But Prime here doesn't remember none of that.
I was on a panel last week, I think, with Jack and Lethy, and I was like, we were talking about whether or not free will exists or not, and I brought it up as a joke. I'm like, brought a lighter out. I don't know where it is. Here it is. I'm like, if I wanted to, I could burn this house down too, but I have the free will to choose to do that or to choose to not do that. Like, yeah, it's a free will thing, but it was funny.
I didn't know about the story. So when you first began talking about how you pulled a lighter out and said I could burn this house down, I thought the story was going to end way different. Way different.
No, it was an argument towards free will. No, I didn't start burning. I didn't start burning down my temporary house. Okay.
And the key thing you said there is if I wanted to.
Yeah, if I wanted to.
Which means, never mind. We're not gonna go into it.
We're not gonna get it. All right, how
Let's
much
just say
porn is too
the
much?
insurance is covering a lot, right, Sprout?
The insurance is covering everything. The insurance is covered. So far, I'm working with my contractor to figure all that out. And then I've got like $100,000 in like content replacement. So they're gonna replace all, if not most, of my contents. But yeah, right now we're just working through the process, getting through that process. But yeah, I can send you the clip, Prime, if you want to see me live on stream. I did. I was courteous though. I did come back and say goodbye before exiting the house. I'm not quite sure that was the smartest decision, but I did come back and say goodbye.
No, it's
Most professional
legitimately
streamer
not.
of all time.
Yeah.
Insane.
You were streaming at the time when it started burning.
I was on a panel. The panel was live, but I was on a panel. Yeah.
Your house burning?
Yeah, my house was burning the opposite side of the house. Yeah, I smelled fire, and I'm like,
What was the cause?
I'm like, that's. And so I checked my computer. My computer wasn't burning or anything like that. So I went outside, fully expecting to see like a campfire outside. There was no campfire outside. I turned the corner into like my kitchen, and the smoke is billowing out of my laundry room. What ultimately caused it was an electrical fire, which then heated up a lithium ion battery. And the lithium ion battery blew up, and that's what really kind of caused it to go insane.
Lithium ion batteries can be extremely dangerous. They're everywhere now in our homes. But those things can be extremely dangerous, like especially on like electric scooters. Like I've read stories about like a rash of electric scooter fires. People keep those things in their houses, and they get extremely hot. They have a lot more potential energy than like your laptop or anything like that, and they explode. And they cause like a ton of fires. And like fire departments are still trying to figure out how exactly to even deal with those fires. It's a whole mess. Like seriously, watch out about that. It's very dangerous. As unfortunately, yeah. But again, glad you're safe.
It's all good.
So, I mean, did you get to rescue your porn collection? Because that's what we were talking about previously.
No, that went up in the fire.
It's not all good.
So did most of my guns. Most of my guns burned away in that fire. It's really upsetting. Yeah.
I just created an account that way I can just favorite all my.
And the weird thing is most of the guns that burned up in the fire I lost in the lake not too long ago. So I thought that they were lost, and I found them after the fire, and I'm like, oh damn, they burned up.
Oh. All right, that blows.
No, it's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. That means that like telling the ATF I no longer have my guns. It's a joke.
Oh, okay.
It's a joke.
And in fact, we might be able to talk about guns. Actually, that might be a good topic for this free discussion. Doobie, are you there? Get your
Second Amendment absolutist.
I was just looking to this Covenant Eyes program that you guys mentioned.
Yeah. So the thing I was going to say about that is, so I gave an example of the blackmail that's happening, and it's like big business. This is like huge. With the amount of money they're getting and the amount of teenagers they're hitting, right? They get them to start off with like a relatively small amount, but then once they know they'll pay, then they like keep the pressure on, and then these kids are committing suicide because they like, don't know what to do. They like freak out. They don't want to tell their parents. They feel like there's no way out, and some of them have committed suicide. So it's really fucking serious shit. But in any case, like when so there's that situation, but there's also when kids do crazy things online, and what do we say? We say that, well, the parents should have done a better job parenting. So it seems to me that it makes sense to have some sort of software on your kids' devices so you understand what's going on. Like, right?
Yeah.
This stuff
Well, I mean, from my
never works.
perspective, is somebody who's go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, this stuff never works. Kids circumvent it all the time. This has been like the age-old problem. Kids are going to know more about technology than their parents are.
Not anymore, though. I feel like that's.
Doobie?
I feel like that age has passed.
Well,
yeah, because
I think
previously, we grew up with technology, and our parents didn't. Meanwhile, we grew up with technology, and our children will also grow up with technology.
Doobie.
So this is actually something I thought a lot about, right? Because I do run a pretty large Discord server, and I've seen a lot of crazy situations happen, right? Both on my server, and people reach out to me for help with shit going on other servers, like just have like experience or whatever. everything from like, people being suicidal, teens being suicidal, trying to overdose on camera, shit like this, to like a mass shooter situation. I think I told you about, Frank, where I had to talk down a guy who was going to shoot at the supermarket, to people like 14, 15-year-olds who were being chatted up on some Discord server by guys pretending to be their age. They'd get nudes and then dox them and threaten to send the nudes to their family and their people at school if they didn't send more nudes, or get on cam and cut their arm or cut their hair or whatever the fuck. Like just crazy shit, terrible shit. So I've really like struggled with like, I'm gonna be married soon. Then we're planning to have children.
Yes.
I have struggled with like, this is Discord. I'm sure by the time my children are, old enough to be on the internet and shit, there'll be some new thing, I'm sure. And that might be even fucking crazier. It might even be like more involved than Discord is. So I've wondered like, how comfortable would I feel about my like 15, 16, 17-year-old child on one of these applications, right? And it's like,
well,
I don't think I would be comfortable. Actually, I would want to monitor the things.
So what's the applications
are full of well, the goal is keeping your child from like being targeted by predators. These applications are full of predators.
Well, I understand that. So I understand. So like, are you gonna have an application that's like so intensive that I'm gonna watch every single move you make and your whole screen recorded the entire time? Or are you just not gonna allow your kids onto like social media platforms like Facebook and just like move them away from their peers? Like you have to make a choice here that is detrimental to the child's health. Socially, for the removing from the peers. I'm sorry.
So this Covenant Eye thing. So I'm just looking. I just heard about this, right? This Covenant Eye program, and it seems like what it does is it records the screen, or it looks at the screen and it flags like images, right, or things that it thinks are like porn or whatever, right? Whatever you have it flag.
Yep.
And if something like this were to exist, I think that might be good. I mean, a good way to deal with some of this stuff. Though. Even so, you'd have the problem on like Discord of like DMs, right? Like, how are you going to cast some DMs to somebody threatening your kid or doxing your kid or whatever? Like, that's incredibly difficult to do.
I'm gonna make it just a suggestion. You get a firewall. Firewalls will do the exact same thing. They will tell you if nudity is seen on a web page, etc., and so on. It will also give you the web page. You can monitor more with the firewall. It's less intensive. It's easy. It's easy to get.
Like this is.
But it's also. It's also just not fire.
Well, before we go, that's false, right? The way that the links that you're talking about work, the way those kind of projections work, they use what's called a meta keyword that's built into the HTML of a website, and they also sometimes will scan through the page looking for certain keywords. Is not the case. They're going to be reading DMs over Discord. Discord DMs, when they go from the person who sent it to the Discord server, it's encrypted. So you're not going to like that firewall in between is not going to see that.
So, I mean, in addition to that, I actually had experience with this. I know that, like, when this first came out, like, remember when instant messaging first came out? I remember my parents had tried to put something up so they could, like, read the messages to make sure I wasn't just, like, doing wild shit, like, at the time. This is something I definitely experienced. Maybe not to this extent, but, like, so the whole concept is it sees what's on the screen and it sends out a, like, thing. So it's probably not just porn. It's probably mainly porn. But say he was, like, sexting a girl or something. Now you have, like, photos of an underage person. Like, this is something they could go in there and cut off right at the bud so they don't both get in trouble. Him and that girl doesn't get in trouble for like child pornography distribution, right? Because that's a thing that's happened to like some of these kids in these high school. Now, whether it's fair or not, it's a whole nother debate. But like, there's a father is just like trying to step in and play this role. And like, I know that we were memeing saying, "Oh yeah, the conservatives or the Christians, they're the worst ones with the porn." But like this guy to me, it seems like he's very beholden to his belief system, right? And so I think what the concept that he wants is that he wants to lead by example to his kid. He's like, "I'm not doing this. I'm a man. I'm respected. You shouldn't be doing this. And if you are, let's talk about it," right? That seems to be the general gist. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, right? But like, and if that comes out to haunt me, so be it. I'd like to like look into the positive for this guy at least. But that's kind of the way I see it, and that's the experience growing up I had was a very religious background. Was they were trying to look out for the children so they didn't do something that was gonna, affect their life negatively down the line, whether it be the porn addiction or like becoming desensitized or having porn interactions with women or like, the nude content from other minors. Like, I mean, there's a plethora of reasons why this is a good thing or could be a good thing.
I personally wouldn't like be a helicopter dad for my children, let them roam free. And I would hope that my education, like in terms of like raising them all before they have access to the internet, would allow them to have a good filter, and they would, have the good filter as somebody that raised them, and they would know what not to do, what to do. I would teach them like internet etiquette, obviously, train them up so when they are being shown some crazy stuff, they know not to engage with it. So that would be the dream. And of course, if I'm worried about my child doing that, when am I gonna be not worried about that? Like, when does that stop? When does that?
I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't stop because let's be honest. All of our parents had something that we didn't like that they disallowed, and then we figured out a way to do it that kind of circumvented what our parents were wanting us to do. I think every kid's had this happen, and we've all figured out a way to circumvent it. At a certain point, you have to trust that your kid's going to come to you in times of need and stuff like that. Which means that, like what D10's saying, that like you can't be a helicopter dad and expect your kids to come to you with stuff. You have to trust your kids, and with that, your kids have to trust you. And so I think that's the most important part, and then that's why I say adding the firewall on top of that, just to verify at the end of the day, right? That it's the least intrusive, in my opinion, having a firewall versus like anything that we're talking about, where they're having like apps on phones to where they record phone screens or they take snapshots of like what someone's looking at, et cetera and so on. Because I've had plenty of like bad pictures show up when I'm like reading like news sites or like so off-brand news sites, and I've had like bad pictures pop up wherever, and it's like all of a sudden their phone screen's being taken a picture of. Like, it's insane.
I feel like I would the worst I'd probably do is like implement the same stuff that schools have, where you can't go on any porn website.
That's what Sprout's talking about.
Yeah, it's so easy to get around those. Like,
it is very easy. I just
there's some that work better. There's some that work better than others. But I think we can understand there's going to be you want to start phasing your kid out at some point and like giving them free reign of what they're doing by the time they're like 17ish. You want them to have like some kind of idea of what they're doing personally. But at the age of like 15, do you actually want your kids to be on Discord at all? Even a little bit?
I do.
Like, I think there's a difference between saying something like,
I think y'all seen some crazy stuff on Discord.
Having access to, yeah, I think
the shit I was watching at 11 years old.
Yeah,
I'm serious. Like the shit I was seeing at 11 years old. Like, I first of all, I reject. I hear this argument a lot for a lot of proposals. Just because people can get around something doesn't mean like we shouldn't have barriers in place. Right? Whenever you have barriers, you're going to prevent some people, hopefully more, from getting access to the particular thing. Yes, some people use fake IDs. That doesn't mean bars should stop checking IDs. Bars should check IDs, and they should get better at checking IDs to prevent more and more kids from getting in. I think that's the same thing with porn sites. Like we have to improve the firewalls. We have to improve like limitations. I don't want 9-year-olds or 12-year-olds or 13 or 14. I don't want these kids accessing porn sites or violent sites with like a tremendous amount of blood and gore, mass shooting videos. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that I don't want them to see. Or going on Discord and getting manipulated and groomed and having all their stuff leaked and blackmailed and potentially suicide coming from out of it. I mean, it's a sad state of affairs. Yeah. So I think like firewalls are a good option. I do think that like something like Covenant Eyes, in the sense of like being able to monitor like, oh, like our AI algorithm detected like some guy messaging this to your kid on Discord that is like particularly concerning. Like, take a look, right? And then you look and you're like, oh wow, this guy is trying to get my child to send nudes. I'm gonna go intervene. How to make your kid not resentful is that your intervention needs to be just and rational, right? You need to come in and you can't just like, I'm the parent, so I'm going to, now you're grounded for 3 weeks. No, like you have to explain like, okay, this is why you can't be doing this. I'm sorry, I just can't let you do this. And, some kind of reasonable discipline. But free reign of the internet for anybody under the age of 18 is fucked. Especially if we're talking under the age of 15. right? Now we're talking about kids that shouldn't be
But
in
here's the
Discord
thing: if you
or
give your kids phones, and they have data plans, guess what? They already have free into the internet, whether you want that or not, because
The
they
same
don't
kind
have
of
to be on the
software you can put
Wi-Fi.
locally on a
Like
PC, you can not even the Wi-Fi, right? You're only talking about stuff you're doing on the router level. I'm telling you that in the case of things that you can do on the PC, on the actual physical device, you can do the same kind of things on the phone. You can scan, you can make sure that they're using the kind of browser you want them to use. You can make sure that the kind of browser that they are using is having the material that's loaded onto it checked on the phone. All of that stuff can be done locally. In the case of like an Android phone or something, it's even easier to do.
in the case of an Android phone, it's
Hell
even
yeah.
easier to evade. It's so easy to evade that. Yeah, I don't even know where to start on that. Like, you have to trust your kids. Your kids have to trust you. At the end of the day, that's what it comes to, because your kids are going to evade stuff. That's
You can
what
trust a
they're
12-year-old
going to
shit.
do.
Yeah, just
They're
because
going to
just
evade
because your
stuff.
kids can evade it doesn't mean that it's the case you should put no measures up. Putting up a higher barrier to
Did
entry
I
can
state
at
put no
least
measures up?
listen, hold on. Putting up a higher barrier to entry before your kids are able to evade it can make sure that your kids are old enough, so at least it's the case that they're not getting groomed when they're 15 years old. Your 15-year-old's gonna have a much harder time if you know what you're doing, much harder time getting around whatever rat you put on their PC than your 17-year-old, sure. But by the time your kid's able to get around it, right? If you can't put up measures to prevent it, then yeah, it's no shit. It's like you can't do everything, right? But you can try your best.
exactly.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think this idea that, and
I
I'm
think
sorry,
that
my internet issue
I just think
but I think that this idea that you should just trust your kids and they're just gonna get around whatever you put on. I
no,
think
that's not what I'm saying.
Well, let him say. Divvy.
well, hold on. Yeah, they might get around whatever you put on, but I think you should try, right? If you give a fuck about your kids and you care about what they're being exposed to on the internet, which is basically like these apps like Discord, TikTok, etc., Twitter. They're like portals to all the bad people on the planet that want to do shit to your kids. Right? Like it's a terrible situation. Yeah, obviously you can't be perfect, but I think you should try. I'm definitely gonna try.
That's not it's not what I'm that's not what I'm saying though. I continue to talk about putting a firewall in the way.
I know. I hear you, but like there is like what's that app? That website. I'm blanking on it. Where you put like it's popular with women. They put like images and like collages or something. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they
listen-
have it's photo collage. You can do it a photo collage.
No. It's a web. What'd you say?
I
It's
not
an
sort of what? Like I don't know. What you're talking
it's like a website. They put up like photos like, oh, this is my inspiration, right? For today.
Pinterest.
Pinterest.
about.
Thank you.
Tumblr?
No, Pinterest.
Yeah, Pinterest.
Pinterest, right? So like I read an article talking about how on Pinterest where like it's all about like putting pictures up that like and like putting them in collections of like things you like oh like here's like my summer clothes collection, you know, like things like I might want, maybe things I'll get, and just sharing that with your friends, right? It's just like a fun site for people, and generally it's female based, but like parents were letting their kids use Pinterest because they're like, well, this is the safe site. Well, those kids were putting up pictures of them, you know, in bikinis. And so there turned out to be like a bunch of collections of like girls in bikinis and just like of fans of theirs. And as soon as you look at their profiles, right, in the comments they're leaving, it was obviously a bunch of men who were like wearing at these little girls. And so like, and some of them maybe even reaching out to these girls, I don't know. But nothing is safe. Like if Pinterest, if that's not safe.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
like,
I feel like, have any of you... I've got everyone in my chat screaming exactly the same thing. Were you guys grown in a fucking lab? Have you ever been children? Like, listen, just to put... I know people have had strict backgrounds. I was sent to boarding school at 7, okay? I lived at school. I could not escape. There were bars on the windows. I still managed to drink, hang out, get laid, like do all kinds of random shit.
Yeah,
in
how
that
old were
environment.
you?
So did, like, depends on at which point, but I was there till I was like 16. The idea that like you can control your kids if they want to do chaotic things, especially now. I mean, we're talking about like the responsibilities of parents and things. you don't have the same thing you did even like in like the 80s where your mum was at home and the career was secondary. If you're a parent now, you're probably still working like 40 hours a week, both of you. You're exhausted. You have a load of things to manage. Most people are not as chronically online as the rest of us. So the idea that they're going to be able to manage half of this shit, especially through the lifetime of the child, and this whole thing of like, again, you want your kids to be able to come to you and talk about this shit. Did any of you do this, even with like good relationships with your parents, where you're like, hey, dad, like, I'd love to sit down and have a discussion about masturbation? No one fucking does that. Like, nobody wants to have these conversations, and kids are dumb and gonna make however you educate them. Kids are dumb and make dumb decisions.
Listen, Oliver.
You can
not everybody had the Oliver Twist experience with their
1 second.
Please, sir,
Oliver Twist.
Yeah, but like, I mean, like, please, son, like, some more. Like, I mean, I'm just saying, bro, like that seems like a very unusual anecdote. Like, yeah, I mean, like, if I had a problem and my parents saw that I had some kind of issue, my parents would have definitely stepped in and been like, hey, we need to talk about this, son. You know, like, I know that's not the norm anymore, but like, maybe it should be. And like, we should maybe be lauding this guy for taking an interest in his child's welfare instead of like memeing that he's cock watching.
I think to that point, so Beckett, I agree with you. Like kids try to get into all kinds of shit, right? But I think that one of the reasons I am determined to be aware of this kind of shit when I have my child is because I know what I was up to when I was a young guy, right? And when fucking AOL just started coming out, right? The free AOL trial. I don't know how many of you guys are old enough to remember that at the fucking supermarket. Right, and you'd snatch a disc from the PC magazine, stick it in your pocket, and now you had AOL for like 2 hours or some shit at home. When my father started bringing home these old ass clunky work PCs to fix them, quote unquote, actually I think he was just stealing them because he never sent them back. Like I started getting up early in the morning, right? I'd load up that AOL disc, or really late at night. And I'd make an AOL account, and I'd go into chat rooms, and I'd pretend to be like a hot 18-year-old lesbian trying to get news from girls, right? Like that's exactly what I did when I was like 11 years old, right? So of course I did that. What do you mean?
Of course,
so
like
yeah, like what do you mean? So hold on. So yeah, the kids are fucking weird, okay? And my grandpa got me this old fucking tube television, put in my room, and that was the worst thing he ever did because then I had access to Girls Gone Wild infomercials at like 3 o'clock in the morning, right? And I'd watch them over and over and over again. Like, yeah, okay, I get it.
Those
but
are the days.
I think understanding this, I think you have to take steps to protect your children. Maybe you don't need to turn them into little prudes, right? But you got to understand there are terrible people out there. Right? And those terrible people want to get to your kids, right? And I'm not just being paranoid. They do exist all over the fucking world, all over the fucking internet. So I think you have to take steps to like try to put up a wall between them and your children.
So here's the thing. I'm not saying that like the firewall's the end all be all and just trust your kids. Like there has to be training too. Like you can't just like trust that like everything's gonna be okay and just like it'd be like okay yeah go do whatever you want and then I trust that if whatever happens you're gonna come talk to me about it. Like that's not what I'm saying. There has to be training too to where basically you're telling your kid like hey this is what you don't want to happen. You go on this website that's fine. I just want you to be on the look for like what shouldn't be happening on the website. If anyone asks like questions like this or questions like that, it's time to do away with them and be generally honest with your kid. I think the firewall is the least amount of protection you can get to prevent people from like coming in and then to stop some of the out traffic. I realize I'm not stopping everything, but stop some of the out traffic, at least create somewhat of a barrier, and then definitely a barrier to the people coming in. So what I'm saying is like firewall's not end all be all. There's going to be talks with your kids. There's going to be basically training. I'm not going to hand a gun to a kid who's never been trained without having a gun in their hand. Like I'm not going to just be like, okay, we're going to talk about gun safety and then just give the kid a gun and be like, all right, so here's what you want to do. Like it's not the way it works.
Oh, it just takes one fuck up. It takes one fuck up, right? And they're fucked, right? One fuck up in front of the wrong person, or they're saying the wrong thing, the wrong voice channel, and now it's recorded, and or the person uses it to find the location, find the school.
Y'all racist,
all kinds of shit. No, hold on. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about somebody saying the N-word on the internet.
Like teenagers use the N-word? Like it's all the time. If you go into like, there's a game that Stardust likes to
My
play
kids
called
can,
Party
so
Animals. Like, but there's a game that Stardust likes to play called Party Animals, and that's like that. The lobbies for that are just a load of teenagers saying the N-word. Like,
yeah, that's
you
fine.
guys
It's
are
very wholesome. It's
talking
very
about
wholesome
Lord of
activity.
Lights,
Okay, nobody
that
cares.
game.
Yeah, because it's.
I'm talking about
different,
your
you
son.
know?
Your son
On
being
the Confederate
catfished by
side?
some
Oh my
by some
God.
40-year-old dude pretending to be a hot girl his age,
Yeah.
right? With news
I
that
have
he
a
got from
great-
some other girl he catfished,
I
right?
got some
Or
great
And
just
using
go
using that to
for
get to your son and get his news, and then doxing him, finding his school, and then fucking with him for months or years.
I've been in that situation when I was like 15, and I learned a big lesson from that. And so, my experience, I'm gonna be willing to teach my offsprings based on a horrible experience that I've had, and say, "Hey, listen, always FaceTime them before anything goes down. If you don't see their face live, you know what I'm saying? If that's a prerequisite. That's why I go by
Okay,
now. I've been
I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you.
I'm listening.
With the increasing dangers of AI and deep fakes in being created in real time, how are you as a parent going to be able to teach your kid that? Because kids are facing threats that we didn't, in the same way that people in our generation faced threats our parents didn't.
Show me a mirror. You know, that way you see two things at the same time.
Okay,
You can't
yeah. So
apply
what
to
you're gonna do,
both.
anytime you have a conversation with somebody,
Show me your hands.
make sure you get it to hold it up. So this is
I'm bigger than it. Too hairy, bro. Too hairy hand.
Beckett, I'm a little bit confused.
Hey,
Like,
they
you
get
seem
their
to
nails done. They got a wax strip on their hand.
Well,
That's nuts.
Beckett, you seem to be kind of going back and forth, right? Like, are you against these like restrictions on what children are seeing, or are you in favor?
No, I'm not. Okay, so let me clarify. So it's not that I'm against the restrictions. And the reason everyone in my chat's being like they're fucking coping is because some of the things you're saying are exactly the sort of things our parents said about protecting us, which didn't fucking work. Like, some relationships haven't fucking changed with the way kids are. We're going to be like have kids that are rebellious. They're not going to want to listen. Kids think that they know best. They think that they're adults at like 13. They're like, I know everything about the world.
I mean,
and
do you think
like
it's comparable
creating
our parents to us?
No,
like,
hold on. Let me finish a second. I was literally just getting to the end of a fucking statement.
Go ahead, Beckett.
Like, I think that if you've got an environment where your kid can come to you and talk to you if they've got a real problem, that's great. But the idea of like installing certain things, all you're teaching your kid is how to get around them, because that's how kids work. You put a boundary in place, kids learn how to fucking break it. And the idea that you can have those conversations, ultimately, I think the biggest thing you can do is make sure your kid's friend group is good and keep an eye on that, like the real life thing that they're interacting with.
So they don't see the N-word in front of you? Like, I don't know.
No. But it's like, when your kid's at school, you can usually spot like problem things. There's an interesting TED talk that's just come out from the mother of one of the Columbine killers.
Oh, God.
The entire thing is just her going, I couldn't possibly have known. I was a good mother and was raising my son well, and nobody could have known these issues because she's fucking coping horrifically. It's awful to watch. But ultimately, yeah, like keeping an eye on your like with your kids being bullied, the signs for that are things that seem to matter far more than, hey, be safe on that fucking chat site. You can try and block kids from.
I don't know why
kids. Let's
think about this. I was going somewhere.
I want to go one there.
Okay, so let Lactoid go, then Synth go.
Yeah. So the reason I asked that is because when you brought up your boarding school example, you brought up the fact like, this didn't stop me from drinking. Right, that was one of the things you mentioned. Now, I don't. And I'm guessing that you are not in favor of eliminating the age to drink, right? Right?
No, but Britain's slightly different. Most of us, at least in my generation and before, like
maybe
we'd
drinking
all
at
start
14
like
over there.
Sure.
We'd be drinking. The first time I was hammered was 13. Yeah,
I hear you. So if the kids are getting around it, why even have these laws in the first place?
To keep kids out of pubs. They're fucking annoying.
Okay, well, hold on. Even the liquor stores can't. Obviously, you're not okay with liquor stores like being able to sell kids alcohol.
No, they're also somewhere for adults to hang out. Kids can go find their own fucking place and drink like a field, like we did.
Well, that's what you do at liquor stores. You get the alcohol and then you leave somewhere else to go drink. In
Yeah,
a
and they've got
field.
to learn to lie effectively and get proper IDs. It's all
Well,
look. It's a very
teaching them to
Spartan
lie.
model.
They're just-
Okay, the problem is not committing crime. The problem is getting caught.
You're right.
Like-
So why are we teaching? Why are we teaching these kids to like scam liquor stores? Why not just let them sell 8-year-olds bottles of whiskey?
Because that's like too easy. They need to suffer a bit. They need to work for their booze, like we did.
He's coping.
But you see the problem with the idea, right?
No.
Ben? Right?
Yeah,
Like, you can't
look,
say,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
you can't
sure,
say
sure,
something
sure.
like
I
it's
agree
not
with
the
you. I
case.
agree with you.
Yeah, well, yeah, you said yourself, right? What you're saying is the issue is all it does is teach your kids to get around these. But you agree it takes time to learn to get around these. And the more sophisticated that security becomes, the harder it is to get around that security, and so the more time it's going to take. Which means you can delay the onset of your kid doing some crazy shit like getting groomed on Discord. You can delay that until they're 17, and then it's going to be really fucking difficult for somebody to groom them, and they've had a lot more time to mature. Where they have like 1 fucking year left, where they're still groomable.
Yeah.
So let me put it this way. In Britain, it's very normal to drink from quite a young age with your parents during a meal. Like alcohol isn't one
What
of
is
these
that,
things like
8?
it is in America. Yeah, like I think the first time I had a beer or something, like a small little shandy, I'd have been like 10, 11. Like it was just seen as like
What
you know
is
you
shandy?
get, but
They
this
don't have
is this
spices,
is
so you
like
gotta get
shandy
flavor
is
from it.
like beer
Catholics are
mixed with
drinking by
lemonade.
really young.
Oh fuck! My mum used to give me like whiskey mixed with water to make me go to sleep. Irish Catholic, it's fine.
Oh, you're Irish. That makes sense.
But like you've got like Europe's a lot more normalized with that stuff. So the first time I got fucking hammered, and I actually needed to be taken care of because I nearly needed to have my stomach pump. I drank like half a bottle of rum. I actually drank an awful lot more than that. It's a long story. Anyway, but I was able to go to my parent because alcohol wasn't like an off-limited thing. The thing I'd push back on is having a load of blockers in place, making these things so taboo. I don't agree with you that your kids are going to be able to come and talk to you. They're just going to be like, oh, well, if my parents find out that I've ever watched porn, they'll disown me. And then if they end up in that problem, then
don't
not
set up that expectation. Don't set up that expectation.
Yeah, not if you come like transparent from the beginning. Like, listen, it's okay to make mistakes. I know you're gonna be curious about certain things. I would
Just
prefer
talk to me.
Yeah,
Like,
I would prefer if you waited until X, Y, and Z date and before you did that stuff. But hey, if you do, it's okay. It's fine. I'm just we can have a conversation about it beforehand, and I'm gonna trust that you make the best decisions. Here's the safeguards that I'm gonna have to teach you, so you absolutely don't get yourself into trouble. Number one, never take naked photos of yourself. Never, ever, ever do that. That's like a hard rule I'm gonna like instill into my children. Never do that for any reason. If anyone wants to see you, have them see you in person. Hey, just have that excuse. It's better in person. Like that's my rule. Like,
or maybe
only,
like tell them to tell you that someone wants to see you naked. Maybe
this is like
don't tell a kid. No, you want to see it in person. It's better in person.
Let's meet that guy in person.
I understand, but I was more talking.
Hey, my dad said it was better to see them in person.
It's so much better. Obviously,
I can't wait to get this guy's back.
I was talking more. I was talking more like
you told me to go see it in person, so I did.
Yeah,
it's weird. It's weird for the guy to ask it online, but the guy in the van in person, hey, go for it. It's better in person.
Totally fine.
Show them in person at the very most, and when they're old enough. Obviously, if they're like 15 and younger, don't do that. But the point is, you would tell these safeguards to your children that hey, generally avoid this, but absolutely avoid this, right? Like, okay, don't watch porn. Please don't watch porn until 13, whatever. I don't care. Whatever age you want to put in. That's when I really started going crazy.
I don't know why you're just all thinking. I think you should just take it to extremes. Run a social experiment with them. Tell them they live in. Have you ever seen the film The Village? Tell them they live in the 1800s. And like get a plot of land.
I just think the best.
Throw them out to the real world and be like, hey,
basically what the Amish do, right? It works out pretty well.
Like the best case scenario is that you don't want your children to hide stuff from you, right? That's the best case scenario. That's a dream world. I've been watching this TikTok mom who like talks to her son about everything. Her son is telling her about how many girls that he's flirting with, and what she want to say. What the girls are talking to him about, how they want to see him naked. Like that, she's recording this stuff, and everybody in the comments like, "Wow, this is amazing. I wish I could have that relationship with my son." So she's like having this ideal relationship where, you know, her son is coming to her and talking to her about everything in his life. They kind of have a best friend relationship. That's kind of like the relationship I want to have with my son. But at the same time, you know, obviously my son would have to respect me and I respect them, and I would ask certain things of them and they would ask certain things of me. That kind of like a relationship where it's mutually beneficial, instead of like, I feel like what we're used to, especially African Caribbean parents relationship, is that it's a lot of rule with the iron fist kind of situation, and like whatever I say goes and no explanation. I do it because I said so. You have to do what I say. The relationship that I want for my children is just kind of like a friendship, mutual respect, benefit situation.
I get where you're coming from.
Gibbs has been trying. Let's get Gibbs in. He's been trying to jump in for a while.
So I want to say two things. One, it's not fair to compare drinking culture in America to drinking culture in Britain, because Britain, as we all know, conquered the world for spices, didn't learn how to use any of them. They had to drink from an early, young age to start making the food taste better.
Curry.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, and so anyway, moving on. So I take a problem issue with comparing like this our generation and like, I mean, I'm a millennial, right? So I take issue comparing us to our parents' generation in regards like technological savvy, right? We grew up on this technology. We know the pitfalls. So the idea that we don't have any kind of idea of how to actually manage this landscape and we should just let kids be kids and figure this out on their own because our parents couldn't handle it, I think it's cope. And I just like, you know, sit here and go, okay, I know, like y'all mentioned Discord, right? Discord's a wild place. You know, would you let your kids get on? I mean, maybe, but it'd be heavily monitored, right? Like, you know, it's the same kind of thing. Like this, as opposed to like when we were growing up, we had Yahoo chat rooms, and I don't know if y'all remember that, but that shit was wild. And like, that's not comparable. Like, I mean, y'all mentioned the Pinterest thing. Okay, there's finding a way around it. That's not the same as just unleashing these people into a casual hookups Yahoo chat room that anybody could join, and the only safeguard was click, oh, if I'm over 18, right? Parents have options now to do stuff, like as opposed to back in the day when they might not even had the technology to be able to, or even understood that this was something they need to look for. So I don't think that's a fair assessment either, and I think that's kind of what these programs are trying to address.
So like the thing, and I'll go to Spartacus next. Like Beckett, all of your complaints, it seems like none of those are mutually exclusive. What we were talking about, that you can have these safeguards and then make it clear to your child that you can approach them, that this is, you know, a safer, loving relationship, and yeah, that you're there for them. That like there's nothing they can do that will make them make you not love them, which is not true, of course. Like there's plenty a kid can do to make you not love them, but you can tell them, they can lie to them about that part. So like, I don't know. I feel like all this is part of like the whole package of parenting. That it's not just. I hear what you're trying to say. Is like, don't just put locks up, right? You want to have open communication with your child, because if you just put locks, then all they're doing is thinking about getting around those locks. But if you let them know that you're there for them, then I think that's different. After Spartacus, I do want to go back to what Dream said, because I want to go back. I want to look at this from the other extreme. I think that might be really fun. But Spartacus, you want to jump in?
Yeah. So D10, I see what you're saying and I see the heart behind it, right? But being like a friend to your child is, in my opinion, no better than locking everything down. When you become like this friend person to your child, like you're the parent. You're supposed to be providing structure. You're supposed to be providing like life lessons to this kid. You're supposed to be like helping this kid through life. If you're a friend, you're going to be in limited capability of doing that, simply because of like what you have to expect from a friendship versus a relationship between a parent and a kid. I'm not saying like everything needs locked down. I've argued mostly against that and said you need to trust your kid and your kid needs to trust you, because at the end of the day, what happens a lot of time is people are driven by fear, and out of fear, they don't tell their parents, and out of fear they don't do this. If you develop a trust relationship instead of a fear relationship, or a respect relationship instead of a fear relationship, then it's going to be a lot better. But I still think friend is too far in that direction, like entirely.
I think it depends how you defining it, because in my world, I'm defining friend as somebody that you're comfortable enough to tell anything to, right? And being a friend doesn't mean you're only a friend, right? You can be a friend and a parent.
be a friend and a master of the house, right? Think about a situation where you're living in a room with your friend and you're paying no rent. You're staying over their house for free. If your friend tells you wash the dishes, are you gonna say no? No, right? You have a kind of like a obligation, like
Do
a
kids
little
see
bit.
that though? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Evict your child?
No, 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 no.
I can evict my friend out of my apartment because he's not doing what he needs to do. I can do that because I suggestfully like own the
You don't
place,
have to
right?
evict your
try.
child.
You
You're
try.
not. You don't evict your child, but you do take away
Right.
stuff. You do take away stuff. They like.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. If my child became a furry, they can go live in the fucking forest. Like, I think that's
with the rest of the
there are
animal
certain.
friends. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
I
like,
think there are
I've
certain
actually-
things you're like, fuck off to the forest.
I've actually really thought about that a lot. Right? So, like, what if the child was a furry? Right? What if one day I find, furry porn on his
Does a
computer or
frog?
something,
Does a
right?
frog count as a furry?
Or like, no.
Definitely not.
This is scaly. What the fuck's wrong with it?
Okay.
Or like some other
Why
like
would be a
thing,
scaly?
right? That, I don't know. I don't know what
Amphibian.
happens.
Guys,
Okay.
let's focus on the
That's part of the
story.
culture.
QB.
So like, well, some other deep dark secret that they have, right? That it would be personally embarrassing to me, maybe as a parent, to have my child be this way. Maybe he likes scat porn or something, right? Maybe he's fucking weird.
Yikes.
You know? Like how would you handle that? Because I really thought about that a lot.
Like what would you do if your child was like a Dylan Roof?
No. Worse than Dylan Roof. What if you like porn where people get shit on, right? And they like eat the shit, and that's what he was into. Or he wanted to wear diapers or something. Like,
Yeah, that's what the
I feel
woodshed's
like-
for, bro. That's the old school woodshed. Sometimes you just gotta think
No,
about that.
I don't
think
agree
you
with
do have to get
Some-
them
some-
like institutionalized, right? That's where
No, I don't agree with that either. I think these
Therapy?
things are like well, it's like a paraphilia. I think it would be considered, right? So it's like it's not something they can control, and so long as it's not hurting him, then I guess
Well,
it's not a
eating
big deal.
shit's gonna hurt them. Yeah.
Well, maybe I just try to teach them like safe-ish strategies for shit eating. You know, how to make sure that the person's healthy enough to consume the shit. I don't know, but like I really like thought about like not just this, but like the whole like trust thing, right? Because I mean, Prime, I've spoken to a bit about my father and the way that he was like, and he actually did do what I think Dio was suggesting, which is the hardcore, like, this is how terrible the world is. You're 11 years old. We're gonna watch a ton of videos of people getting tortured and killed, right? like every day. Because I like my neighbor was like shot in a drive-by in front of me, and I like cried about it as an 11-year-old, right? So he worked very hard to like do the exposure therapy thing. I think like, oh, okay, yeah, the world's ugly. You got to be strong. You're a man. Yada yada. And I really do feel like it benefited me in a lot of ways, but I also feel like it hurt me in a lot of ways. Right? I feel like I became very like emotionally like numb, unavailable for a lot of my life. So, but I wonder, like, is there a level to which that's like not acceptable, not to that extent, but like, how do you talk to your children about like fucking Hamas, mass shootings? How do you talk to people to them about like rapists, right, or child molesters? How do you let them know these things are out there, and get them to take those things seriously, right, and to like be aware and cautious of them, without terrifying them, without making them like emotionally shut down?
I think it takes a lot of skill, right? So I don't think every parent is going to be able to do that, and so you may need to like outsource some of that information and education to maybe after school program, teachers, tutors, etc. But for me, I am skilled in that. Like I have a youth program every Friday night. I'm a youth director at church, and I do talk to children all the time. I had a whole summer program where I taught civic engagement, where I had these tough conversations from ages 5 to 18, and even the the elementary schoolers, right? They were pretty attentive and they were asking a lot of questions, and I was talking about very tough situations like war and what's wrong about racism and sexism, all of this stuff. And I would ask them the question, and they would respond, and I would correct them if they get it wrong, like point them towards the right direction, and I would explain to them why if they have more questions. So there is a good way to go about it, and I think the what is it? The Socratic method, I guess, is like by asking questions. What do you think? Is this okay? Is this not? Why or why not? And you go that way, just to allow the young person to make mistakes, and then you help them, tell them what's wrong with their mistake. So, yeah, I think it's pretty simple but hard. It's just a skill.
Yeah, I think that's something I genuinely worry about. You know, I am planning to have children, and I worry about like being too much like my father, if that makes sense. And not that I hold it against my father. I had like after my giant mushroom trip, uh my perspective on what my father did kind of changed a bit. Just that I understood that, you know, I remembered things he said about how he was raised and how his father raised him, and his father was very, very similar, right? Expressions of like weakness were just not allowed in the house by him, right? And in just the same way that they weren't allowed by me, right? If I were to stub my toe or something and cry, he'd stomp on my foot, like shit like that, right? So, I worry that I'll be too much like him, but I also worry on the other hand that I won't be enough like him. My child won't be prepared for how dark the world can be sometimes.
I don't want to be like my dad.
I mean, I don't want to be like my dad, but it's my personal opinion, at least. Take it for what it's worth. It's my personal opinion that like I lose any sympathy for like a victim, and once they become the monster. Like once the victim of the monster becomes the monster, I've lost all sympathy. Because then you've chosen to take what was done to you and do it to someone else, knowing how it
Right.
made you feel, knowing all of this stuff. You decided in knowledgeably knowing how it made you feel to do it to someone else, which takes away any sympathy I had for the victim at any point in time. I think it is. I think while it is, it's not fair because like children should be abused and shit. But for it is the victim's responsibility to not do that to their children. And
I
I
think
don't think
can
that
still
they should
have
be given
sympathy.
like a free excuse out of it.
I think you can still have sympathy for people that do bad and just say, you know what, you have this responsibility, you failed in this responsibility, but I understand why you did it. Doesn't make it okay, but I have sympathy for you, and hopefully we can reform you eventually. And if you're past reformation, then we gotta get you out of society. It doesn't mean sympathy's not there. I mean, you personally cannot have sympathy, but I hold sympathy even for the greatest, most horrible
Well,
people in the world.
you know that's something that like this is terrible, but I'm sure you guys know who Lav is, or Lav Loon.
Yeah.
I actually got this from her, right? So I'm gonna credit her with this. I was trying to find her song a while back on TikTok because people said that she like made music, and the song's actually pretty good. It's my style of music. I'm like a guitar and singer kind of guy, right? It's a pretty good song. But in going through her TikTok, I feel like this post that she made where she says something like that she'd realized that she was older than her mother was when she began making memories about her, right? And just like comparing herself to the way that she thought of her mother at her age, right? And that really made me think, right? Like, well, the first memory I have of like my parents, like my mother must have been like 20, not even 25, probably like 24 or something, right? 'Cause she had me when she was 16 years old. So maybe even younger than that. My father, fuck, I probably in he was 22 when they had me, so probably like in his mid to late 20s. And I remember, you know, before kindergarten, I remember just like glimpses of what our life was like back then, right? And I remember seeing him uh as like a god, right? In a lot of ways, right? Like they're like a scary god because he was not a nice person a lot of the time. But I thought he knew everything, knew how to do everything. And I thought the same of my mother, knew everything, knew how to do everything. Any you know, they were like all powerful, right? To like me as a child. And then I think of myself as like a 20 something year old, 22, 23-year-old. Um, I had no idea what the fuck I was doing like 90% of the time. So like, I think that really put my upbringing into like perspective. And the way that I thought of my parents and the way that I thought about what my father was like, my mother was like growing up, so that like I felt like I couldn't really hold a lot of the stuff they did against them because they were really just doing their best. Right? They were stupid kids. None of them had like a higher education.
I want to
I don't
add
know.
By accident.
I
And
don't. I don't.
just trying to figure out how the world works, how to raise a kid, multiple kids actually, before they even had their feet set on like solid ground or like where they're like stable. Right now I'm 35 years old. I wouldn't know what the fuck to do to raise a kid. Like I'm really like struggling with like even thinking about it, right? And I'm planning to do this very soon.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Doobie. You're wanting. See, here's the difference between you and your parents, and how I already know you're gonna be different than your parents, is because you're already wanting to like know this information, even though you may not know it now. I guarantee that if there was a kid on the way, that you'd be asking people that you trust, and you'd be trying to like figure out this information because you're worried about like continuing the chain of abuse. And so like this is what a healthy parent should do that is abused, is like, okay, how do I stop this, and start asking questions and start learning and start looking up all this stuff. The people who abuse because they were abused and they caused the chain of abuse is the people who don't do this stuff, who don't look this up, who don't ask help or ask for anything, and they're like, oh, I'll be fine, I can raise this kid by myself. And then they raise the kid like their parents raised them, and they cause that chain of abuse, and they cause their kid to feel just like they did as a child. And like I said, that's where I lose sympathy, because it is your job to try and learn how to parent. It is your job to try and learn how to treat your kid.
Yeah, but even so, like comparing so what our parents went through, like, and how they must have, the resources they had access to raising us, right, to what we have access to today to raise our future children or our children. It's like night and day, right? It's similar to the level of knowledge we have about the internet and how the internet works. Because right now, if I want to know about, okay, what does psychologists say about this parenting technique, I can just fucking Google it, right? And I'll find like 1,000 results, and I just need to sort through them. They didn't have that before. They had like the people around them, and if they're in a bad environment where other people were also not good at parenting, they had bad examples to look at.
They should understand stomping on their kid's foot because they're crying is not the correct answer. Like, I'm sorry, that's a. But it
being raised to do things like being raised to do, like, for example, my mom was raised horribly. Like she was basically, we're gonna just call it torture, by her own parents. Like, she was put in a dark room for 12 hours a day. As she misbehaved, she was beat all the time. She got taken out of school at 15, even though she was doing great. She was on track to be an Olympic runner, but her dad said, "Nope, I'm taking you out of school so you can cook and clean for your parents." And the whole city that she lived in was coming in, knocking at her parents' door. Please allow Layla, my mom's name, to go to school. She's a great student, please. But her parents were just abusive. Her parents did not let her go to school. She didn't finish high school. Mom married an abuser, and she got abused by my dad. Luckily, she had a chance to come to America for a better dream, and she kind of like put that. All she knew was abuse. Didn't know how any other parenting style. Even her friends parented the same way, in terms of just hitting your children and stuff, yelling at them, not listening to them. I didn't know this about my mom until I was 22, 23. I'm 25 now. And when I had that conversation, it was a heartfelt, teary-eyed conversation. I had so much sympathy from my mom. I was like, compared to how you lived, I got it super easy. Doesn't make it right. I told her, it doesn't make anything what you did right, but I understand now where you're coming from, why you did what you did. That's what I'm saying. Even if you did horrible stuff, I can have sympathy for you and still condemn your actions. That's what me and my mom's relationship got so much better after that, because I was the first person that she said actually listened to her. Her whole life, she had not even her friends were listening to her about this stuff. So it's like, these people exist where they've had no good examples in their lives, and all they've had was bad examples, and they can only go off what they know. And if they don't know better, they can't do better. Especially if they've been more than half their life, they grew up on that. I was lucky enough to be raised in America, go to American schools and stuff, where my main raisers was my American uncle who married into my aunt, and my school teachers and after school program, where I learned, like, anti-sexism, anti-racism, all of that stuff. So It's a lot. This is kind of the point that I wanted to come in. It's gonna be super hard for a parent, especially a single parent like my mom was, to raise any child by yourself, even with two parents. I think the best way to raise a child is through a community raise. Put people that are very well around your child, that have high morals, that you hold to a high standard. Take them to church in front of like high well-meaning people. Introduce them to your best friends that are successful business people, so they can have different people to look up to that are successful in their lives. So they'd be like, hey, I want to be like this one. We be like this one. Oh, mom and dad, you're around so many great people. I want to be like you. I want to be like them. It really takes a village. When people say it takes a village, it really does take a village. And my village, the reason the number one thing I attribute my success or why I'm successful in my life is because of my high school advisor and everybody that she connected me with in terms of my support group. I have a huge support group, and it has almost nothing to do with my mom. My mom just took care of me in terms of my shelter.
So here's the thing.
It's my support group that came from my schooling and my best friends that allowed. And my mom gave me that access and opportunity.
D10. Here's the thing. So like when you just like when you're like when you're a kid, you're searching for what you need. And you're gonna look out for what you need. If like one of your cups is left unfilled, essentially, you're gonna try and fill that cup up. And it just depends on like where you get that from. A lot of abused kids have other people that were father figures in their life that had connected them with a bunch of stuff and stuff like that. And so I think that it shouldn't take a village, right? If you have good parents, it shouldn't take an entire village to raise kids. I think that taking a village is incorrect. But
According to who? You saying it shouldn't take a village? According to what?
Well, I mean, I didn't get to that point yet, did I?
That's what I'm asking you.
So what I'm saying is it shouldn't take a village. It should take a healthy mom and a healthy dad to raise a kid. I don't think that it should take a village, because I think that a healthy mom and a healthy dad is what a child needs to kind of like operate within the world and not need like external forces to like interrupt or anything like that. But I was abused as a kid, and obviously I had people that I considered as father figures, and people that I went to as fathers that weren't my father, right? And so when you have cups that aren't filled, the kid's gonna look for someone else to kind of fill that cup. That way, everything's whole. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but I think you have a false notion that your parents are going to be able to provide you everything in terms of what you need. Sometimes your parents are not going to have that information. It doesn't make them bad parents, because this just happens. It happens to be the case that some parents are going to lack the knowledge or information that you may need at a certain time, and hence they're going to have to outsource that information and guidance, which is okay to have mentors, which is okay to have godparents. A lot of people have godparents. It's okay to have uncles and aunts where they give you a little $20 on the side. What I'm saying is, it's not just okay. A lot of it is necessary because of the things I've stated, where it's not a bad thing that you don't know everything as a parent and don't know how to do everything in the playbook. You don't have the playbook to parenting 101 and 100% of the way. Maybe you have it 80% of the way, but it doesn't make you a bad parent. It makes you a learning parent. And sometimes when you learn. You said it.
When did I say? Wait, please. When did I say excommunicate like all other family? Just mom and dad, no grandma and grandpa, like excommunicate them. Like you're talking about uncles and aunts and like godfathers and
is that not a village?
No, that's called a family.
Yeah, a village. That's what a village is, brother.
A village is a family now?
Yes.
That's not the term. That's not the term you're looking for. The term is family. Village is used for something different.
Do you think
actually the dictionary definition of village is
Well, I'm just saying, like the common usage of it takes a village is not family.
Do you really think family is not included when people say it takes a village? Do you really think that?
It's larger than a hamlet and smaller than a town. Just so you guys
it's village.
Do you really think when people say it takes a family, it takes a village, they're like, no, we're not talking about family.
Okay. I'm sorry. Lactoid got me with that one.
Okay, but, let's move past this point. So we get what you're trying to say. All right, so we're gonna move on. Go ahead, Gibbs.
So I think Dream brought up something interesting. He didn't really go down this line of thought, but he brought up how influential like other mentors can be, and how other influential like the after school programs can be. And then I'm going to kind of combine that with something that, Doobie said earlier, when these people reaching out to your kids, right? There's good mentors, there's bad mentors. I just for funsies, I decided I was going to go over here and look at this Covenant Eyes site. And it does seem like they're like heavily advertising it to like, stop porn. However, it does say that you're able to see all their activity if you with your partner, right? And like, have the activity feed since your ally's phone and have life changing conversations.
Your sound.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it cut out for a second. All right. And so it says like another thing that I advertise is life-changing conversation and breaking bad habits for good, right? So clearly they porn is a big one for them, but they're also marketing that they can talk about things that they see on there, the bad habits. So I mean this also comes back to raising your kids. I feel like we all feel like parents have the right to raise their kids the way they want to be they think should be raised, right? Like they should be able to instill their values into their kids if able to or if they want to, right? So this is just another way
No, I
for
think
them
that'd be
to,
dependent on what the values are.
Wait. Could I monitor my kids' political consumption?
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So if they're
Because
sitting there, they
now
have
we're talking my language.
so if they have a teacher or like a mentor that's pushing them some like crazy ideology, whether it's right wing or left wing, now somebody can come in here and go, "Hey, I don't want this guy talking to my kids and telling them these wild
If
things
they
like
meet a
socialism is
filthy
good."
socialist
This is the
online.
end of Tumblr. It's over.
Yeah,
We've got to get
yeah.
this proliferated.
So this is the way they can help your kids.
We
come to the
can't
right
hear you,
conclusion.
Dream. You're muted, just so you know. In case you're
Oh,
talking to
my
us.
bad.
Sure. And then
I
after
was
that,
gonna
we'll
say,
go to Mooncake.
if your child doesn't believe in your own political ideology, then you're doing a bad job in terms of convincing your side. Like you should be convincing. You should be making such good arguments. Your child has
Nah, but
no
kids like to
reason.
rebel.
Wait.
Can you
Kids,
listen?
kids,
Hold on,
wait,
hold on, hold on.
kids,
Listen,
wait,
listen,
kids
listen.
should be able to think for themselves.
Did you hear what I
Kids like
said?
to rebel.
They
What did I
must
say?
adopt. If
Did I
they've
say
got good
must?
parents, if they got good parents, they must adopt the thought processes of the parents.
No, I said if you have a
doesn't rebel? No.
listen,
Like, this is
listen.
Oh my gosh!
trackable.
Listen
This
to
is
me.
fucking trackable. It
I don't
doesn't
think that's
matter
what
how
it is saying.
good you
I don't
are
think
in
that's what-
selling
I don't
your
think that's what he's saying.
ideology. Your kid is going to rebel
No,
against
no, that's
no.
not
Come
what
on,
I'm
it's really
saying.
obvious what he's saying is that you should be able to convince your kid to hold the idea, not that you should force your kid to hold your
Yeah.
ideas.
If you're not
Yeah,
convincing
but
your kid,
it
it means you're
doesn't. What?
no.
Yeah, but everything we
It
know
could be
about
the
this
case
doesn't
that
work.
it could be the case that your child is just super bit rebellious and doesn't think logically and just gonna rebel for rebellion's sake. That could be the case. I wasn't that, but sure, kids out there exist.
Don't
I'm
you
not
wanna limit the
I'm
options
not
for how
talking
they
to
can
those
rebel?
kids. I'm not talking about those kids. I'm talking about kids that believe things that their mentor tells them or their after school teacher tells them or the teachers tell them that you don't like them learning or believing in. So if your job as somebody that holds an ideology that is opposing to your own child is to be able to convince them with good arguments, and if you don't convince them, it means you have bad arguments.
But listen,
Or
That's
you're
not
trying
necessarily
to
true.
Logic? You think you can logic brain your kids?
or your child lacks the critical thinking tools necessary.
D10.
so listen.
They're children.
D-
They
D-
don't
D10.
want critical thinking
D10.
tools. You're right.
But that's why I'm a huge
D10.
advocate.
D10.
That's why I'm a huge advocate
D10.
for philosophy from
Listen.
age 5 and up.
D10. You basically just said that you're cool with parents gaslighting their children into believing what they want to believe instead of what they're believing.
Polar opposite. He just said the
That's
polar
what you're
opposite.
saying.
He's
No,
telling
no,
you that
no,
parents
no.
have
He
a
said-
response.
he
Listen.
said-
Hold on. I
wait,
didn't
he
talk very
said-
much the entire
he
panel.
said-
Wait, listen to what I say.
yeah.
Listen to what I say. So really quickly. So the point that he's making is just that parents have a responsibility to both teach their kids critical thinking skills. Of course you do. It's insane to think otherwise. And also, if there are things the parents believe is actually true, they have a responsibility to inform their kids about those things and teach them it through convincing, not through forcing them into an ideology. He said the polar opposite of gaslight your kid. He said teach your kid about the world, teach your kid about reasoning, and teach your kid about politics. There's nothing wrong with any of the shit that you just said, and him being roasted for it is insane.
Oh,
Yeah, but
I agree with you.
I
That was-
understand what you're
listen,
saying, Sense, but that's not how fucking kids work. Generally speaking, you don't take your opinions from your parents. Like during
hold on.
No,
early
the data is the
teenage-
polar opposite of
Let
this.
me
What the
talk.
fuck are you talking about? What? No,
No,
the data
you don't-
shows that
you-
the kind of views your parents have a extremely strong correlation with the kind of views you have.
Most
You are
Christians
living in
are
another
Christians.
fucking reality right now if you think your
No.
parents' views are not going to be informing of your views.
Christians
And
produce.
being
Come on,
informed, but
yeah,
at the
come on,
same
come on,
time, like
guys.
people go through.
Christians produce Christians. Democrats produce Democrats. Like that's how that works, right? Like
And I
That's-
literally,
but
there's
everyone-
continuity.
I literally teach kids
You
for a
just made
living.
me pro-choice, Prime, right away.
But Prime, but
that's daddy.
There are
but
so
Prime,
many other things
Prime,
that influence
there's
kids,
also
particularly like their friendship groups, the peers they hang out
so
with,
that's
the
exactly
kind
my
of
point.
media they consume, and also kids like this idea of kids having critical thinking abilities. I agree with you. Teach kids to have critical thinking abilities, but often kids are going to find what's cool and what's in, and the idea of being isolated from their friendship groups is going to have really, really huge effects. I agree that your parents are going to have influence, you're going to have those similarities, but so much of that also seems down to be the area you live in. So if you're in a like particular urban environment, your parents may have come from a rural environment,
Okay.
but you'll adopt
I don't
those
disagree.
generational
Hold on.
things, which is
Even-
why
even
immigrant
if-
families.
guys, I
Just
do
very
want to
quickly,
hold on.
The
just very
phenomenon
quickly.
still exists even if you control for the general views in the area. It still is the case that your parents' view will have a correlation with your own view.
What you just said, Beckett, what you just said doesn't actually go against what Dream said. Dream, what started this is him saying it takes a village to raise a child. He's understanding that like there are influences external to the parent, external to a family, that push a child in different directions. So he gets this.
So
I
right?
don't have
No,
an
he
issue with
doesn't.
that.
No, wait,
The
wait. He literally said that if you don't, if the kid doesn't end up with the same ideology, then they're bad parents. Any good parent will be able to teach. He essentially said that. That's essentially
I
what
think
he
that's what he
said.
said. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's essentially what he said.
That's how it came across.
Let me clear it up.
That's how it
Let me
came
clear it
across.
up. Hold on. Okay. You might have heard that for whatever reason, but this is actually what I said. I didn't say they're bad parents because they can't convince their child. I said they're bad at convincing their child. That's what I said they're bad at. If you can't convince your child to take on your ideology, it's not that you're a bad parent. You're bad at convincing. That's it. That's what I said. That is not. I did not say they're bad parents. I said they're bad at convincing.
And that's indeed what he said. Okay, Mooncake had been waiting. Then we'll go to Gibbs. Right.
Oh, from what I wanted to inject then, I was just curious about what the actual topic was. That's what I was.
Oh, sure.
So are we. So are we.
Yeah. So I will give you what started this, and this might be for anyone else who just arrived. Hey, hit the follow button in case you've been enjoying this so far. But also you can use hype chats and super chats if you want to interject, right? So if you've heard something interesting or you want to ask a question, please support the channel that way. It'd be a great help. But to our friend Mooncake, what started this was a story that came out about a brand new Speaker of the House who is this like hardcore Christian type. This was a video of him from a few years ago, talking about how he keeps his kids accountable for like not looking at questionable material online, and he puts this software on all their devices called Covenant Eyes that gives him a report of everything that they see. So like the websites and like screenshots, the things that they're looking at, like everything. But also on top of that, he does the same. So he has that on his devices, and his accountability partner was at the time his 17-year-old son. So they were seeing what they were both doing, and we were like examining this. And that started off this whole thing on parenting and what a parent has to do within the digital age, and now here we are. So go ahead, Gibbs, and then Lactoid and Spartacus.
So first, I want to say that D10 Dream did not unequivocally did not say what Spartacus is saying, and I'm going to say why he did that, because if he did say that, it's going to screw you in my whole next thing. He definitely was talking about the village, right? And Beckett has also kind of alluded to like the idea of they have friend influence groups, right? And so I agree that like in the traditional sense, you know, there is a village that raises kids, whether you want to admit it or not, and there's other mentors, right? And I think that this is part of the reason why this is almost a good thing, is because I think the parents should have some say, or at least should try to have some knowledge of who these people are in this village that's surrounding your kid, right? Like say, I'm just gonna pick the obvious one. Say I'm an uber radical super Christian, and a Dream over here is a super Satanist liberal socialist, right?
The jihadist.
Yeah, a jihadist, sure, whatever you, yeah, that's whatever, right? Something like oppose these two inherently opposed beliefs. I might take offense if I started seeing that instead of this, my child coming to me for fatherly mentor advice, that he was going to someone who like basically was the antithesis to all my like belief system, right? Because guess what? He's right. Maybe I'm not doing a very good job convincing my kids, but you know what I can do? If I can put the kibosh and then go into this crazy mentor, maybe then I'm doing this job. And this could be for anybody. It could be for the
But I
pedos.
think
Maybe you find out your kid is hanging out with people smoking the old stoves, like in the bathroom at school, like whatever you want to like say. Like, but they have the ability to see and check on who their kids are associated with in this village. And because there is a village to a degree, we don't live in isolation, then I think it's a good thing that parents have some say over who's interacting with their children.
And I think you do that by giving good arguments preemptively. Say, hey, do not hang around with X, Y, and Z people that do X, Y, and Z and believe in X, Y, and Z for X, Y, and Z reasons. And if they tell you this, then that's gonna. It's like I always say this growing up. The reason that I stayed out of trouble is because I've had a good filter. Like parents and my dad and mom, even though they abused me, they did tell me some basic morals in terms of what not to do, who not to hang around with. And for those reasons, I've had a filter in my mind of who not to hang out with. And so I prevented myself from going down the wrong path because I've had a filter. So I believe it's your duty as a parent to give your child a filter so they know exactly who to hang out with and who to not hang out with. That way, it's kind of like it's like a programming, right? It's kind of like building a robot that fights for itself by giving it a certain code.
Yeah.
And so you're doing that to your own child. It's gonna fight. You're not gonna do the. You're not. A lot of the fighting you're not gonna have to do yourself as a parent because they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it themselves because you coded it into them via moral statements and logical arguments.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait, hold on. I've just got a really random question for this. Like your statement is, even though my parents abused me, and like I don't want to harp on like the trauma dumping and like things people have gone through, they installed me with good morals. What makes you think like an abused child is going to follow those morals? Like it sounds almost like you've made decisions based on, again, critically thinking about situations, not just what your parents informed you of. Like
yeah. But I would say the very beginning it was because of my parents. And then as I got older, as I got more education, it was me.
Can I ask a question? Do you think that parents should have like a say on who's in the village that is like around their kid?
Yeah, I didn't say you shouldn't have a say. I'm saying, but
Yeah, I'm just
the
curious.
best way to get to say that say is through like things that make sense, like
So
make a logical argument. It's like, hey,
right,
don't hang
right.
out with this guy for X, Y, and Z reasons, and have that be a logical, sound, and valid.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but do you also agree that like the parents should have the option if they feel like talking and coming up with like logical reasons to their kid because maybe their kid's just a dick, right? Like because
Yeah.
right,
I
they
do
have
think.
the ability to be a little bit more harsher and firm and like on that, like have like checks and balances. Do you think they have that right?
I was gonna say in the beginning, just for safety reasons, your children should be like listening to you. It's like rule with the iron fist kind of way. But then it should be soon after, as long as there's no danger around, right? Offer up the explanation so that they can maintain the what do you call it? So you gave a command, right? You would hope they listen. Initially, you do that for safety reasons. Once you're safe, you should be able to explain the command so they can maintain following the command. Because a lot of times the reason I did not listen to my mom's because she had no good reason for telling me what she told me. Like if my mom told me clean it now, even though I'm gonna dirty it in 5 more minutes, I'm not gonna listen to my mom. I have to have a good reason to clean my room once she says it in order for me to clean my room. I'm not gonna listen to her. And I only listened to her because she threatened violence, right? Obviously, or threatened to take away something. But if you gave me hey, team, do this for X, Y, and Z reasons, and it was a good reason, I was going to do it all the time. So I'm just saying for efficiency's sake and for keeping the peace in the house, you should offer up an explanation.
Okay, so let's go to Lactoid and Sproticus.
Yeah, I want to quickly agree with that. The difference here is between authoritative parenting and authoritarian parenting. Right? Authoritarian parenting is do what I say because of who I am. Authoritative parenting is here's the reason why I need you to do this, and here's why I'm making you do this. I think that's all fine, right? Like you should always try to instill in your kids that there is a reason for everything that they have to do. and not just because some authority says so, right? That leads to bad outcomes, just empirically, but then also politically. And then speaking about politically, right? This is actually something that we kind of like laughed about a little bit, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not saying like cut off all like political content to your kid that you don't agree with, but like I think there are definitely politics that we all would agree should probably be explained to a child with like narrative and context surrounding it, right? So, you know, and then where the spectrum of this, I guess, would depend on your own personal views, right? So for me, like I would want to, you know, I wouldn't want my kid to experience socialist arguments without me explaining them, right? And providing context and counter arguments and et cetera, et cetera. But I think all of us here would probably agree we would be uncomfortable with our child, you know, getting really into Hitler, right? I mean, that would be a concern, right? We'd want to like have some like context and explanations as to, you know, what was happening. So this could be beyond just like, but then the kind of the scary part about this is, okay, now we're beyond like pornography or grooming or anything. And now we're sort of getting into like, at what extent can we mold our child into, you know, our child is looking into atheism. That's not okay. We got to like get involved right now. I mean, you could really take this all the way and really establish
how much do you think? How much do you think this is even possible? Because I mean, I take the view that a lot
with
of
AI.
This is, no. I think a lot of this is genetic. I think so. Like, not all of it, obviously. Like, we condition our kids, but like, there are certain things that, even though I had a radically different upbringing to both my mum and my dad, I have quite serious similarities to them in personality. And I think this is common for a lot of people. And one of the things that happened with my mum was she was like, I can't believe that you were rebellious and you drank and you did all these other things. And I raised you well. I was like, Mum, when you were 19, you dated a cocaine dealer, knocked him out and stole his car. What did you think I was going to fucking turn out like? Like, right? And again, my life path has followed similar means. As I got older, I got educated the same way she did. She ended up with a PhD by the end of her life. I got more successful. I followed those weird paths. Same with my dad for how middle class he is. Hugely rebellious. Like, he got sent to the church at the age of 5 and like gave up his vows. So like, I think that no matter how much you condition your kids in one direction, I think that ultimately like the genetics of who you are play a huge role. And
but it seems like
my parents didn't raise me. My boarding school did.
So genetics is absolutely like a part of this, right? Like every major personality trait that you have is influenced pretty substantially by your genetics. That's just undeniable. So that's 100% true, but that's not all of it, right? Conditioning absolutely plays a major role. So you can have people who are more genetically predisposed to have personality traits, and these personality traits may correlate with certain political views. But again, these are correlations. They're not. It's not perfect. There's a lot of like environmental and conditional things you can do to change people's opinions.
So here's a study. Here's a really quick. Here's a study from just a second, right? So here, this is a study from 2008. It's called "Is There a Quote Party in Your Genes?" Using quantitative genetic models, the authors examined the sources of party identification and the intensity of that identification. The results indicate genes exert little, if any, influence on party identification, directly or indirectly through covariates. The study then goes on to also say that the strength of how partisan you are is influenced, but it's saying that the genes are not telling you which party you're going to be. So there's a source for that.
I would also
I'll take a look at it. I've seen a lot of studies to the contrary.
I would also add to Becchetto, like when it comes to the story you just told, it literally sounded like you were influenced by your parents because you ended up just like them, even though they didn't raise you because you went to boarding school. But I do think they raised you because they were always on your mind and you wanted to be like them subconsciously at the very least.
You don't know my family history to say that anywhere.
No.
Near enough.
But you said you turned out like them, right? You turned out like them?
Yeah, but not intentionally. Christ,
I didn't say intention. That's the thing.
Yeah, but there's core differences there, and it's not like, okay, so my relationship with my parents was not good enough for me to be like, oh yeah, no.
I'm not saying you want. No, listen. For me, I have a little bit of both my mom and dad's personality, at least the very best parts. But it's not like in my mind I was actively like I want to be like my dad and mom. It's just like you kind of have that as a child, that you would hope that you want to be like your parents in a sense that you kind of see like your parents as like superheroes in a sense. Like, has that never happened to you Like even from a little age.
I didn't see my parents at all. Like so my upbringing was essentially I was quite young. My parents got divorced. I barely saw either of them quite a lot, even at a very young age. Both worked very, very hard. So I didn't really have that major impression of them much.
Even when you were 3 and 4?
Yeah, like even very young. Like I was it's a complicated situation, but yeah, the idea that I knew what my parents were like just wasn't. I was raised by TV and video games.
But
so
you didn't have any sense of them at all in terms of who they were as a personality?
I didn't get to really know my parents until I was much older, no.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to Spartacus.
Okay. So what I was saying in regards to this is that the parents, they in order for you to teach your kid critical thinking skills, and in order for you to be able to convince your kid whenever you need to convince your kid, are antithetical to each other. If the kid has critical thinking skills, then the kid is going to critically think about things and is inevitably going to come up with disagreements with the parents.
Not if you have the correct agreements. Like
you're not going to have disagreements unless you have the correct agreements. What the fuck?
Yeah. If you have the correct position as a parent, I mean, if your child has the correct position, they should be able to convince you, and you should actually go on their side. I think I've convinced my mom many a time that she was wrong, and she just believed me afterwards because I was able to critically think for myself, and I had a whole different opinion of her, and I was able to advocate for my position better than she can advocate for hers. That's how the what do you call it? The marketplace of ideas
it's a disagreement, right?
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you as a parent,
so like I said, you're going to have disagreements.
What did you think I said?
I'm just listening to you. You're talking about that if you're a parent and you're good at convincing your children, like you should be, is
yeah. And
okay,
if you have
so if I said it wrong and say it correctly, then
if you have the correct agreement and your child, if you have the correct position and your child is a critical thinker, he should or they should come to the same position that you do. And if they don't, and you still hold the correct position, they should come to your side. And
correct,
if they don't,
according to who?
What do you? Okay, however you think anyone can decide what is true or not is that whatever you think.
So any disagreements with me would therefore be incorrect. If everything I believe is correct, any disagreements with me would be incorrect.
Do you think that that you decide what is true based on what you think only? Is that serious?
No, it's based off a bunch of other things, but at the same time, eventually it comes down to what I think and what I think is correct and what the kid thinks is correct. These are the two forces that we're talking about that you're saying. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say about these two forces.
Is it impossible for you to be wrong in your world because everything you think is right is always right?
No, but at the beginning of the conversation, am I going to think I'm correct?
At the beginning? No. It's not about thinking that you're correct in the beginning of the conversation.
So is there going to be disagreements?
I didn't say there wasn't going to be disagreements. What I'm saying is
that's what this whole shit started off of, bro.
Brother, I'm saying that if you have the correct position and you're saying that your child is a critical thinker and they come up with a position, they should come to the same conclusion that you came if you have the correct position. But if they don't, then you just have that battle of ideas in a marketplace of ideas.
Can you define correct position?
The ones which are true.
Okay. Yeah, the one that is true.
What did you? It's such a broad question. You want the correct one for any particular
No,
issue?
You're talking about raising a kid, so I'm just interested. Like when you say if you have the correct position, as if there's some implicit truth to, like, I don't know, left wing like ideals or like because
there is.
Again,
they're making statements about empirical facts about the world. Like that's one obvious area where it's just clearly going to be the case that one side is correct or incorrect. They're also making statements about morals.
I love this.
And morals are not
ventriloquism act. It's good. I like it.
The thing is,
I don't get it.
When we're talking about like,
I wasn't
no
okay.
idea.
Like okay,
Becchetto, there's two.
You're not the one
making
the statement.
He's saying the correct thing that I was gonna say anyways. But let me add on to what he said. When it comes to the truth, I was only talking about things that you can be verified empirically. There are some subjective truths that are just based on preference.
Okay, that's not what you said earlier when you were talking about kind of like worldviews and things. Those are very separate things. Like there's a difference between teaching your kid about evolution and giving your kid, like helping your kid find a political position, right?
Well,
Those
well,
things are much more
Well,
subjective.
they don't
are
have to
those
be
not the
mutually
same thing,
exclusive.
though? Yeah, are those mutually
You can
exclusive?
have political positions based on empirical data, right? So, I mean, which is practically almost every political position, right? And so you usually come to a conclusion of a political position based on your understanding of what you think is correct empirical data. And then if your conception of the empirical data is incorrect, all it takes oftentimes is somebody pointing you to the right direction of the correct empirical data for you to change your political position.
No, not at all. Like what? No,
I didn't say it was necessary. I did not say it was always the fact. I did not say that.
You just said it was necessary.
It's never the fact.
I
build their
always
political
hold
positions.
on.
Okay, well, for the people that critically think, that have critical thinking skills, and they realize that they were wrong, they will change their position. I'm sorry, you're talking to many people that don't have.
Hold on.
Minority of people.
I don't agree with that. I'll give you an example just from like last night, 5 a.m. I had a guy on last night on a show, and he was sitting here, and this is literally what he was telling me. And we were presenting him with all the evidence. He was telling me that dinosaurs aren't real, and the FBI was over here planting pasture casts. And
He's not a critical thinker. Sorry.
So you say that, right? So, but this guy's over here. What do you call critical thinking? Okay, he's going through the scientific method. He introduces me to evidence. He points his hypothesis. He says why he thinks this. Like those are critical thinking skills. Now he came to us the wrong conclusion, but whenever confronted with the evidence, he obviously said, "Well, I don't believe those sources," right? And he came up with his own critical thinking reasoning. So even if you are critically thinking, you could be thinking like incorrectly. Doesn't mean you can't get bamboozled, bro.
I do agree with that part at the very least. Like, the people I invite here, I hope have good critical thinking skills. My friend Lactoid here, I think he's a critical thinker.
But yet,
Admiral Gibbs, I have a question. Admiral Gibbs,
right?
Real quick, let me ask a question.
One second, D10. 1 second,
I was
please.
raised communist, so I guess that's where I get it.
But Prime, do you consider yourself a critical thinker, right? You think you're a critical thinker as well, but you and someone you consider a critical thinker disagree because there is disagreements in critical thinking. Hell, there's disagreements in science. There's supposed to be disagreements in science until you come to the concrete fact. When you are a critical thinker, it is
none of that has any disagreement with D10.
That's
like you're proving D10's point, or you're proving D10's point.
No,
like,
I'm
the scientific method. Listen,
Cynthia.
I've heard Cynthia, but Cynthia's new.
So wait 1 second, please.
Okay.
This whole conversation started off of disagreements. He interrupted me after I talked about disagreements. This whole conversation started off about disagreements and how I said there was bound to be disagreements if you raise someone with critical thinking skills.
And I added to this by saying that the disagreements they'll converge the correct view over time. That's the view he's taking. In the scientific method, you converge at the correct view over time. Over long enough periods of time, the correct view, you're more likely to have a correct view if you're using the scientific method than when you initially start out.
Okay,
he's not saying that you can change their mind.
No. Further than that, real quick. Further than that, when you're talking about the scientific community, the scientific method, rarely is it ever the case before major consensus do people say that this is true, this is the truth. They would always say that we're confident in this and stuff like that. So that's like different than saying that this is true. Like I'm right, you're wrong.
That's a misunderstanding of how scientific language is used. Like you never commit yourself. But
that's what I'm saying, though. Literally what I just said.
Yeah, but you never really. But when you've got a scientific paper that says we are convinced of this outcome, that's not them going, it might be. That's generally when we get to the point where we start calling something a theory. Like the theory of evolution isn't just a theory.
Okay, you're just adding.
How we're using that language.
You're not contradicting anything I said. Thank you.
Well, okay.
D10 has this power with people. This is the first time I've ever seen this. He'll just say correct stuff over and over again, and everyone wants to attack him for it.
Prime has seen it time and time again.
Okay, but it's how you say things. You say things with this weird absolute, and then you're like, "Well, actually, I said that," and it doesn't sound to the rest of us like
what
you're saying those things.
What absolute did I say that was incorrect?
I mean, I basically, you're saying that people can't like come to like this is where I disagree with what you're saying. I agree with most of what you said, but I'll tell you where I do disagree is I think a lot of people are capable of critically thinking. I think a lot of people are capable of using the scientific method, and even within the scientific community, people can come to like wildly different outcomes or whatever based on data interpretation. And you're going to sit here and say, oh, there's only the one correct, right? But how often have scientific theories changed over time? You know, and it's like
Sorry, before we continue on, I'm sorry, it took me a while to see this. Because I get a little of these things. But Lawson Harrison, thank you for the $20 super chat, because it's from YouTube. I hope you're still there. I'm sorry. He says, what's the difference between brainwashing and education? He said that like 11 minutes ago. So this is basically what Lactoid was trying to get to. Like how far you push things.
Brainwashing lacks critical thinking.
I would think so. I think that's part of the.
You ask people not to question what you say when you brainwash them.
Yeah. I suppose so. And just quickly on that point, it's something that I've considered a lot. Like, how do I properly mold my child? And like, I guess I'm a lot closer to what Dream is saying, not like completely aligned, but a lot closer at the very least. In that I want to be able to present my child with good arguments. I want to be able to let them know here's what I think, but not be afraid of them going out into the world, encountering different ideas, letting them know that you can come back to me and we can discuss it, right? And again, no matter what you do, I'm gonna still love you, right? Even if you fall down the libertarian mind trap. Right? Like let's say he's gonna visit Uncle Lactoid, right? And I'm like, oh no. I don't know what will happen after that. But so despite that,
they're gonna be watching my stream. But
I still love them. Nonetheless, but that part's really important, though. I think it really is, because once you give people that space to know that they can explore these different ideas, like I'm anti-religious, but like maybe they decided to want to become Christian. I'm not going to say you can't do that. I want to give them the space to explore that and then talk to me about it. And then oftentimes people change their minds later on any which way. So you just being cruel or was it authoritarian about your decision-making process only locks them in to spite you, rather than giving them the space to explore and then come back to you. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I think you're right about this. So yeah. So that's my opinion there. We're pretty much done with this the space for this topic. So let's move on.
Next topic is not that interesting to me, but we'll do it.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Much appreciated. But Lawson, again, I'm sorry. I hope you're still there. Lawson, are you still there? Please tell me you're there.
He's still here.
Okay.
I forgot
How do you know that?
Lawson's my boy, dude. He's awesome.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lawson, that I didn't get to your thing earlier, because I usually
does Lactoid have plants?
Wait, do I what?
Have plants in other people's chats? Is that how you're trying to win debates now? You just send your groups out to other people? Ask this question.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Whenever you embrace capitalism, you have more money to send people places. Right? That's the secret.
Wait, Admiral Gibbs, what did you say you disagreed with me on?
I just disagree with the idea that people can't come to the conclusions with using critical thinking.
That's what I wanted to say, Admiral. Yeah. When I think of somebody that is a critical thinker, I think of somebody that is void of logical fallacies. If they were able to make their position and arguments clear without any logical fallacies, then I would say that that they're a critical thinker. But oftentimes, I think some of the things that you've stated, like the person that doesn't believe dinosaurs existed, I think they are committing a logical fallacy in their line of thinking to not reach a conclusion that dinosaurs did not exist. Because in the mountain,
that's convenient. Right?
How's that? Could the truth be convenient?
No, no.
The truth is never convenient.
Becky, I'll let you respond, and then I'm going to say a thing. Then we're going to move on, because I don't want to spend a lot of time with this.
Okay, so but the problem is that let's take veganism. Veganism is the best example for this. Veganism is completely morally consistent. It's
Sure.
like if you take veganism as an argument, then and you're truly being logical about all the actions we take in society, most people would be vegan. So anybody who's not
what
vegan,
was that?
What?
Most
if you're
people
just
why would
No.
most people be vegan?
if you're just going on the basis of making decisions based on having consistent logical arguments,
Could you not? Can anti-veganists not be just as consistent? I'm confused.
It's pretty difficult to be consistent on being an anti-vegan. It's like a whole.
It's really
I'm not anti-vegan, not vegan. I'm very consistent.
So here we go.
Hold on. It just depends on how bad the situation is.
But this is where I'm like, this is the whole umbrage I have with your point. Veganism is entirely logically consistent.
I'm not saying it's not.
Okay, let me finish the point. Anybody who's argued with vegans consistently will come to this conclusion that morally it is obviously the correct
No, it's not the correct. It is no, I would never say that.
But then this is my question of how
it's not. No. This is way different than the whole dinosaur. It's way different than the whole.
Let Beckett cook. Let Beckett cook for a second.
The dinosaur argument. The
dinosaur question half an hour ago, which was your statement is, if you've got the correct position, you should be able to influence your children through logic to hold those correct positions. Yes, that's your statement, right?
Yes, but it's only when we talk about empirical facts, such as a dinosaur is existing, right?
But you didn't say that.
I made the qualification. If you don't want to, I literally qualified it later on.
Okay.
So for my own clarification, does that mean that, like, because again, the same is true of political statements. They could have the same logical grouping as veganism, and you may go, okay, well, that's all logically consistent, but I'm still not going to hold that position. So
so it exists. Things exist where it's just a matter of preference and not truth. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That was my umbrage with you half an hour ago.
So when you talk about veganism, that's a preference. That's not it's true, therefore I'm vegan.
So crazy wrong. If it was the case, look, if you think the morals are just based on your preferences, here's a hypothetical, right? If it was the case that you preferred to beat dogs to death, would it be good to beat dogs to death?
It's not all morals. Listen to me. It is not.
So animal abuse, that's preference based, but other things aren't. What's the special thing about veganism?
Okay, hold on. I'm a moral relativist, so whatever.
Oh, yikes! No.
Whatever question.
Did nothing wrong.
Whatever question you're gonna ask me, number one. And whatever question you're gonna ask me.
Why are we trying to get out for half an hour?
Okay, stop talking. Okay, all right. So the thing Beckett had said earlier, but like you guys barely let him get it out, was that like he had a problem with the way you state things. A dream, right? And I think it does cause friction. I hear you. I think, and I've known Dream for like a year plus now. I'm not sure how long. But for quite a long time. And you do have this friction with other people in the panel. And I think it is the way you present your arguments. Not that your arguments are wrong necessarily, right? Sometimes they are. But sometimes they're wrong. But it's just like the way you present them. And so what Beckett was saying, that the way you formulate it is that you make some sort of absolute statement, right? And then people like are reacting to that absolute, be like, oh, no, never mind. Like, here are all the caveats to that. And then we have to pick through all those caveats to eventually get to your actual position.
I don't think that's accurate. We can literally, I'll watch a VOD with you any day, and if I'll give you $100 if I do that.
I genuinely
take that bet.
I will take that bet. Up here, not financially. I'm not going to bet $100. But Dream is saying things which the literal interpretation of those things are true, and the obvious interpretation is true. And he says them with a lot of confidence. He throws them out there in a way that feels very absolute. But he puts the qualifier in the initial statements. He'll say stuff like almost always, and it's like, oh, almost, yeah, like yeah, makes sense. That is almost always.
So I'll give my my thought on thoughts. I think that like I look at it as a machine, right? It's a machine that has inputs will be information, and then outputs would be conclusions. And there is a throughput there, and that throughput, like how the machine actually processes it, that's your thought processes, right? There are people who have great critical thinking skills, and that's what, and which is what I look for when I invite people into the panel. And it's not that what tells me they have good critical thinking skills isn't their output, right? Because I can disagree with their output, but it's like, can I trace the steps of the throughput, right? So like the information goes in, I see them processing it, and then it comes out the other end. Can I understand why they're making those choices,
Yes.
right? Even if I disagree with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's how you can tell like a person has critical thinking skills. If you have an input and then just have wild outputs, and you're like, how the fuck did you get there, right?
Right.
That's
Which is
an
why.
issue.
Which
And
is
then-
why I
and-
said
and,
that the
and then
person.
finally, one second. There's another part to the machine, like at the very start of this is like a lens or a filter, and that's your perspective, and that colors everything that comes out. So like that information, no matter what, and it's just like your life experiences, your education, right? These are all things that are make your very unique filter / lens for this machine. But again, that's okay as long as like you can tell that line of thinking, and you can then interact with that, right? I can interact with a person when I understand their thinking, and maybe convince them, or they can convince me of the argumentation. So that's how I look at that. Let's move on. Let's move on. But thank you all for being here, everyone out there. And if someone else gave me a hype chat now, in pounds, which is better than American money. But thank you, Savan, for saying thought process, THOT, that whole over there process, cognitive apparatus for the win. Abductive reasoning helps deal with humans' polysemy. I don't know what polysemy is. You tell me what that is. I don't know what. If anyone know what that is? POLYSEMY. I don't know what that is. But thank you so much for supporting the channel. With £7.77. What? I don't know. What is it? British person. Tell me. Or UK person, sorry. 77 pounds and
it's something like that. It's like
1.4.
Yeah, like 1.4.
No. I'm asking like how do you, like there's the pound denomination, and then like what's the smaller denomination?
Oh yeah, it's like pence. Yeah, pence.
Okay, thank you. Merciful Dionysus, thank you for the Prime Gaming resub, 19 months off the count of you. Thank you so much. Admiral Gibbs coming in for the win with a gifting a sub to Ranger and Rogue. Thank you for supporting the channel. Means a lot, does a lot, helps a lot. We are at level 1 hype train, 60% done. 37. Was it 30? No, this is wrong. 34% left. Yeah, I know math. Shut up. 34% left. 4.5 minutes of the clock. Don't do math on stream. Help us get to a level 2 hype train. It would be great how I do all these things. It's very helpful. Sub to the channel. If you are finding value here, consider subbing to the channel. You get our emotes, you get ad reviewing. Consider gifting bits or gifting subs, like a few kind individuals have done already, or hype chats. That also helps out. And if you're on YouTube, super chats are also quite helpful. Oh, someone did give a super chat on. Oh, that was also Savan. Thank you as well for giving a hype chat or super chat on YouTube. Sorry. They say hard agree on disagreement, but I disagree about agreement. By the way, it's my birthday today, so sharing the pounds with critical thinkers of okay. Thank you so much. Hey, and happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you so much for being a kind supporter of this community. It really does mean a lot. Thank you for coming back continuously and helping us out when you can, how you can. Really, that's a lot. Thank you so much. And I hope you're enjoying your special day and you have special people around you. But yeah, so help us get to that level 2 hype train if you can, if you're out there. If you're appreciating this content, find yourself coming back here all the times to yell at people, right? Consider a sub to the channel, getting bits, getting subs, or resubbing, or using a hype chat. Okay, let's continue on. And why don't we do this? Welcome to the Reverie Roundtable. We got a great group of guests. We didn't introduce him before, but we can introduce him now. But we were having such a great conversation, I didn't feel the need to interrupt. So we'll start with my friend Lactoid here. Thank you so much for joining us, Lactoid.
Thank you so much for having me. Lactoid TV. Find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Next we have our friend Synth. We haven't had here in a long time. Synth, I miss you.
What's good? I'm on YouTube at youtube.com/SINTHE. I usually cover philosophy and econ, mostly ethics stuff. If you want to find more of me, you can go there. It's almost all debate stuff.
Yeah. D10 Dream. And everyone, you're wrong. You're making the same mistake that everyone else does. It's D10. If you look at his the name on his name tag, it's D1, and then that next character, if you look closely, that's a letter O. D10 Dream. Thank you for being here, friend.
Thank you. I appreciate you for having me. Second time in a Reverie ever, I think. Great time. ABE, Reverie, we're going crazy on it all the same. And I really appreciate Synth. Please give a round of applause for Synth, because it seems like that he actually recognizes what's going on. It's not what I'm saying, it's how people are hearing me. It's their comprehension skills are lacking. Lactoid has been doing well too, but Synth has been the one vocalizing.
Let's go.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
MVP Synth, love to hear it. Hey guys, help us again with that hype train. We're at level 1. Help us get to level 2. We're almost there, level 2. It doesn't take much. It's like how much to the next level? I think it tells you. Actually, maybe it doesn't, but like it should probably tell you. Like 1 or 2 subs or something. I think will give us to level 2 hype trains. Consider something else in the channel that way. Okay, and if you have an Amazon Prime Gaming, use that 1 free sub here to get our free viewing, support the channel. Okay, let's go to our friend who is a real one, Admiral Gibbs. Thank you for gifting another sub. Thank you. I literally knew when I saw you looking away from the camera, I knew you were gifting a sub. Thank you.
Yeah,
Gibbs.
we're trying to get the hype going, bro. The hype. You know what I'm saying?
You're a regular supporter of this community and very much appreciated, friend. Thank you so much for gifting a sub.
Yeah, I was I always like coming on. My cat's freaking out. But yeah, I always like coming on Admiral Gibbs. You can find me on everything as Admiral Gibbs. We like politics and sci-fi. It's good stuff.
Okay.
You look like a Star Wars fan.
A little bit. You know, I don't know what gave it away, but.
Thank you so much. I think it's a body type, honestly. Let's go.
I don't got no neck. Listen, I keep my beard clean, but no neck beard
here. All right. Next, Beckett of Crabs, who's been a great addition. I'm really impressed every time I have you here, Beckett. I wish I've had you here sooner and more often, honestly, because you're really fun. So thank you for being a part of this.
Thanks, man. Beckett of Crabs. Yeah, most of my content at the moment is lolcows and pointing out insane pedophile defenders online for some reason. That seems to be what everyone is fucking sending me at the moment. But yeah, it's fun to be here and do some actual politics. And yeah, I'm sorry that my comprehension skills aren't keeping up. It might be the Britishness. We did basically colonize the entire world just so we didn't have to listen to other cultures. And I think that was working well for us for a while. I think we might need to go back to it.
I mean, their national dish is India's national dish. So I mean, like,
no, tea isn't even from Britain. Come on, like, to be fair, my heritage is Irish, so even I'm a product of colonialism.
Y'all just have potatoes over there.
Nah, the British took them, so we all starved to death.
Saban or Saxon? I'm always, like, they tell me how to spell the name. I always forgot already. Anyway, but they say Paul Semi is pent up, pensive, pensing. Okay, I don't know. But thank you for being here. All right, let's go to our friend Sprouticus. You're back. We haven't had you for a while, and there's a good reason why not. I'm glad you're here, friend, and I'm glad you're safe.
Hey, I'm glad to be back. No, it's been good. No, I'm the Sprouticus. You can find me at the Sprouticus and on pretty much all socials. I talk politics. I do fun stuff, which is talking politics. So if you don't like talking politics, I don't do fun stuff. But yeah, definitely come check me out, and looking forward to seeing you guys.
All right. Next, Mooncake, very recent addition to the community, back here with us. Thank you for jumping in, Mooncake.
Of course. And yeah, sorry, by the way, I didn't contribute to like the first part, but I was just like, I was kind of lost in the sauce. I didn't know what was going on. So I do apologize. But yeah, I go by Mooncake. I play Minecraft, League of Legends, and I've been on some political panels. Yeah, if you want to watch me do like weird stuff, or well, not weird, but like interesting stuff, you can find me Mooncake XO on Twitch.
Thank you, thank you. And finally, our Dark Lord and Savior. His name is DB. DB, I hope you're back. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay.
I'm DB.
Yeah. The actual prepared topic it's a bummer. But hopefully we can address this with a bit of grace. On Friday, an Alabama mayor died from an apparent suicide after shooting himself or theirself. Missed that one. This was days after an expose was released, featuring pictures of them in makeup and women's clothes. The mayor, named quote unquote Bubba Copeland, was apparently in the process of transitioning and shared their journey online, but not directly with the constituents. After admitting to the news outlet that they were running the social media accounts that featured them in racy outfits, they promptly deleted their online presence. Soon after that, Copeland was dead. By all accounts, Copeland was a good and popular mayor. Yet this story was run and apparently shamed them into suicide. In your opinion, should this story have been released? Did the public have the right to know, especially when there was no apparent harm? And do you think the suicide is inevitable result of years of trans bigotry? So yeah, really, really sad story. This mayor seemed to have done a lot for their town and seemed to be well liked. I'm outside of that. I'm not there, but from the reports I see, this would be the case. Also, they were a pastor in their community, so they were like a big leader. And so like I got a bit of an update to this story later on. So we found out a bit more about how they died. They had told this news outlet that they didn't want the pictures run, but they ran it any which way. There's a video of him apologizing to his church, letting them know that he didn't want to shame them or whatever. Then someone asked for a wellness check. This guy, the police come and try to find them. Apparently there was like a slow car chase that happens. He gets out of the car, produces a gun, and he shoots himself. That's how his life ended. So yeah, let's talk about this story. Start from Ben Lactoy.
Yeah, just want to start with two statements. Doxing is generally bad, and this suicide in particular is a tragedy, for sure. So, however, to the actual substance of the discussion, the level of privacy expectation for a politician is an incredibly difficult question, right? On one hand, you have an individual who has some social expectation of privacy, and on the other, you have someone who's requesting to be entrusted with the power from the public. And I think that public does have some right to know who this person is and whether or not they should be entrusted with this power. In this specific case, I am incredibly torn about whether or not this information should have been presented, and I probably could be swayed either way. When you are an elected official, right? I mean, we can think about other elected officials who had their privacy leaked. Trump had his Stormy Daniels stuff leaked. Bill Clinton's blowjob story was leaked to the public. All very personal and private stuff. It absolutely could have led to a suicide, and that would have been a tragedy as well. In this particular case, we do have some details that may have justified it, like maybe more to the side of this being leaked. I don't know if it's actually true, but one of the websites that you linked, Prime, in the invite indicated that some of the erotica this mayor was writing that was leaked included a fantasy about the character meant to represent the mayor killing a nearby real life like small business owner and taking over her identity. Like that was part of the erotica. That's pretty fucking bizarre. And that's definitely something that I would want to know about before voting for somebody. So again, I'm sort of leaning towards like this. It was probably, it's probably okay that this was leaked, but it's a difficult call. So I'm open to be convinced otherwise.
Thank you so much. Synth, please.
Sure. So it's probably good to keep in mind the actual news story that was leaked and not like potential things that could have been leaked. There's probably something out there, and there's including the kind of weird erotica. What I don't think is that big of a deal, but the thing that I think is more weird is some of the images that Copeland had posted privately. Not the images of Copeland, but images which are supposed to be like caption porn. I thought some of those had some weird messaging in it, which obviously is worth criticizing. But the initial story that was leaked by 1819 News didn't mention anything about the weird erotica. It mentioned that there was an erotica account, nothing about the specific weird one that's like a morally kind of a weird area. And it didn't mention anything about the weird caption porn. The article was specifically an attack on Copeland, trying to portray them as transgender. And I think that the line that we need to have for politicians' privacy is the things that should be published are that are clearly private information are the kinds of things that should be counted against them. If it's the case that something that shouldn't be counted against them, then there's no reason to publish it publicly. So publishing the story is clearly the initial story from 1819 News, clearly a moral wrong. After Copeland's death, right after Copeland's death, the same day, they then published another story following up, talking about the weird erotica. But the initial story was clearly in the not in the moral gray area. It was clearly morally wrong.
Green.
I think this is a big lesson for internet etiquette and your internet diet. In terms of, do not engage with anything on the internet, even behind a secret identity, because of how technology works nowadays, that you don't want people to see. Unfortunately, it's because if it's information about you, people are gonna want to get it, and like as long as it's not doxing. I don't think this counts as doxing, because to me, doxing is like the release of like your address or phone number or something like that. This is like information that is kind of like interesting to know about somebody. It's kind of like what TMZ does a little bit when they follow you and take pictures of you. Oh, they're dating somebody. This is kind of like similar to that. And I think maybe there's arguments where it could be doxing. I have to hear that. But other than that, I don't think the attack was good. Like, if somebody's transgender on their private time, they want to hide it from the world, and you see that, I get it. There's probably a lot of money in it to reveal that, especially if they're a politician. But it's probably generally a bad idea to reveal somebody. Like, don't out somebody like that. Like, as a courtesy of being polite. And then, did the public have a right to know? No, I don't think they have a right to know is such a strong word. I don't know if anyone has a right to know anything private or somebody that's trying to hide, but it's not like bad to know either. So, and I think the suicide is an invertible result of years trans. I think, I don't know if he was really well liked. I think there was a mental health problem. I mean, any suicide is a huge mental health problem. Like for anybody that has ever committed it or wanted to commit it, it is a huge mental health problem. And we can't say that it's just years of trans bigotry, because a lot of people that are trans, go through life not killing themselves. So we do have to acknowledge that the vast majority of the problem is probably his mental health. Did it contribute? Absolutely. But I think it was definitely something deep inside him or them that had something going on, and maybe this was the final straw. So yeah, that's it.
Gibbs.
So yeah, I want to say, yeah, this is sad. It's a very tragic story. My heart goes out for him. It's bad. That being said, I also think that I want to say I think the news story was in bad taste, and the way that it was presented. A reading says, what to say, that the Baptist mayor was Copeland is a transgender curvy girl. Like, it was definitely incendiary in the way they went about writing it. Right. However, I think Dream said that it's also very similar to how TMZ writes their pieces, And this comes back to I'm a freedom of speech guy, and this person is a public official, a mayor, right? And so I think that the public has every right to know whatever they can about their public officials, right? I think as when you become a public official, to a degree, you give up your right to privacy, right? And so this is something he's a GOP mayor living in a conservative area, and there's a reason why he was doing this in secret, not openly playing it. And I think his voters do have a right to know, like, right? And so it's like I said, it's tragic, but I mean, it's also why we have free speech in the first place. Due to people wanting to know who they're actually voting for.
Thank you, Beckett.
Okay, so when looking at stories, it's not just do you have a right to know, it's whether this is in the public interest. So generally, when we've seen people outed before as gay, for example, often it's been senators, congressmen, politicians generally, who themselves have been gay while campaigning very heavily against LGBT rights. And you deal with that level of hypocrisy in the way people are acting. Quickly, for the definition of doxing, this has variable definitions, but the way we treat it is malicious. Taking somebody's online information, especially somebody who may not have good online etiquette and knowledge in the older generations, and weaponizing that against them. And let's be clear, if you're in an area where you're not going to have many other people around you as part of your community, whether that's LGBT or of a particular political demographic, we use the internet to kind of explore those things. Part of the problem with this and the way we treat these things is there are cases where we've got the classic one is Randy Stair. Randy Stair was a trans woman who had no outlet and turned into a fucking mass shooter. Like, it's really dangerous to like keep the idea of, well, we need to suppress those things, keep them inside, keep them hidden. Like, I don't know if this is the society any of us want to live in. This is clearly something that would have caused damage to this guy. The intention seems to be either to just create clicks or malicious. I think it's very, very difficult to defend. And generally, even though we have freedom of speech, we also have journalistic standards for protecting people. And if that has been like violated, if this man has killed himself over these images being released, I think we have to ask serious questions about the intention and ethics of how this story's been handled. I think it's a bit fucking wild to be like, hey, well, if he hadn't posted it, it wouldn't have happened. Maybe it's his fucking fault. I think that's a wild take to have.
Thank you. Spartacus.
Yeah, so there's a few issues I have so far. D10 said that there's been plenty of trans people that have lived their entire lives and not done something like this, not killed themselves, which seems like a wild misunderstanding of what drives someone to that. Second off, like I don't think I don't think this is as much trans bigotry as it is just the bully mentality that we've seemed to pick up over the years. That we're free to cyberbully or to send DMs, threatening DMs, to send whatever we want over the internet, just to kind of like let whatever we want go and just like work with it later, because the internet has provided like some kind of like a brick wall of security that people feel like they can just do whatever they want from their phone. We don't know what DMs this person received. We don't know what we don't know what emails this person received. Like we don't know this information, right? I think it's very I don't think we should be judging like what caused him to commit suicide, because I think we can get really risky behavior there. But rather the fact that it's a tragedy that this happened, right? That the journalistic integrity was not followed. And the bully mentality of America right now has led to the death of a mayor that was very well liked. Like I think that's more what we should focus on rather than like what caused him to commit suicide. Because we go down that road, we're just speculating. I think it's a very dangerous area to speculate in.
Thank you, Mooncake.
So some people already said kind of what I was going to say as well, but yeah, overall, personally, I think this is a misuse of journalism. I think the intention here was to just name and shame. And I think people tend to do this a lot, especially within the LGBTQ community. It's the same thing as outing, right? People didn't know this is what he did in his spare time. It was never under his mayor, like his official name. He did try to obviously hide the profile, and I do think even as a politician, you are owed a certain level of privacy, right? Your private life, sexually or whatever you do, should not be made to the world. It doesn't need to be. It has nothing to do with your politics. And I think that's something that needs to be considered. Yeah, I do think that this does involve a little bit of trans bigotry. I think they knew people in the town probably wouldn't take it well. And also, we have to think about the impact on his family, what his kids are going to go through in school, and what other kids are going to say to his kids, right? And how people are going to see his wife.
And finally, Doobie.
This is obviously trans bigotry. I think that it's clearly not an inappropriate sort of post, and I think it's disgusting. I don't need to know about my politicians' like fetishes. I don't need to know if they fuck their wife in the ass. I don't need to know how they like to get their dick sucked. I don't need to know what they like to wear in the privacy of their homes. It's not relevant to anything. Anything that about their position. So yeah, I just think it's so.
To the panel.
So,
all right, I'm going in for Admiral Gibbs. All right, look, you said that you're a freedom of speech guy, and the public has a right to know whatever they can about a public official, and you totally give up your right to privacy. So I want to ask you, if your girlfriend won position of a school board, she won an elected position on a school board, can I take nude photos of her through the bathroom window, or is there some right to privacy left?
Whoa, what? So extreme.
Simple question. It's extreme.
Okay.
It's intended to be. What's your answer, Admiral Gibbs?
To be fair, all right. When I say no expectation of privacy, I mean within the realm of reason. Like that is clearly a crime. Like you can't just be going and taking nudes of people through windows. That's a crime. So there's a
What if it
standard.
was legal? Would it be okay then?
Well, it's not legal, and I think
Yeah. The question was, what if it was legal? If it was legal, is it okay then?
I mean, I would say no, but I mean,
Cool.
okay.
So what makes it within the bounds of reason? This is the question. How the fuck is that within that story? How is that within the bounds of reason?
All right. Do you want me to answer? All right. So I'll answer for you. All right. So listen, you got me. I guess I do have a line of where I think there's an indecency, right? And I think the indecency is someone taking photos through your window of your naked wife or girlfriend, as opposed to like they found your secret profile that you had hidden online. And I feel like you're also undercutting a second big thing.
That doesn't answer my question.
What do you mean?
I asked you, what is the line? I'm asking you, what is reasonable?
I think if there's a difference. If you put something in the public world and it's able to be found by people, then it's on you at that point, as opposed to, hey, I fucking telescoped in on your girl that was in a shower.
So let's say instead of it being the case that you have to like sneak in and like open the window, it's just the case that she's got an open window open and she's changing her clothes in public view. You can see it. Can I take photos of her and publish them online?
I think pornography, unwanted pornography, unconsented pornography.
It's exactly. It's unconsented pornography is what you're doing, basically.
I'm asking you not what is the legal line, what is your moral line? Obviously, in the case of publishing somebody's nude photos, listen, they published unwanted pornography. Listen, they published unwanted pornography. That person's nude photos of them in like a little skimpy dress, a little skimpy bikini, right? They published that on a news website. They didn't want it on the news website, so clearly it's not wanted. So unwanted pornography is not your line.
Here's the difference. No, the line is one of them put that out there for people to see. The other one is being someone's coming in and taking photos through the privacy of their own home.
No, I just told you. Let's say she does it in front of a window where you can see. She's putting it out there for people to see.
Of their home. I mean, you know the line, bro.
Those photos are taken in the privacy of his own phone. Where is the line? I don't see the line yet.
I mean, I'm telling you, there's a line. You know what's consent to.
Where is the line? I think this is clearly on one side of the line. I don't agree with you on where the line is.
I think I can articulate the line for you, Admiral.
Admiral, wait, one sec. I want to ask Admiral one question, please. So, Admiral, I'm trying to follow Sid's logic here, and I think I'm tracking here, but I have one specific scenario he didn't really bring up, and I'm curious. So what if the same scenario? What if she posted what if she had nude pictures of herself in iCloud, right? And then that iCloud's shared with maybe say you, and then someone gets a hold of your phone, or someone happens to get into the iCloud and has those pictures, is it okay for them to publish those online? Because the first person that you suggested, where you said you drew the line, is that he posted these online. So did your girlfriend or wife in this scenario. It was posted online, right?
All right, listen, like y'all are really
Admiral, let me help you out, Admiral. Let me help you out. I think let me create a line for you, and maybe you can agree with this line. The line for you in terms of do not put this out in the public eye is if it's an unwanted nudity picture or unwanted nudity situation, right? Is that the line?
That line would still cover the story then.
That line was crossed.
The difference is one of them.
Hold on, wait. This story, they were naked in this story?
They were a little tiny skimpy bikini, and you could like practically see their fucking pubic hair. You can take a look at the image yourself.
Because this was posted in a public forum, right?
This is kind of
the line is unwanted nudity. This has crossed that line.
There's a major difference. Let me start with.
Okay, so we'll let Admiral give respond. Mooncake, I saw your hand. Doobie, I think you went to something like.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say my one little spiel first, and then I'm gonna address kind of what y'all said. All right, so. There's two folds of this that y'all are kind of like glossing over. One, he's a GOP mayor, right? So he's got a constituency. Two, he's also the pastor of a church that's in the Southern Baptist Convention. I just looked this up. What he's done is like highly against what their like moral stand-up is. Now I know y'all may not see that as what matters to y'all because y'all don't agree with, but his constituency and his church should have the right to know if someone is sitting here advocating or doing values that they don't believe in, right? I would expect the same from like the left, right? If they had put someone out there and suddenly the guy was doing something that was against their left, I would expect people to follow through. So even if this story was in bad taste, it's still putting out a part of their life that most of their constituency and his congregation and the higher ups at the church would not agree with, right? So he still put this out to, like Lackland said, a public forum. This wasn't like an invasion where they came in and they like snuck in and they got him. Somehow these people were he put it on a public forum and he accepted them and they were able to get this information. So he was putting this info out there as opposed to like somebody hacked my iCloud and saw my nudes that I made. That's a lot different. Like, and you can't act like they're in the same sort of consent class when one of them's a show and tell and the other one's like, something private between, people that are like risque together.
So I want to ask you something. You just said we glossed over this fact. We glossed over the fact that the constituency wouldn't like it. So if you think the line is based on popular support, then I'll just ask you, if you think it has anything to do with the popular support of the constituency, do you think it's the case that if you had let's say the year is 1850 and a mayor has a secret black wife. Secretly, his wife's black. He doesn't tell the public about this because they really, really hate it. He's in the deep South. He's in fucking Alabama, and he's got a black wife. Is it the case that the fact that he has a black wife, is that something that we should be posting publicly?
Should or allowed?
Should. We are making a moral claim. This is the entire discussion about morals.
Should or allowed? Should or allowed?
You can have a moral.
Nobody's talking about allowing. We're talking about, is it the case that what they published here is morally reprehensible? Should they have not published it? Usually they have a right to know. I'm telling you, they don't have a right to know.
I don't think it's morally irreprehensible. Like the guy.
I think they have some right to know.
The guy chose to do this, right? He chose to do this.
Answer the question. Don't dodge.
I'm trying to. He put it out there for the. As far as the black wife thing, all right. Listen, we're gonna sit here and act like what's morally reprehensible, moral what. And not like we all know it's going to cause that guy some danger if he's living in the South. But guess what? It's the same thing. It's still freedom of speech. It's not their duty to protect these other people, even if it's in bad taste or poor
freedom of speech is about abridging the ability for somebody else to say something. I'm not saying the cops should storm into 18. Listen. The cops shouldn't storm into 1819 News and gun everyone down. I'm telling you what they posted was morally irresponsible. Freedom of speech includes freedom to shut the fuck up and not speak sometimes. In the case of 1819 News, they should have chosen to use their freedom of speech to not publish this. Now, answer my question directly. My question was, in the case of that black wife story, yes or no, is it the case that it'd be morally acceptable to publish that?
Here's my answer, that the news is always, if a news place wants to publish a story, as long as it's vetted and fact-checked.
You're just not going to answer it.
I'm trying to answer right now, but you can just keep interrupting me. We can do that too. But listen, so what I'm saying is a news source, whether it's 1850 or it's now, if they go and they vet the story and they can prove it's factually true, then they are well within the right morally to post the story.
That's not what I asked you. I just asked you they have a right to. I'm asking you, should they do it? Yes or no? Answer the question.
They morally have the imperative to report the news. What their bottom line, they're a business, bro. They're trying to make money.
What do you think when you say you said they're a business, right? Just because you're a business doesn't mean you should do anything that makes you money. Now, but the question here is, should they publish this? You're saying, they have a duty to report the
In fact,
news.
I-
I
so
agree
the
they have a
argument why the story-
duty to report. You constantly complain about interruptions. I interrupt you way less than you interrupt me. So if it's the case that you're saying they should report the news, they have a duty to report the news. What about this makes it relevant news? What about makes it relevant news? You don't think every possible piece of news is something they have a duty to report? Otherwise, all the news that 1819 News has not published would be something they did morally wrong. What about this makes it the relevant news that they have an obligation to report?
All right, so like I said, let me explain this one more time. This is actually a totally different scenario. So the black wife scenario that you brought up earlier, that's affecting maybe this guy's personal life. This guy is a public figure in the mayor, yeah, and their health safety, right? But this guy is a public figure. He's the mayor of the town. He's also a pastor that is going against the values of his congregation, right? You are telling me that's not the same, and these people don't have a right to know that their pastors engage in activities they might be.
Did he espouse those values? The values that goes against his congregation. He espoused
Hold
those
on.
values.
So we
We
do have a bunch of people in line, so we'll continue on.
Okay.
And Beckett, you are in line, so we're gonna go to our friend Mooncake Doobie. Like to it, Beckett.
Sorry, just to respond to Gibbs, but I was just thinking that like when you think about the story overall, I really think you have to think about the intention. This newspaper, whoever, their intention was not to inform the public that, oh, by the way, this is what's going on. It was to discredit this person, to shame them in front of the community. If they wanted to inform the congregation so much that that he was doing these things, they could have gone to the congregation. They could have gone to the church. There must have been someone else in the town they could go to. They did it to make money, to get clicks. They knew it would shame him. And part of me thinks, if not like a charge, a lawsuit, because at this point they knew what they were doing. And the result was him committing suicide. I do think that falls into the realm a little bit of potential manslaughter. That's just a personal opinion.
Okay. Let's go to our friend DB. I'm sure Lacto can comment on that later. But thank you so much, Mooncake. I was gonna say man cake. That would have been weird. I'm sorry. Let's go. DB, please.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Synth and Mooncakes. I think that it's pretty clear that the intention was just to humiliate him, right? Like that's it. So, given that we understand that that's clearly the intention, like, and even if it weren't the intention, like, even if they genuinely believed that his congregation or his constituents had some reason, some news would come out of the knowledge that he had a Reddit account where he liked to post photos, whatever, right, or like fantasize about things. I wonder how far you would take that, because I mean, we could go to the nudes examples, but I mean, what if it's something as simple as like a news organization going to all of your old like ex-girlfriends, asking them for details about your dick size and how you like to fuck, and whether or not you're good at it, and getting like all your sexting, everything you've ever told them about your life, every sort of detail about your sexual interactions or bad breakups or whatever, and then posting all of those publicly for everyone to see. I mean, like, it's just, there's some things just out of the realm of like relevancy, right? When it comes to someone's like position as a mayor or politician or whatever, right? And I think this is one of those things. I think your sexting or how you like your dick sucked is another one of those things. I don't think we politicians owe their constituents every bit of detail about their lives. I think they're allowed to have some privacy. And this account was not linked to his mayorship at all. It was a totally separate account, not linked to his name, not linked to anything about his position.
Let's go to Electro Doobie. Yeah, you are. We're having a little bit of interference, like a little lag. We can understand you. We heard everything you said, but just maybe try disconnecting, reconnecting.
Okay, we'll do.
I have just a question and then an example and then another question. So I want to get it in order. My first question is to you, Synth. I'm curious. Do you if you could explain what your line is, and kind of your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I gave it in my opening statement, but to summarize, my line is just that if it's the case that it's a piece of information that should be counted against the politician, then it's something that, yeah, I think that you should be publishing. If it's the case of something that shouldn't be counted against them, then I think the right to privacy applies in those cases. So in the case of Bill Clinton, right, obviously, there are like several moral issues with what he did. The idea of him cheating on his wife is the one that went with, but obviously that's relevant. But the most relevant one is just that there's like a really, really bad power dynamic between like a boss and the employee in a case like that. makes it incredibly morally irresponsible. So that's why that should be held against them and should be public. Just because something's of a sexual nature, just because it's something that's like a generally private nature, doesn't mean it's the kind of thing that should always be private. It's just if it shouldn't be held against you, it shouldn't be published.
What about the Stormy Daniels thing with Trump? Should that have been held against him?
Oh, so in the case of like, I think accusations of hypocrisy, like you're doing something that goes against your values. I think that's the kind of thing which is super fair to criticize. If it was the case that there was some like clip or something of Copeland like shitting on trans people, some clear statement of like I think trans people are bad, then yeah, I think it would be fair to publish it in those scenarios, right? Because like he was a Republican, but he didn't. To my knowledge, I've seen nothing that shows that he was transphobic. So I think it doesn't show like something out of accord with your values.
Well, he was a minister who was a pastor. He was a pastor of a Baptist church, I believe.
Yeah, you could be a pastor of a church. You could be a pastor of a Baptist church, even, and just think that it's the case that like the general consensus among most Baptists is wrong on trans issues. If you directly read the Bible, there's not really a good reason to think the Bible is anti-trans. Because like there's a lot of confusion. I agree, but there's like lines out of the Bible that say that if you make yourself a eunuch for the kingdom of God, then you're blessed.
Well, I just have a statement real quick. I guess this hypocrisy exception, I think, is like an interesting one where like I can see why it's appealing, because it would be fucking awful like if you knew that this person had some like I can think of Stormy Daniels, although I'm not even sure like I can't, unless you can find a Trump saying like he's always faithful to his wife, which is not something that somebody would normally say like in regular cadence. Then I don't necessarily know.
Say that. Mike
Pence would say, yeah, but I don't like, unless you can find that, I don't necessarily see why leaking the Stormy Daniels thing was necessarily catching Trump in hypocrisy.
So it's not about your expressed hypocrisy. You don't have to have like an explicit statement. If it's obviously the case there's one value that you have and then you go against that value, then there's an issue there. If it's the case that we don't really have good reason to believe you hold a certain value, then it's not the case. It's hypocrisy. But I want to make it clear, it's not an exception. My original line was if it's something that should be held against you, and I think that hypocrisy is something that should be held against politicians.
Well, if it should be held against you, but that's just like, I mean, this is like begging the question. The question is, what should be held against you, right? And the question is, something that's hypocritical can be held against you, I suppose. But like,
it's not begging the question. So the reason why it's important to say that it should be held against you is because the defense of this is not that it's something that should be held against you. That's not why like Gibbs here is defending it as being. Gibbs is saying the reason why this is okay to post isn't because it should be held against you, but because of the fact that it's public, it's information that ought to be public for some other reason.
No, because I'm saying that because listen, you just when you're talking about the hypocrisy, right? So this guy is presenting himself as a pastor at a Southern Baptist Convention member church, right? Who is very articulated what their values are. This guy's empowered by the Southern Baptist Convention to continue to be that. So he's representing these values. So by what he's doing is going against those values and doing something hypocritical. And this
How is he going against his values?
Because he's representing himself as a Southern Baptist compliant preacher. Like, right? That's something he is. You have to take when you go in there. He's openly is this person, right? He's part of the Southern Baptist Convention, right? So he's going in there. They represent a certain core values, right? So, okay. Now, this is the values they represent. Now, in his free time, he's doing something that goes wholesale against those values. That's literally the definition of hypocrisy.
Yeah. The issue is I don't think those are his values.
Okay.
I don't think there's any good reason to believe
it doesn't matter what his values.
I don't think
it
does. If you say no, it does matter because what you just said is that's the definition of hypocrisy to go against your values. So it does matter what his values are. If you can't make the argument he actually held those values, or there's any good reason to believe he's holding those values, then it doesn't make any sense.
Are they not his values?
Wait, no, hold on, real quick. No. So wait. This goes against what you just said, though, Synth. Like you said, you don't have to specifically say something, but if you're representing yourself, to be something, and then you do behavior that's contradictory to that,
you didn't listen to the entire sentence.
You call that hypocritical enough to reveal. Isn't somebody who is like a minister at a Southern Baptist Convention church, which I don't know if you know, like Southern Baptist churches, like they're not going to be supporting this kind of behavior, and he's representing himself as this in order to get votes in a Republican county.
The theology
How
of
is
being
this not?
That is hypocrisy.
Yeah, the theology of being a Southern Baptist. So I agree that like there's in the cases where you represent a certain value publicly, it doesn't have to be the case you explicitly say it. I'm telling you that the theology of baptism of Southern Baptist churches broadly is not one that entails any anti-trans position. There's no reason why he's contradicted his values by lying about them or that he holds a certain type of value
That's
that he's not acting on. I agree. You can use induction and evidence to figure out what somebody's values actually are, and then if they don't act in accord with those values, that's something to hold against them. But there's no good reason to believe those were his values. There's no good reason for that, and he's never said those are his values. It doesn't have to be explicit that you say it in order to induct about somebody's values, but we both know those aren't his fucking values, and he hasn't lied about his values.
No. This is
Gibbs, you gotta wait. It was Lacto's turn. We gotta get to Becky. You've been waiting very patiently, and I love you for being patient.
This is just maybe like a difference in how like induction here, where like I think it's actually probably like when you are a minister of a Southern Baptist church, when you're representing yourself as this to the congregation, I think that is actually like it was more hypocritical for him to be engaging in this while presenting himself as that than it was for Trump, who never really presented himself as this, grandiose moral grandstander. He was always kind of like a playboy, like, hung around a lot of pretty women, did the whole pageant thing. Like that's what kind of his image. And so he fucked a porn star, right? I mean, it's not really too out of his character. That didn't seem like super hypocritical to me. And the fact that the media ran wild with that, I don't know. I think that's actually.
I think we're hold on. I think we're like so my understanding of the Stormy Daniels thing. The reason it was such a big media thing, he fucked a porn star or whatever, but also the allegation was that he used campaign money to pay her off to get her to shut up.
That came after. The initial story was like, oh my God, he fucked a porn star.
And also,
I'm pretty sure that was included in the initial story.
And also that's
not how I recall it.
About that. The other thing about that, it wasn't that Trump was hypocritical himself. At least maybe some people said that, but that's not what the focus was. It was that his constituents were saying that he was a godly individual, and that he was chosen or whatever. But then we can point out these cases where he did awful things that should go against their ideology, but they backed him anyway. They did I don't hear this. So that's the okay.
So Becky, I think dividing line.
Could you use the constituents thing against Bubba as well?
Wait. You can yell at me later. Okay. Beckett, please.
Okay, I think the hypocrisy angle and also the focus on sex with this is probably muddying the waters, because I don't think we'd say this with other things. There's a long-standing thing that the law shouldn't look political. Lawyers being political on Twitter is damaging. But if we said, well, Lactoid's posting on a public site, he's on Twitch, he's on stream, so it'd be fine to go to the bar, it would be fine to go to his clients and be like, oh, look what this lawyer's posting. If when people went to Rakita Law and reported into the bar, we turned around and said, that's a fucking ridiculous thing to do. When we engage in life ruination from online stuff, we recognize that as a bad thing. And the question is this transphobic? And the fact that there is so much fucking defense from this, from online people, is a clear sign that your standards are different. If this was any other situation, all of you would be like, no, it's messing with their jobs, it shouldn't be reported. I don't think that you would hold those same standards, because you understand that things being weaponized from the online world is inherently malicious.
I think you got it wrong.
Beckett, I don't know if you heard me though. I brought up a different example that with the Stormy Daniels thing. I brought that up. I can think of another one. Lauren Boebert. Remember that video that came out of the guy groping her in the theater? She didn't know she was being recorded. Was it fucking an invasion of privacy to release that? Maybe. I don't fucking know, right? But that story was ran with, and people were posting videos about that.
Yeah, but you can't even compare those.
There's a clear difference here with what we're talking about. No. There is a clear difference with things that are going to affect people's lives and are not linked to their public platform in the same way, right? You should have the right to say the political beliefs you believe and have those opinions without them necessarily impacting in terrible ways the day-to-day things you're doing.
Here's the thing, though.
We should have some right to privacy, because right now there are arguments saying that you being on a public platform or posting on Twitter or whatever makes those things public, so they can be held against you. And I don't know, it feels crazy because for years we've been saying this is bad. This is bad for discourse. It's bad for freedom of speech because it's it forces people to self-censor. And look, I agree. I disagree with Synth. Obviously, the Southern Baptist Church is transphobic. I do agree that there are some extreme readings in the scripture. I'm not saying all of Christianity is like that. But at the same time, if you want to make the argument that this should be told to his congregation, which is different than from his constituents, then that's an argument for any time anyone says anything online that might go against the business that they work for. it's fine to report that and go to their employer. I don't think anybody here would seriously make that argument. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe your arguments are we should dox people for the stuff they say online and go to their employers.
I gotta keep it pushing. So we're gonna go to Gibbs Mooncake. I don't know.
I just posted one in the group chat. It basically is just exactly what I thought I was gonna say. It's like love this, Southern Baptist Convention's policies. Love the sinner, hate the sin, basically, right? So they're like they don't want any bullying of them, but, and they want to love them and bring them to Christ, but they're against pretty much everything transgender efforts to alter a body identity, cultural efforts, government validate the lifestyle. They're against all of that. All right, now this guy is a pastor, right? So for this group, he's sitting here and he's supposed to be expounding these values, holding his secret life. All right, that's his. I guess we'll call that his normal job, right? And then he's also a GOP elected public official, and I guarantee you, I haven't looked, but if I had to wager, I'm sure that he used his Southern Baptist influence to some degree to get him elected as a GOP member, right? Okay, now here's the thing. He's sitting here and engaging behavior that goes against what he's expounding his beliefs are. His constituency and his congregation have a moral right to know. Now, could it have been handled more tastefully? I know y'all might disagree or like whatever. Sure, I think it could have been handled more tastefully. But his congregation and his constituency have a right to know that someone is engaging behavior they might not agree with. So thus, they can vote him out if they want to, right? So if you put that on the flip side, say this was a communist member of the member party, right? Say this was AOC, and tomorrow you found out that she was, I don't know, negotiating with Osama bin Laden back from the dead to blow up another building. Would you want to know that? Probably, right? So I'm just saying, what happens in the free time, if it goes against your beliefs, you probably want to know about. If it's somebody you're voting for.
You're right. I would like to know a necromancer, Osama bin Laden, negotiating with a member of Congress.
That seems like a bit of a false equivalency.
No, you're wrong, Beckett. It makes perfect sense, Beckett. You're wrong.
So we didn't go down like a rabbit hole. You get what I'm saying? But you get the point I'm making. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, we all know that AOC was the one influencing Osama bin Laden. Let's just not lie about that.
Indeed, the truth comes out. Okay, we're going to Mooncake. Do you want to know Dream and then Synth?
No, just about before. We also can't compare the Donald Trump and Stormy thing. I just don't think you could even compare those two situations. Donald Trump, for one, didn't kill himself. It really didn't cause any harm except for the fact that he paid her with the.
What if he did?
What if he had killed himself?
Yeah. What if the Stormy Daniels thing came out? His wife got mad and he killed himself.
If he was shamed and stuff like that, and it was like, yeah, I think we could make an argument for, yeah, maybe it was done intentionally to do something like that.
And then it would be like, just like bad, kind of how we're talking about this being bad.
Well, it really just depends. Yeah, it just depends. If he did kill himself, I think we'd be like,
sure.
not good.
Agree. I think the mudslinging campaigns, I think Mooncakes is right. I think mudslinging campaigns are inherently dangerous, destructive, and are also bad generally for our conversations in democracy. I don't think that's meant.
What makes something
exactly though? But Mooncake, is it bad only when afterwards, like the response is disastrous? So is this like, just to draw this out, is this news story, would it be justifiable if the man didn't kill himself, he was still alive and healthy, or
no, still either way? I just think outing someone, because I think we've seen the statistics, especially when it comes to, I put him in the LGBTQ section, right? I do think because it is like a Southern congregation, he would have been shamed, right? Especially if you're in a smaller community. I actually don't know how big this community was or anything. People know exactly who you are. They know who your family are. It's going to pressure you. They're going to say things, disgusting things, the emails, the texts. We don't know what was happening, right? Unfortunately, you have people that also will cause physical violence. So we don't know what was happening to him that caused him to do those things. I think if it led him into depression, anxiety, stuff like that, then yeah, they did it. It's really just about the intent. The thing with Donald Trump, I just don't think the inherent intent was to cause him like mental distress.
No, it was to make him look bad, just like this story, right? They wanted to make this person
I don't
look
think
bad.
this was to make him look bad. I think this was cause actual mental distress. Like this would have ruined, and they know that this would have ruined him.
I think
Dream.
Yeah, so I want to talk about like just what it means to be a public official, because I'm not sure if any of you have ever held office or have ever been public official, but I have as a youth commissioner.
I was vice president of the student council at my middle school. So
which that's not public office.
Fair game, Prime. You're fair game now.
It was a public middle school.
Okay, the point I'm making is that when you work for the government, you have a higher standard for like or a lower standard of privacy. Not no privacy, but you have a much lower standard of privacy. Like people, the government can people can look up your online, can look up your salary, right? Which is not standard practice in private companies. Nobody can just like Google your private salary, right? But if you want to look up my salary, you can like literally go on a website that you can look up my name, and then you'll find my salary because I'm a public official. Or is it official? I'm a public servant. That's what it's called. Yes, I'm a public servant. So, because I work for the government, work for the Human Rights Commission. So the point is like, I have to be very careful what I say on panels like these, on what I tweet, on my what I post online, because I work for the public. I represent the people, right? And the people have a right to know everything what I do publicly, include and what is usually known to be private for others, but because you're a public official or public servant, that it's unusually it's unstandardly public to them.
But
so, like for example, like
right to know about your private sexual life,
huh?
Even as a public servant, they wouldn't have a right to know about your private sexual life.
I'm not talking about private sexual life. I'm talking about, but if you are a public servant and you put out your private sexual life on the public platform and somebody got a hold of it, it's no longer private because you made the careless, right, decision to put it out in the public, right? Willingly, knowingly. It's not like accidentally, oops.
No. Like literally, like with harassment like this as a public servant and official, you're right. Like those like in the UK as well in Europe, though there is transparency laws around what public officials are paid. That's true. But also there's actually a higher standard of protection. Generally speaking, if somebody is harassing a public
I'm not like, pro harassment, brother.
No.
So why'd you bring that up?
I'm not saying you are, but you're saying, well, as a public official, you've got a lower expectation of privacy. And actually, I don't know if that's true.
I literally just said you can look up my salary. How's that not lower privacy?
It's a different expectation of privacy because of what you do, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's lower.
So if it is
let me finish the point. I'll be able to fucking tell you.
It's quite literally lower.
Okay, but there are certain things that are lower, but also when generally speaking, when public officials get targeted, because they do all the fucking time, the response is very different. If you're targeted as part of a private company, your company doesn't really get hugely involved in that. But when you're targeted as a private official, the police immediately get involved. And if you're like working in like the at a federal level where you're like an agent of some kind or an officer of some kind, there's an expectation that if you're receiving harassment, then you involve the police. So while you have the expectation of like lower amounts of, just because you're findable doesn't mean you're not protected. And also at the same time, with most public officials, there are levels where you get to as an official where you don't post anything politically. I don't know if this is the same for the US,
but
at a certain level, you are, like in a certain, like within the UK, if you're a public official within the UK at a certain level, you are no longer allowed to publicly hold a political stance. It can be seen as biased. You can be fired for it, essentially. But at lower levels, you are still allowed to have that position. So again, these are kind of, you're making again an absolute where there are lots of caveats within this.
What absolute did I make?
You said that like the expectation of privacy is lower, but that's one example against a whole host of areas where the expectation of
give me an example where it's higher for public officials.
Sure. If you're doxxed as a private person, then often the police won't get involved. If you're doxxed as an official, often the police will get involved.
Why is that privacy and not security? That's two different things.
What do you mean?
Well, surely there's an overlap here.
No. If I'm doxxed as somebody that's somebody that's a private person, really the likelihood of somebody doing something against me is going to be very low. So obviously the response is going to be lower. But because as a public official, the likelihood of somebody responding is higher. Obviously, you're gonna have, it has nothing to do with higher expectation of privacy. That's higher expectation of danger. Nothing to do with privacy.
Okay, which ties into the fact that your privacy gets greater protections, right?
Who's
and there's
saying
protections around your privacy, such as the implicit implicit.
No, it's not your privacy; it's your body from the police. That's what Dream's saying.
Yeah, so because it's more likely for harm to be caused to you physically, you're gonna have a higher response than some stranger that got somebody doxed them on a DM. Nobody cares about them because nobody's gonna really go after them. So it has everything you stated has less to do with the right of privacy and everything to do with the likelihood of harm being committed.
Okay,
and there's security detail, so it's like literally police's job to protect
but
at a higher level. So here's what you really want to say. What you really want to say is public officials have a higher protection from police officials in terms of security detail, and I'll give you that. As the mayor, she has a 24/7 security team around them, where I don't really have that. I can get shot way more likely than the mayor can. So that I'll give you that. But the mayor has a way less of a privacy expectation of privacy. For example, the San Francisco mayor was pretty pro-mask, right? And then she had a private party. But guess what? She was seen with her mask out, even though she was like telling everybody else, you should wear a mask even in
that's,
these.
That's because she's enforcing something. And I said in my opening statement, generally we out people who've like been openly hypocritical. And I think like with Synth's point, I agree that the Southern Baptist Church is transphobic. I agree with that state.
Would you not?
Sorry, I disagree with him. But I would say that like that's not necessarily his political position, unless somebody can show me a speech he's made where he's like, "Oh, these fucking degenerates."
Well,
I don't know whether that is the same level of hypocrisy that we're talking about, where it becomes in the public interest.
What did you think is
of privacy? We're talking about with what's in the public interest.
I got to move on. I got to move on. So we'll go to Synth and then Gibbs, right?
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to clarify one thing. I never said that the Southern Baptist Church itself was not transphobic. I agree that the Southern Baptist Convention, when they have their annual meetings, right? Yeah, they're transphobic there. What I told you is that it doesn't entail being transphobic. So it's not like a part of the doctrine of being Southern Baptist that you must be transphobic. But really quickly, we'll go through a couple of things super fast, and I'll throw it back over to somebody else. So hypocrisy is when you act against your values. If it's the case that you say something you don't believe, that's likely going against your values because you're espousing a thing as true that actually isn't true. Usually people value the truth. They value that the things they believe are actually true. If it's the case that you likely have certain values like the immorality of gay relationships, then you have reason to believe that person being gay is likely hypocritical. Now, if it's the case that you say one thing and do another, at least one of those two actions was likely hypocritical. Doesn't have to be the case that like the action was the actual act of doing or the act of saying it. One of the two is more than likely going to be hypocritical because of the fact they contradict each other. Being Southern Baptist doesn't entail that you have to be anti-trans, even if the SBC's official webpage says that messengers at the National Convention said that their position is that transitioning was a sin, because each of the churches in the SBC are autonomous, and it's a core value of the church. It's one of the few core values of the church that everyone has to agree on, is that each of the churches are autonomous and can't be told what to do by national leaders. So Copeland's values as a Southern Baptist doesn't mean that he has to be anti-trans. Yeah, it just means he has to believe that the word of God is literally in the Bible, and that baptism is part of that baptism grants you priesthood, and that all members of the congregation have priesthood, and your baptism is by immersion and not by dribbling on the head or something like that. These are like the core values of the church. As a GOP politician, if Copeland actually held the values of being anti-trans, it would have been very easy for Copeland to just come out and say them. If he actually held those values, that would have been easier for him to do. In fact, there's pressures that pushed him towards the fact that he could have lied about that publicly, even if he didn't hold those beliefs. It would make sense that he would do that, and yet he didn't. So it seems like he's genuinely committed to the values, at least from what I've seen. There could be something out there somewhere, and I would totally pull this back if it was. But from what I've seen, it seems like the values which Copeland held were totally in line with supporting trans people, and he never lied about those values, and he seemed to have acted on them. It doesn't seem like he's anti-trans to me. So it doesn't seem like he's a hypocrite.
Gibbs, go ahead.
You're muted, Gibbs. That's why we couldn't hear you before.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So to address the Southern Baptist thing, first of all, you can still get kicked out. as like they happen all the time. There was 2 of them kicked out in 2018 for not adhering to the basic structure. So if this is something he was expounding, they would definitely be getting kicked out. Secondly, this comes back to another thing. Would you all agree if, say, somebody was pushing a bill in public, right, and they decided in private to tell people not to vote for that bill, that would be the public's right to know if that came out, like to go against what they were saying, right? Y'all would agree with that, right?
I'd say that's a whip issue. Depends on the bill.
Okay, that's fine. But in general, you would say the public probably has the right to know, like if they're sitting here, if they're expanding one belief or one like idea, and this is something they're pushing, and then in private, they're all actively, because this is from the 819 article that y'all put. He regularly commented on other posts. So this is like he's going in a public place, commenting as this alter ego, as himself, saying he's a transgender, and encouraging other transgender individuals to go on hormone replacement therapy. And Copeland also posted transgender pornography, often giving vivid captions describing being a whore and getting fucked, right? So this is something this guy's going on other places and posting. So this is not just some private thing. This is a thing he's going to tell other people about. He's posted this on other places, right? And so now, as a preacher, you're telling me as a preacher and as a GOP mayor, the public doesn't have a right to know this person's saying something that might go against all of their core values and why they voted for this person? Give me a break.
So like my big issue is that like you're just talking about the pastor, but what about everybody in the congregation? What if someone else is doing something behind closed doors? Would this turn into a witch hunt of everyone doing something that maybe is against something in said Bible? I don't think that's really fair to apply. And I really don't think he broke anything, any rules or anything like that. I really just think the intention was to shame. And I think you can't lose that aspect of this because it really is all about intention. It was not done to help him, to help society. It was done to name and shame. And that's just kind of
so I agree with you, Mooncake. I think that like for the large part, especially when we're talking about pastors here, it's just I've been listening. When we're talking about pastors, like pastors aren't saying they're not sinners. Pastors aren't saying they're not broken. Like pastors aren't saying like I'm the perfect one that everyone needs to follow. Should they attribute probably better moral characteristics than someone who just walked in? Probably, yeah. I mean, if you don't have someone that's doing that, you probably have a bad pastor. But pastors aren't the one raising their hands, going, "Yeah, I'm perfect. I don't have any sin. I haven't sinned at all." That would be a bad pastor as well. Someone who's out there lying to you about what's going on.
Listen,
but what if your constituent or a congressperson, or not Congress, but a member of the congregation that like wholly disagrees with the ideology of being a trans person, and it makes sense that if you are of this belief that is totally against this, that you don't want to follow a leader that is exuding this type of belief and ideology. It just makes sense that you would want to know.
Stop. Here's what I would do. I would wonder why my church didn't follow the biblical pattern for confronting someone, which is 1-on-1, and then 2-on-1, and then 2 or 3-on-1, and then if that doesn't work, then you go before the entire church. I would wonder why my church didn't follow that practice, the biblical practice of doing that, versus just telling the whole church right away and skipping over the biblical practice of trying to address the said issue.
That's ridiculous.
Let
me explain something.
I've never heard that in my life.
The SBC has kicked out churches for having women pastors before. It's a tenet. Can you imagine if they found out this guy was a transgender woman, and you don't think they have the right to kick him out?
I mean, so I just came with this really
kicked out churches for having women pastors because those are statements on what you have to do to be a part of the SBC.
Here's my point: is they've kicked out people for being a woman before, and this guy's going to represent something that they definitely don't believe in, and now he's representing. This is what you would call like a wolf in sheep's clothing to somebody in the Southern Baptist. Like they're sitting here seeing the snakes in the grass. This guy's a serpent that snuck into the church, and like the congregation, has every right to know. This guy's preaching to their seniors. This guy's preaching to the normal people. This guy's like leading the charge for what's taught to their kids. Like this is a church. This is a private thing. This is a religion thing. They have a say, and they have the right to know that somebody's doing this. Not only that, this is a public GOP official. Voters have a right to know if they're going to vote for somebody that's going to go against what their values are. This guy's giving lip service in public, and then he might secretly be working against them in private.
Let's go to Doobie.
Yeah, so Gibbs, I posted it in the group chat, Gibbs, because I was curious about this too, because I've heard Southern Baptists pretty like anti-trans, anti-LGBT, But I Googled it, and there actually are Southern Baptist churches that are actually trans inclusive, including at least 2 in Alabama that I was able to find. Right. So it doesn't seem like being a Baptist or even a Southern Baptist means you automatically must be anti-trans, or your congregation must be anti-trans, because there are Southern Baptists who are not. Right. They're accepting and inclusive of trans people. Now, to be clear, he said that he wasn't trans. He said that it was like a stress relieving thing, which is questionable, but whatever, right? So I'm kind of like flabbergasted by the argument. So I don't really buy the hypocrisy thing when it comes to like sexual issues, right? So, i.e., some politician cheats on his wife, the woman who's getting groped at the theater or whatever. I don't really think it's like it's even like it's politically relevant at all, right? Even if there's some issue of them like going around the campaign trail saying, "Oh, you know, I'm so honest and I have integrity," yada yada. Even if they were to cheat, even after saying that, I don't buy that cheating is like automatically like a sign of like a lack of integrity. Their relationships are extremely complicated. Right? We'd have no idea what the fuck's going on behind closed doors. We have no idea what's going on in that relationship. So I don't buy that, you know, cheating makes you like immoral, or that to cheat you must be this way, right? And it's definitely not going to be like a sign of anything, right? Useful when it comes to like their political positions or how they're going to behave as a politician. Because again, these are extremely complex relationships, right? So, but I'm curious, like Gibbs, like there are plenty of Christian churches, Muslim churches, whatever, or Muslim mosques, whatever, that would say that anal sex or blowjobs are immoral, right? It's sodomy. So if there was a politician and he and his wife engage in anal sex now and then, and somehow somebody found out, would that be like politically relevant? You'd really say, hey, it's totally reasonable to run a story about this politician fucking his wife in the ass because his constituents might be religious. Some of them might be religious, might think it's a sin.
Try it.
So first, I want to address the first thing. The churches that you posted, neither one of those are part of the SBC. Those are part of the Affirming Baptist. That's a totally different group of people. And most Southern Baptists in the Southern Baptist Convention would consider them apostates and not true Southern Baptists, right? So, like, we can debate whether we don't really need to debate that.
Okay,
Like,
so
whether or
you
not,
just said
not,
most, right? So like, if the claim is just that, oh well, most Southern Baptists, most Baptists are going to
No,
disagree
but
with
listen,
this.
this is
I
another
wouldn't
denomination. That's another
disagree with you.
denomination. That'd be like saying like the Catholics and the Baptists are the same. It's basically they might be in name, they might be Southern Baptists, but they're like affirming Southern Baptists. That's a lot different than the people that are in the SBC. I know, like that sounds like it's splitting hairs, but that's like saying the Sunni and the Shia Muslims are the same. Like it's not the same, right? So, like, yeah, like you can sit here and try to argue that they're the same, but it's not. It's not the same. As for what was your second thing? Was the
Muslims getting fucked in the ass.
Oh, in the ass. All right. So listen, I mean, once again, that's not really pertinent, like on what this exact scenario is, right?
Why? It's hypocrisy.
Wait, why? That's
religion says
that's
it's a
directly
sin.
the argument.
The religion says it's a sin, right? So if you found out that these people are engaging in anal sex in their privacy of their own home, why wouldn't that be something reasonable to publish?
I mean, I guess if you somehow found that out, I would say, yeah, you probably have the right to publish that if they're a leader.
Not about have the right. Not about have the right. Is it a reasonable thing to do? Is it a moral thing to do?
Didn't they publish that in Hungary? Like, wasn't that one like anti-gay politician? Like, you know, it was all over the news. He was caught in a gay bathhouse. Like that was published.
Yeah,
that's
I wouldn't
not
be surprised.
The same
but
fucking thing,
though. Exactly the same.
I don't think it's like.
No, it's
exactly
not. It's not
the
the same as having a sexual relationship with your partner in behind closed doors. And this is Doobie's question.
This was behind closed doors. This was in a bathhouse.
Fucking let me finish. But Doobie's example particularly is Gibbs is saying, well, they have a right to know if that information is somehow findable. Then the congregation, his voters, have the right to know. Doobie's question is: here is an example of like a Muslim getting a blowjob, and that is sacrilegious. So if you found that information out, do you have an ethical, like, is it ethical to say this guy got a blowjob and ruin his life?
I mean, you asking me? Yeah, I'm saying if it goes against your like the like religion, you're a leader in the church, and you're a public figure like a politician, then yeah, I would say that you know your congregation and yeah, you're.
Wait, what if you're not a leader in the church? What if you're just like a religious person that goes to church or goes to a mosque or whatever, but you're a politician.
I think that the problem is that it's the leader. The problem is that if you're a leader in the church, you're influencing these other people, right? That's the whole part. That's the whole part of it, right? It's different than if you're just Joe Schmo going, like, right, this guy is supposed to be leading and expounding these values onto you, and then he's leading a double life in which he's telling people to go against not only the church's religious beliefs, but also like the people's voted what they voted for.
You're going away from the example.
I need to dip.
Did he say
great fun? Thank you so much, Prime. Have a good night, all.
Gibbs, did he say he didn't sin?
Terrio.
I would be extremely surprised, but did he say he didn't sin? Did he say he was a non-sinner?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because I don't know any pastor. I don't know any pastor that I take credibly that it's going to say they don't sin.
Do you know
they're going to say they're broken people just like us.
That has nothing to do with the point, though, bro.
The extent of your logic, Sprout, is that no pastor could ever be hypocritical because they never said
there's a biblical process on how to take care of these things, which you guys just openly dismissed. There's a biblical process on how to take care of these things, which is one-on-one, and then it's two to three.
Where does it say that?
3 other people, and then where does it say that? I can pull it up for you.
Yeah, please, because I think it's okay to bring up stuff in like the deacons meeting that I have every month. Where it's a bunch
While
of people.
Sprout's looking that up, right? So I was looking into it, and it turns out there have been statements from members of the SBC in the past that just deny that apostasy is even possible. There's like dispute within the church about if that's even a possibility, let alone if this particular church or this particular action would involve apostasy. But official statements from the SBC say that the autonomy of the local church is a core value, and that national leaders cannot enforce what local churches are doing, cannot force them to do anything, cannot have them do anything, or order them to do anything. According to the SBC themselves, the SBC's EC can't do that to local churches.
Well, the SBC has kicked churches out.
They've kicked them out, not because they're apostasy.
Five churches were not following it. They said they did not have friendly recognition because they were having women pastors. All right, and that's going against what their belief is, and they kicked them out of the SBC, right?
Yes, being kicked out of the SBC doesn't mean that you're not Southern Baptist anymore.
So you're no longer part of that
Southern Baptist, not being part of the Southern Baptist congregation.
You're no longer part of that denomination, right?
You absolutely can be. You absolutely can be Southern Baptist to the denomination, be kicked out of the SBC. However, for the record, the ones that you're talking about, there are terms and conditions to being part of the SBC. It's not follow every single thing that the messengers at conventions put out. The terms and conditions are terms and conditions on who can hold priesthood. They're terms and conditions on who can be a pastor. They're terms and conditions on the way in which you do baptism. They're not terms and conditions on if you do or don't support trans people.
And just so we're clear, the biblical reference for dealing with sin in the church is Matthew 18:15 through 17, where it says, if your brother or sister sins, go and point out their fault just between the two of you. If they listen to you, you have won them over. But if they will not listen, take 1 or 2 others along, so that every matter may be established by a testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. If they still refuse to listen, tell it to the church. And if they refuse to listen even to the church, treat them as you would a pagan or a tax collector.
Okay. So I don't want to we've done enough figuring out the boundaries of an organization, like what's identifying. Let's tell you to identify as that. So I kind of want to move past that point. Moonkick, you said something that I felt like we never got to reconcile, right? Basically you were talking about the intentions of the journalist, and saying that there's a difference between embarrassment and mental harm. So could you expand on that?
I guess what I was just saying was because Blackwood had brought up the Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels thing. At that point, I think what they were trying to do is perhaps just mess up the way people viewed him, right? I guess you could say reputation. But I think the difference is, and I know it's similar to this case as well. Technically, they're messing up his reputation. However, they're doing it in a way that they know is more impactful and a lot more harmful. The Stormy Daniels thing was one thing, but when you're actually outing somebody, when it can cause physical harm, mental distress, they have higher rates of suicide. You know what you're doing. So I do believe in that moment, their intention was to genuinely cause mental distress to this individual.
Well, couldn't you call it outing as well for with the Donald Trump? Like you're outing him as a prostitute
But
enjoyer.
not exactly, because like outing is it's like an actual term for like the LGBTQ community, right? You don't out someone for sleeping with a like.
No, but the principle is the same, right? You have somebody who has like a very deep, like personally held like secret.
No,
and
but
you out it, right? And outing it is going to cause them like severe like emotional and psychological distress.
Because if we're being honest, if you're a heterosexual male, most times if someone outs you for sleeping with a woman, not many people are going to get upset. But if you're a man, look at the Dwight Howard situation. If you're a man who's sleeping with other men, you're going to be shamed.
People got very upset about Donald Trump sleeping with Stormy Daniels. In fact, it's like all the mainstream media ran for a very long time.
There was a DA in New York, right? Elliot Spitzer, who was like hard charging. He like went after Wall Street. He was great. But he got caught up in like I think the Washington Madam scandal, where they found out that he had paid for that, and it literally destroyed his career. But he was out doing heterosexual stuff with heterosexual women, but that ended him.
Yeah, that'll still destroy your career. Yeah, absolutely.
I guess it depends on the context as well. I just think in the situation Trump was already in, he was known for sleeping with escorts. He was known for sleeping with strippers, whatever actresses. So this was something that wasn't exactly new. And Stormy Daniels is very well known in the porn industry. So I don't think that would have been a major issue, especially with his fan base. I just think in a small community in the South, they knew outing him as a trans person was causing danger to him.
Danger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I know you're trying to draw a distinction between like what happened to Trump or I'm blanking on her name, the woman who was fondled in the movie theater. Like you're trying to draw a distinction there and here. I just don't like on principle. I don't see the distinction. The only argument you could make would be on scale, right? Like is for the kind of, and I haven't said my full pit, like kind of what I'm becoming convinced of the more I'm hearing is just like I think there's some kind of like linear, like maybe not linear, but there's like an intersectionality between like how public of like a elected official you are and like the actual specific thing that's being made like public, right? And there's somewhere along the line for everybody where like a private individual, like socially, I would, if I saw like a news story about like their private life, I would think it's in very, very poor taste, right? I don't really have that same reaction if it's like the president, right, who's fucked a porn star, or if it's, somebody who's groped in a theater who's like a senator, or even a mayor. And that, yeah, it's difficult. Again, I think Gibbs, you've made a lot of arguments that are sort of convincing me just on this subject.
Quickly, just hype chat from our friend Aiko. He says, GB reminds us of the great schism between analist and non-analist Baptists from the 20th century. Thank you for the $5.
Awesome.
Can I say one last thing too? The initial story that was published on the 1st is like way more aimed at like the trans element, right? The story that was posted on the 3rd, like outlined a ton of shit that was like pretty fucking gross. Like apparently he was also making memes using pictures of like local like minors that he would take off Facebook and post those pictures like in transgender porn Reddits, which is pretty like using minors for that. It's pretty fucking wild. So I guess my question is like, let's say the initial story on the 1st posted that additional information, right? And then he killed himself. I guess with the people who are opposing this, we're all good then, right? Like that should have been posted.
No, yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think in the original that material should have been posted. That's what I was saying in my opening statement.
Okay, fair enough. That's a very strong point. Yeah.
I was gonna say what is the most ethical way to out him?
Like
that's a really good question.
What is the most ethical way?
In regards to what his political
important.
Yeah, in regards to.
So Lactoid, so I'd actually like to see what the meme was because I saw that too, but the meme's not there anymore, right? Like I guess the father contacted them and had to take it down.
No, it's still there. It's
but I noticed
it's censored.
I didn't see it.
The
I mean,
meme
I'm
is,
not. Maybe it's because I'm not looking at Go ahead.
The meme is.
Yeah,
I'll describe it to you with words, right? Because it is bad. It's like definitely
Okay.
worth criticizing, worth publishing. There's a It's one image of the it's like a collage. One of the images is of the young boy in question. And the bottom right is of the young girl in question, their brother and sister, but he's like the implications they're supposed to be transitioning. And then there are two images, one of a breast implant, one of a needle that's, I guess, supposed to be full of estrogen. And it says, "Take the shots, get implants, become the whore."
Using a picture of a minor, right? I mean, that's
yes, yeah.
So that kind of
another one. Here's I want to mention another one. Another one is this image of another minor. It says Seth was a miserable in school until one summer he went to Change Tier Academy. Now Shina is all smiles. Not as bad. Still fucking weird. This person in particular, the Copeland in particular, had said that they were not undergoing transition. They did not view themselves as a woman. They had decided that wasn't the path for them. They probably were not trans. It's like, obviously the story being pushed was supposed to be attacking them on the basis of them being trans. They were probably not trans. They were probably a fetishist. Makes a lot more sense that they would just like have a sissy fetish than that they're trans. Posting.
I mean, that really brings back.
What do you think about now that those revelations have come to light? I mean, what do you think about those revelations?
We'll go to Doobie, Mooncake, and Gibbs.
I think if the story had been about that, I'd be okay with it. Right?
Okay.
It just about like, hey, this person's using images of children to make these memes. Yeah, that's fine to make a story about.
Mooncake?
Yeah, I was gonna agree with Doobie. That's kind of what I was gonna say. Yeah, if we had known this beforehand. Also, I was just curious, was any of these memes like sexually charged or sexually explicit toward these minors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The one I named was the become the whore one.
He called a sister the whore. Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. So then, yeah, like I think if they would have led with that and said, "Hey, this came out. This pastor is using like thing. This is his history." I think we would all understand why. I don't think that's like.
So I brought this up earlier, even in the initial article, the November 1st one. This is a quote from it. He says, Copeland regularly commented on other posts referring to himself as a thick transgender woman and encouraging other transgender individuals to go to hormone replacement therapy. Copeland also posted transgender pornography, often given vivid captions describing being a whore and getting fucked. That is him publicly going out there.
You're wildly missing the point we care about.
Yeah,
We
you're
care
like,
that
well,
a child is involved, Gibbs.
But hold on,
we care about a child being involved.
Obviously not like biblical.
No, hold on.
Is what he's trying to make the point.
Hold on. Here's what I'm saying, though, right? So I understand y'all understand about like I get what y'all saying with the child being involved, right? And why is that? Why is that? It's because y'all find that morally unacceptable, right? Now I'm saying if you're a voter in this community and you're a member of his church, what he says there is morally unacceptable to you if you want that person as a leader.
Disagree on the morals. What? Of course it's morally unacceptable. We disagree with them.
I understand. I understand you morally disagree with, right? I'm saying, but if you're a churchgoer there and a voter, and you're this guy's a GOP mayor and he's a Baptist leader, this guy's now said something even before the other stuff has come out that is all the way against your morals and actively participating in putting this belief further out there. That's something you as a voter should know.
Here's the issue. Just because it's the case that you think it's something that you should know because you have the moral disposition that they're doing something bad, that's not the same as it being something you actually should know. That's why I gave you the example earlier of the person in the 1850s with a black wife. A lot of voters would have a moral issue with race mixing. I don't think it's something they should know. I think if something wrong isn't actually being done, that is none of their fucking business, even if they have terrible fucking moral ideas. If you start with the assumption that all morals are equal, then I understand how you could have this silly view, but they aren't. Some people are correct and some are incorrect.
People are literally voting this person in office, and you're saying that it's okay to just bamboozle and lie to the voters. That's
I'm not saying they bamboozle them. I'm saying some of this shit's not their business.
This is bamboozling. This is bamboozling.
No, it's not their business. There's a difference between lying to them and bamboozling.
Yeah, Gibbs, this is why I asked you earlier. So if you're running for like election, and so someone, you'd think it would be okay for someone to go around to your ex-girlfriends and ask if you ever engaged in anal sex, right? If you ever let them suck your dick,
sure,
because some part of your constituency might be against it, right? You think that's a reasonable thing to do?
Yeah,
I think it's important to like allow politicians to have normal human private lives, right?
No, I mean they can ask.
Because otherwise you get these fucking robots that are like walking around like Ken dolls all day, and that's not a healthy thing to have living on.
Doobie, can I ask you? Let's say you had somebody who ran for office, and then it was discovered that 10 years ago they were a hardcore porn actor, right? Like they were dicking down like wild, right? And those videos came out. If the news story says, "Hey, we found these videos," is that unacceptable?
Yeah, I think that'd be unacceptable. Yeah.
I think it doesn't matter.
Again, it's totally irrelevant to their positioning. Yeah.
So we should never watch Mia Khalifa again.
No, I think first of all, I think you must be a horrible politician if you can't play off something you did 10 years ago. You just are a horrible politician if you can't convince the people still to believe in you just because of something you did 10 years ago. Listen, guys,
hardcore porn film that might sink your political career.
Yeah. I'm just saying though, okay, then politics ain't for you, nigga. You sacrifice that as soon as you did the hardcore porn.
There was sports announcers that actually there was one specific sports announcer that got his career taken away because he said the N-word 20 years ago. And the only reason he said it was to tell someone else not to say the N-word. He just didn't include N-word. And so then that came out.
He does not know how to act.
If I say the N-word in private and you leak it, are you fucking with me? Is that how this works? Is that a violation?
No. Do you understand what I'm saying? So D10 just said that if you cannot, D10 said that if you cannot convince someone that I'm still good to go about something you did 10 years ago, I'm stating the public doesn't care about what you say or what you're going to do or how much you've done the past 20 years. They're still going to lynch your career because of that.
What if you dressed as the clans of Halloween? Would that be?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Go ask Justin Trudeau. Okay, go ask Justin Trudeau how that's working out.
We'll figure that out. He wore blackface in private. It has nothing to do with his career.
Right? You don't think people should know
operate.
This
is how was posting those pictures of the blackface wrong, right? It's nothing to do with his current positions, right? It was a private photo. Why was that shared?
To shame him.
Oh, so it's wrong though.
You're saying I agree. I agree. This is unreasonable. Yeah.
That picture. Okay. All right.
This is
So black voters shouldn't have the right to know that this guy once impersonated them with blackface and made fun of them. You don't think they have the right to know that?
Right to know.
I don't think it's relevant to any of his politics or anything that he's doing in the government.
Oh, so it's not relevant, huh? Okay.
Mooncake, she's the only Canadian here. Let her respond to that.
Sorry, it would be relevant if someone came out with it and said, hey, this happened in his past, and he showed a pattern of maybe passing racist policies or doing racist things. But one thing about Justin Trudeau is that he's obviously learned from those said mistakes. Using it to shame him before an election is just using it to mess up his election, to get people of color to be like, oh, he's a racist. Luckily, people did not fall for that. Right?
Exactly. That's the point I'm making. Good job, Mooncake. That's the point I'm making, guys. If somebody brings up your past and you can't defend that shit, you're just not meant to be a politician. Justin Trudeau was faced with the horrible accusation of being racist because of his blackface, whatever, and he was able to defend it and still go on and have a successful politics.
Well, in the current case, then shouldn't the mayor have just been able to defend his position?
He should have, yes.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the other thing.
Absolutely should. What is your position? Because we started in one place and now we're way somewhere else. I don't even know where we are.
No, this is what I wanted to say. Listen, real quick, Admiral. My position is your walk of life, you should be able to defend it no matter what you do. Whatever you do in private, you should be able to defend it every single time. And I'm just the way I live my life. And that's why I'm going into politics. If I can defend what I do in my private time, I should not be going into politics. Because at the point in time somebody finds it out and confronts me about it, I either have to lie or tell the truth and lose. But
that's Gibbs's argument. You're making Gibbs's argument now.
When have I disagree with Gibbs?
So in addition,
I thought you were. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't.
In addition to what Mooncake said, she had a second qualifier there, right? She said, he hasn't committed doing racist policies, right? So the body of his work is important, right? Here's the second qualifier when it comes to this guy, right? When we look, he is actively going against policies and telling people this. He supports things that are against what his constituents want. So if Justin Trudeau had dressed in blackface and then had a history of saying things in private that go against racial equality, that you, by your own definition, then you would say that this is something the public should know. And this is what this guy's doing: is he's going against his public persona and advocating for things in private that he knows his constituents and he knows his congregation would not be in favor of.
All right, so we're back to the hypocrisy point, but there was never an argument made in favor of that, or you have to give the argument for why it's the case that he's going against his values. Otherwise,
what's
he's
the
not.
difference
Now, if you're
between
just
that
saying
and
something like, he would lose popular support, then it once again becomes analogous to the case of the person with a secret black wife. Obviously, it's not the case that you should be publishing that
That's
publicly.
I think. Let me tell you something.
That's cope is not a counter argument.
Let me tell you something.
That doesn't need a counter argument because it's like I disingenuous.
Okay, there's a reason why I keep having to say it, which is you don't have a response.
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
Gibbs, you don't have a response to the
I have a
argument.
response.
This is a thought exercise that's not even a real thing, right? As opposed to a real world scenario. I mean, I can make up any thought.
You don't think there were any politicians who had an interracial marriage? There was not a single one who did that secretly in 1850. Come on.
I can make any thought exercise to illustrate a point that's like impossible loop-de-loop scenario. We're talking about real world situation, and
the hypothetical's wacky though. It's also not a counter argument. That's also not a counter argument.
Listen.
I mean, it's the reason why you don't want to look at the facts.
I think there's a difference
between
between
hypotheticals.
I think something can be shitty but morally permissible, and I do think it's shitty for somebody to do what they did and post this. But I do think it's morally permissible because it was available. It was readily available.
What the fuck does shitty mean?
Yeah. Then
like
what's
impolite, like
bad taste.
Yeah, bad taste, impolite, but it's still more.
Yeah, what is okay? That seems
I'll
like
give
the
you
kind of thing that would be immoral.
Yeah. No, like here's an example: eating with your mouth open, right? Like bad, polite manners.
If you're being a dick at the douche, if you're being a dick at the table, it's not a grand immorality, but it's a mild immorality.
I don't
it's mildly immoral.
Eating
if you're at the fucking dinner table and you know that it annoys other people to eat with your mouth open, then yes. If you know it's what you're doing annoys the fucking people.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
Being annoying is somewhat.
I don't know what annoys people. I don't know what annoys people. I just eat with my mouth open. Let's say, okay. And other people are sitting around the table.
In which case it's not. If you don't know what you're doing is bad, then of course you don't have the intent to do something bad.
So it's not rude at all.
Hold on.
Not if you don't know. Hold on. Not if you don't know that you're causing any kind of like harm to anybody or
no.
It's not shitty. It's not shitty.
Let me tell you what
to do something that you don't.
Let me tell you what's shitty. Let me give you a great example of something shitty and morally permissible. Breaking somebody's heart. It's shitty to do, especially when you were all in the beginning, but then something happened. You had to change your heart.
Not shitty to do.
It's absolutely
shitty.
It's absolutely.
It'd actually be worse to like not break their heart if you've like fallen out of love with them or whatever.
Yeah, sometimes both options are shitty. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes
the best you can isn't shitty. It's not shitty to do the best you can. Sometimes you have shitty options, but you haven't done something shitty. Right? If you have all the options are shitty, you haven't done something shitty by doing the best you can.
There's nothing immoral if you know you won't get caught.
Is cheating immoral if you know you won't get caught?
Yes.
I would assume so. There are still other risks. It's bad dispositionarily. It has bad impacts on your mental health. Yeah, I think it's pretty. I think it's wrong otherwise.
What if you don't? It doesn't have.
If you imagine like in a vacuum, you're cheating, and there's no way that you're gonna die afterwards or something. Then I don't give a fuck, right? You can cheat on your partner on the ISS or when you're like on like a Mars mission. Who gives a fuck?
Wait. You're not a deontologist.
Being realistic here, there's
you're not a deontologist.
Obviously, it's the case in the real world. It's like you got a negative. No, listen. You get a negative impact on your own dispositions, right? There's a negative impact on your own dispositions in the real world. It makes you a worse person. It makes the kind of actions you'll do broadly worse. It teaches you lack of concern for other people, lack of concern for boundaries, lack of concern for agreements. If cheating made you a Sigma Giga Chad, you should be cheating every fucking day.
Let's say the satisfaction derived from cheating was greater than the harm that your spouse
Let's fucking go. Cheating W.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
But since
you got
I can actually defend that. And also, guys, we're in a bonus time, so if anyone wants to leave, it's cool, right? Like
I love that. I love that hypothetical.
But for we know that that there are individuals who step outside their marriage, but that like saves their marriage, right? Like no,
it might happen. Who knows?
No, and this is
you're making the ignorance is bliss argument.
No, it's not ignorance is bliss argument. It's that like for some reasons there are stressors within the proper marriage, and going outside the marriage relieves that stressor. So, like if your wife has lost her sex drive, right? Which happens. It's a thing that just happens. And you still love her. You love the life you built together. You love the children that you have, and you don't want to destroy that. But like you aren't going to get sex from her. It's just not going to happen. And so you step out you have an affair with someone, you get to have that level of physical intimacy, but then go back to your wife and continue being like the in the great
only
partnership
because
that
she
you
doesn't
have.
know. That's the ignorance is bliss argument. Only because she doesn't know. Because as soon as you tell her, the marriage is gonna go to shit. Especially if you tell her in a timely manner. And you don't.
But I'm saying
that exactly. Ignorance is bliss. That's what I'm saying. You can say ignorance is bliss. I believe you. I agree with you. Because when you can't be upset about what you don't know. I agree.
Let the record. What you should do is you should ask in advance, unironically. And if she doesn't say yes, she's kind of a bitch for that. She's kind of be a bitch for that.
The wife
I agree. Denying you self-actualization and flourishing if she doesn't let you.
You have to accept. You just have to bite
does
the
the
bullet.
wife have the right to know? Like, if she could find out, does she have the right to know?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I'm not quite sure. I think if you have an agreement with somebody, yes, I think you do have a right to know if somebody's violated your agreement. Yeah.
Okay, so then what's the difference between this congregation and this consistency or the wife in this?
Because he never promised not to. Because he never promised not to be transgender.
He's a pastor. He's married to the church.
They promise to never sin ever.
But if you don't promise that when you fucking marry someone, there's the implicit promise and oftentimes the explicit promise that you're not gonna fuck other people. That's why you have a right to know there. You're violating a promise in one case and not the other.
If you're a pastor, the implicit promise is that you're going to uphold the values of your church, and you're not going to be secretly advocating for transgender advocacy and then masquerading as a transgender
local
woman.
church is not the same as the SBC. The local church is not the same as the SBC. The values of the local church are that they are autonomous and not owned by the SBC, not forced to do things by the SBC. That is the values of the church. So we had this argument earlier.
Sorry. I don't have that argument about the SBC. But I want to jump on this cheating thing just one more time and see where you're at with it. Like, so yes, you can talk to your wife and say, hey, okay, bye, Mooncake. You can just
great, bye guys. Great. I gotta wake up early.
League of Legends.
Have a good one, friend.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Dream.
Bye. Okay, so you can say to your wife, hey, I would like to step outside this marriage because you're not providing me this thing, right? It's not because I don't love you, but it's because I do love you that I want to do this, right? And you're saying, well, if she says no, she's a bitch. But like, what that will probably do for a lot of women, that will begin the process of ending the marriage. And let's say you have young children, and it'll be disastrous for them because parents are going to split, and all kinds of acrimony will take place. But if you simply had that affair, and I'm not like pro affairs, like please don't assume that of me, audience, right? But if you did have this affair, and kept it secret, and she was protected from that, and you could be like a fully engaged husband, right, and just make her life better, would that not be the more moral path?
Because you're lying to her, it's probably not. That's the thing. If you keep this away from her, and you're breaking the vows, and you know that if she knew, it would destroy her. And you're beginning to,
but isn't it okay to lie to your wife sometimes, or to people you love?
What about cases where she asks, "Am I fat in this dress?" Would you lie to her?
I would never lie to my partner.
So if she looked fat in the dress, you'd be like, "Yeah, you look fat."
If she looked fat in her dress, like I would say it, but I wouldn't say. I would say it in a nicer way.
You're sweating like a pig. Disgusting.
Tell me how you'd say it.
Hey, if I would say that dress does not flatter you at all. There's a better dress you could wear.
Do I look fat in this dress? You say it wouldn't flatter me at all?
Yeah. It doesn't show your best size of you. Does it make you look?
Asking, do I look fat though? Do I look
does
fat
it make
in this dress, Dream?
Does it make you look fat? It doesn't. It doesn't make you look anything that you're not. So yes,
Am I fat?
You are. It's okay. You're a little bit overweight.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
You're a little bit overweight.
That's the most low-key burn I've ever fucking heard.
Sprouticus.
You fucking would ice your wife. That's so brutal.
First of all,
it doesn't make you look anything you're not.
Just call her fat before you say that. Jesus.
Yeah, Sprouticus, I need you to like go to your wife in the other room and you need to tell her that right now.
I'm gonna
record it for us.
Number one, you
don't look like anything you're not. Okay.
Number one, let me tell you something. I was reading a little bit, but let me tell you something. Number one, I wouldn't even allow my wife to ask me that question. She would already know.
You wouldn't allow your wife to ask you that question?
I already told you.
The key word is allowed.
She would already know that she's getting a little bit overweight.
She's disallowed. She would have been beaten for it before.
Listen. I would always be truthful and honest with my potential partner or wife or partner, whatever. The reason being is because I want the best for them. And I know that they have a goal to maintain the best body possible. So as soon as I see themselves going outside of their goal or not following their goals, I'm going to inform them. Hey, what's going on? I've seen you're gaining a little bit of weight. What's going on? Let's figure out a plan. Let's figure out a plan so we can get you back on track. Hey, I've noticed myself too. I've gaining my weight, so we can do this.
You just start there. Just start there. Just say, I feel like I'm gaining weight. Hey, not feeling well. I want to go to the gym more often. You want to come with me because I don't want to go by myself. Something simple like that.
Yeah, make but that's being second. That's not going. That's not attacking directly the point.
That's not like unnecessarily hurting the person you love.
But I don't. That's what that is. But why is your wife? Why would your wife be hurt about something that's true?
What?
Come on.
If your wife was really fucking stupid, she'd probably be more insulted if you called her a retard. Like I don't understand how it's like not because something's true doesn't mean it's not offensive. In fact, it makes it more offensive.
No. But why would you marry a retard?
That's not the point. The point is if something is true, it's more offensive. It's not less offensive. It's more offensive.
No. If it's your life partner and you're supposed to be open and honest with them, why would they be offended about something that's like morally neutral and true?
Is your wife's face perfect?
Yes.
Okay, be honest, right? Is like
I mean, I don't have a wife
right now. Okay,
I don't have a wife, but the woman I want to marry.
That's fine. Your wife, you don't have a wife. The answer is no.
The woman I want to marry, the woman I was with in a 4-year relationship, I believe that her face was the most beautiful.
Let's say it isn't, right? Let's say she's got like a fucked up looking nose. If you looked at her and you said your nose looks kind of fucked up, would she be offended?
But I probably wouldn't marry her. That's the thing I'm trying to tell you.
It doesn't matter. The point is everyone has imperfections, which they are sensitive about.
What if you marry her and then her nose got fucked up?
I don't.
So you just said your girl that you're with for 4 years, you think she's like the most beautiful person ever, whatever the fuck. Okay, so what about the next person that you're with? When you're with them, are you going to tell them, hey, now I've been with people hotter than you?
No, the prior one's the second.
My ex-girlfriend, way more attractive.
I actually have.
You think that's okay? Do you wonder why you don't have a wife?
Do you? Is that a curiosity? Can I ask you? Do you anticipate this kind of honesty if it's like directed towards you? Like,
yes.
Really? Okay. So let me give you a scenario. Let's say like you're having sex with your wife, and you're like, yeah, take this big dick, and she's like, no, it's kind of small. Like, do you want that to be said, or are you like,
better?
Let me know if my dick is small, and then we can go our separate ways.
We can add some extra inches or what? Like
we can go our separate ways. Well, if she says it's kind of small, it's like, well,
what if she loves you anyway? What if she loves your small dick because she loves you? But she's going to tell you, straight out her ex's dick was way better.
Number one, that's not even an answer to what I said. That's not even an answer because I said, what did you say? I said lactoid.
What the fuck is happening?
What? Okay.
What did you say? I said lactoid.
I was like, do you anticipate, like, do you want this kind of honesty directed towards you, or you just like you say something that's like not correct, or you ask a question, and she's like, no, it sucks.
I'm very particular with my way. I say stuff like, take this dick. I would never mention. I don't mention the size just in case
you don't want to get called out.
Exactly, just in case. That to her,
take this medium-sized dick. Take it.
Yeah, I always say take this dick. It's because
take this average dick,
and it's dick. It is this and it's dick. I'm very accurate, very
because he's a public official. He doesn't want to be caught lying, or I doesn't want to use against him.
Exactly. So, and I actually do want my partner to say the dick is trash if it was trash, because that way it's what do you call it? I can adjust, right?
So okay,
what if it wasn't your technique? Your dick is like kind of fucking small.
I wanted to ask you about that.
Your thought process.
First of all, that would never be said.
I want to ask you about that. Wait a minute. So like, what if your wife, right? Like, she told you because she wants to be kind to you, just like you want to be kind to her, right? Yeah. So she like tells you, but indirectly. They have sex toys that are like dick extensions. Yeah. What if she like got you a dick extension that you
for your birthday,
a regular dick, and the Christmas present? It's like, I don't know. Maybe this is something that might be great for us.
This is something that I always tell every partner, every new relationship I get in, that I prefer direct conversation, direct criticism, direct I hate indirect stuff because it's a lot of room for interpretation,
what
a
if-
lot of
can I
room
ask
for
you a
mixing the
question?
message.
So wait,
So
Dream.
for me, I'm always
Dream,
telling them, please tell me
Hey,
exactly what you're thinking.
Dream.
Don't let me guess. I don't like guessing.
Dream.
Can I?
Wait,
I want to ask one.
Dream,
I
you weren't
direct.
direct.
I'm
You weren't
on the edge
direct.
of my seat for this question. Edge of my seat for this question. It's
All
super
right, I'll
important.
go after.
Dreams. What if she was like, my ex-boyfriend's dick was bigger than yours?
I would
okay
say
with that?
I would tell them like, what's the point of me? What's the point of telling me that?
Because
I didn't ask
you
you
want
that.
them to be direct with you.
No, but what's it has
She
to
doesn't
be.
She wants to be direct, so you can try harder. And she wants you to try harder. She's letting you know you're working with bad
If
equipment.
she told me that, if she gave me the context and say the reason I'm telling you this is because I want you to fulfill what I had and you're not fulfilling me, then yeah, I'll be okay with that. But if you just say, hey, by the way, I had to tell you my ex's boyfriend with dick was bigger, and I just wanted to let you know that. I was like, hey, that's kind of like disrespectful. It makes no sense. There's no point to telling me that.
Oh, it's disrespectful, but it's true.
No,
But
because
it's true.
I
How is
didn't
it
ask you.
disrespectful?
No, Sif, do you get the point? The question you asked, do I look fat? I actually asked for that advice. I asked for that feedback.
Well,
so if you ask for
You
that,
said that it couldn't be offensive if it
Dream,
was true.
Dream.
I'm telling
No,
you,
no, no.
clearly there's something out there that you
right,
think
it
is
couldn't be
offensive, and it's
offensive
true.
because I didn't say, first of all, number one, it's not that I said I couldn't be offensive because it's true. There's a lot of truth that could be offensive because offensive is 100%
Yes, you
on
did.
the No. You're doing the
You go
thing that
ahead,
you
go
accuse
ahead.
others of doing. I said, why would my wife take offense? And I said it that way, very particular, because I wouldn't want to marry somebody that would take offense for me to tell him. This is the reason
Dream.
I said it that way, Synth. So if you paid attention,
You
that's
said,
why I said it.
how is it the
Dream.
case that you can be
Wait.
offended by something that's
Sin.
true? Now
Right,
you know
Dream.
the answer,
My
right? You
wife,
understand the answer to
no.
that
My
question.
wife. Of course, people get offended because
So-
offense is
So
always.
why'd you ask how? You know how. You know how.
That was rhetorical because I was talking about my particular wife that she wouldn't be offended.
But her
me telling me
particular
this.
husband could be offended by
Dream,
something true.
I got two questions
Wait,
for you.
what?
One.
No, because it's
How-
different because of
wait, Dream.
Wait,
How old are
can
you,
I
real
go?
quick?
Are you speaking,
Wait, how
Admiral?
old are
Again?
you?
Please
No,
answer
it's
that
okay.
question before I ask
I
mine.
came in here because I asked Prime to ask you a couple questions real quick.
Who is it?
What's
It's
up?
FK.
It's me. I'm a different person. I'm FK. Dream, I
The
just want to ask,
disembodied
like,
voice, just like
if you
hovering.
want to, if you want to say, I don't know if you're okay with saying it online, but how old are you, real quick?
I'm 25. I'm a public servant.
Oh, damn, that's crazy. I thought you were like 19. Dream. My
Yeah, I
God.
look 19 when I shave my beard.
Do you think it's always necessary to be 100% honest, and not just like honesty, but like unsugarcoated? Like you just have to tell people
I
how
don't
it is.
unsugar. No, it's not always unsugarcoated. It's direct, but direct doesn't mean rude all the time.
But here's the thing, FK. Dream just said he wants direct conversation, but he doesn't want to be direct. So when his wife asked if she
When
looks
did I
fat
say
in that
that?
dress, so I was getting ready to say, when his wife asked if she looks fat in this dress, his response would be, "You don't look like anything you aren't."
That is pretty
That's
direct.
not direct. That's not direct. You're just saying you want to give like little insults. That's all you're saying.
First of all, I will tell if my wife actually asks that. Let me, because I did say that I would at the end. Because Synth asked me after a bunch of times and me answering. At the end, I did say yes. I would tell him that you do look fat, and here's how we can solve it.
So
she'd have to
Do you
really
think
press
that's
you for the answer,
beneficial
right?
to like the average relationship long term?
No, but I wouldn't have an average relationship. It's not beneficial. Most
I
people.
got the ultimate.
I'm an exceptional person, so why would I have an average relationship?
But Dream, when it comes down to it, your thought process is you want to know it because you can change, which means that you would expect that probably that same thought process for the people. So by you telling your wife that she's fat would literally be you thinking, oh, she knows it, so she can change it.
Okay, therefore.
So then you're only okay with women as long as their body is pleasing to you.
I'm only okay with women. I'm only
I mean,
okay with women.
that's got to be the answer. You're only okay with women.
Yes, I'm only okay with women I'm attracted to. Yes.
But no, so if you're in a long committed relationship, if they become unattractive to you, or they gain too many pounds, then it's time to get divorced, or what?
That I didn't say that. If somebody becomes unattractive, I would help them become attractive.
What if they think they're attractive as they are, and you need to accept them?
Then I'll have to accept them. Then.
Like, are you?
I'll have to accept this. If this is the love of my life, yeah, I have to accept them. but I don't think that's gonna happen because I would marry somebody that has the same goals as me.
Gibbs.
Oh, I was just saying, like, I mean, what about like, what if they, like, maybe you're like a higher standard, but they don't match your looks preference, like say like Lizzo? Would you be like trying to tell Lizzo like how she should change, or would
I would
she?
never marry Lizzo.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fair.
Doobie, did you want to say anything else?
No, give me 1 second.
I'm glad this became a conversation about my love life. Wow.
Well, you said a couple things that were like particularly triggering to us, I think.
Like,
so we
I think the biggest issue
funny,
is
it's
Dream. The
funny.
way you're talking about it, I could get it if somebody was like severely autistic and they kind of ran in a relationship with somebody else who was the same. But like for most people, when there's an issue in your relationship, right, you kind of want to come at it with some tact. You want to come at it with an
I didn't say
understanding of
don't.
like how your
I didn't say
partner's
don't.
feeling and what
Well,
they're
let
going
him
through.
finish.
And then
Okay.
like I think the situation Doobie gave up was probably like the best case scenario you could do if like if your partner has gained a lot of weight and you want them to kind of like lose weight and whether it's, I don't think the main goal should be like to have them look better. I think the main goal should be like it's probably unhealthy for them to have that extra weight added on. You should probably go to your partner and be like, hey, like I'm thinking about getting into the gym a little bit more, like you want to come with me. You should try to be pushing them towards like better things for themselves without like coming up to them just blatantly being like,
Well,
this is your problem,
I mean,
I am
it's
here to
different-
fix your problem.
Obviously, you have to be nice all the time. Like, but the point is that I'm making is like your tone matters. Absolutely, your tone matters. You have to come with a tone of like, I'm here for you. I love you, and no matter what you look like, I'm gonna love you. And but I'm concerned about your health, and I know about your goals, and I know you're kind of diving away with your goals. What's going on? Is everything okay? How can I help? That's the tone that you have to make. You're not just like, hey, you're fat. Get over it. Do something. Obviously, tone matters. That's number one. Number two, I would obviously prefer, and this is what my wife is going to be with a woman that is thick-skinned and doesn't take things out of context and doesn't assume the worst possible like outcome from what I say and gives me the benefit of the doubt. That's what I prefer.
Skin, but not thick, right?
Friends,
Yeah,
friends.
No. I like them thick. I don't like
I
them
need me a
obese.
bitch who could take an arrow.
I like thick. I don't like obese. That's a whole different thing. All my people,
let's go.
Dream, you are in for a rude awakening. I don't. It doesn't really matter like which woman you marry. You are in for a very, very rude awakening.
you think all women are the same?
So,
Women are
no,
incapable?
I don't
Women
think all
are
women are the same.
No, you think women are incapable? Does women
I think in long-term relationships,
you think
whether
women
it's a
are
woman or a
incapable?
man, your partner can say some things that they might find like innocuous or kind of like, oh, it's just a throwaway comment or it's just kind of reality. But like the other partner could take that and that could be like relationship breaking over enough.
Hold on, listen. What did I say? What did I say that you contradicted me in?
I think from the start it was the way you said like you would tell your wife she's fat.
No. What I just said. What was my whole last phrasing? What did I just say that I just said that you had a response to that and felt like you contradicted me?
Your responses don't have to contradict. It could be this case
Yeah.
he's saying your
So you
response
agree
is
with me?
irrelevant. No. If you're using a response to support some other point, then he doesn't have to say that he has to contradict your response. You can just say your response.
I said something and he didn't respond to anything I said.
Listen. You're about to hear, right? Just listen to the entire sentence. Person A says an argument. And then after they say that argument, they then give a supporting point. Now somebody else can say something like, I agree with your supporting point, but it does not actually support your argument. See, they don't have to contradict you on the thing that you just said. That is a contradiction. No, they don't have to contradict you on the thing you just said. In order for it to be the case, they're saying something implicit about the fact that it doesn't support the argument.
I'm using something, and I'm using it, and I'm using the word contradiction to say exactly, to include what you just said. I believe that he didn't even do what you just said. So that's why I'm asking. Please give me a response to what my response and tell me how it actually is relevant to what I just said.
I'm interested in if this is how an argument with your significant other would go.
That's funny.
No, come on, it's funny as fuck, but you gotta engage.
So I'm gonna go to DB and Gibbs, but
let him respond.
He just did.
He just did, right? He got it.
No, he didn't.
But I have a friend.
That's a coward, bro.
Come around here anymore, but my man Pisco, like we had fun. He was exactly this type, and we would always wonder that when he finally got himself a girlfriend, what would that be like? Being a lawyer. And yeah, he liked to argue people under the table. It didn't end well. Is what is the gist of what I got from him. That didn't end well, and I'm curious if that's like a common trait, but we'll explore that later. We'll back to it. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
Yeah, sorry about earlier. My fiance, who's the most beautiful woman on the planet ever, totally perfect, absolutely stunning. Nothing wrong with her.
In the background
The most attractive person I've ever been with in my life. Total masterpiece, right? She was offering me some grapes. So, but yeah, I think
it's like a Roman painting. Holy shit!
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I bet she was also waving a big leaf at him.
Yeah, there was no leaf, unfortunately. So yeah, Dio, I just think I understand where you're coming from, right? Like I understand the desire to want to be like the ability to be totally open and honest, and there's like no consequence at all.
No, there is consequence, and you just have to work through those consequences. I used to live a life of lies.
I mean,
and my life went down spiral.
But you don't have to live a life of
well, when
lies.
I mean
consequence,
right?
consequences for yourself.
I mean, hold on one second. When I say consequence, I mean in terms of like you causing pain, right? Emotional pain to the person that you care about, right? So, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, sometimes emotional pain is inevitable, right? Like, even if you went around, like I go out of my way to be as nice as possible. This narrative that I don't do that is just out of control. But I go out of my way to be super nice, and even when you put things in the nicest way possible, best foot forward, best light, it could still be taken in an offensive light. It could still be taken in a wrong way. And that's just the nature of things, because sometimes,
right? But okay, so
sometimes the truth hurts even when you put it the nicest possible
way. Okay, but you don't need. Wait one second, please. But
because the implications, people can read between the lines. They're not stupid. My wife wouldn't be stupid if I said, "Hey, let's go to the gym." She knows what the fuck I'm saying. She's not stupid, right?
But Dream, it's not about her being stupid. It's about like
let Doobie go.
I'm gonna head out by the ways. It's my bedtime. I got school in the morning. You guys have a good one. That was super fun. Peace.
Bye, Sam.
Yeah, Dream. So like maybe because I'm not. So this is how I would handle the situation, right? So if she asked me if she looks fat in something, I would say no, she looks great, and then I would wait a little bit, wait for the subject to get off her mind. Like, hey, I really like that other dress you wore the other day. Why don't you wear this thing instead, right? And propose something else, and I'm sure she'll change because she wants to look good for me, right? She wants to wear the things that I think look good. So no harm is being done. She's not wearing the thing that is not flattering. And then later on, or the next day, or a couple of days later, I'd be like, hey, I'm feeling pretty chunky. I'm feeling like I've gained a few pounds. I really want to go to the gym more often. I've been super busy. Why don't we go to the gym? I don't want to go by myself. I want you to go with me, and we'll just do that. I'm sure she'll say yes. We'll go to the gym, and then so the goal is accomplished. She's exercising, not wearing the unflattering thing, and there's no harm done. She doesn't need to walk away from the conversation feeling like an ugly cow.
I have a quick response. This will help you to context. This will help you to context, because maybe you don't have this clause. Maybe you don't have this clause in your relationship, but in my relationships, honesty is one of the most important things. So if you were asked, "Am I fat?" and you actually believe that she wasn't, then sure, I believe she wasn't, I would say the same thing you just said. But if you believe that she was, and you said that she wasn't, you lied to her. In my relationship, that's a no-go, right? Because I know I lied to her. She may not know, but me being in the clause, me being the truth teller that I am, in the closet in my relationship, that's a boundary. We always tell each other the truth that I would have. I would eventually have to tell her, hey, listen, I lied to you. And me lying to her would cause her more harm in the long run than me not lying to her, than me not lying to her and hurt her feelings a little bit. So me lying to her would cause her more harm, because eventually I would have to tell her if I follow the boundaries of our relationship. Now you can say just lie to her and don't have this boundary of being always truth, but that's just not how I operate in my relationships. So I actually help my wife, and I actually help her feelings by following these clauses.
Let's go to Dream. Listen. I don't know. Okay,
so
Gibbs and Sprout.
So here's the issue. When you're making decisions in a relationship, right? Imagine every word, every time you make a decision, is you're creating a new step on a staircase, getting towards like some better relationship at the end, right? When you're choosing your words to be like very direct and harsh, you're creating a lot of opportunity for those steps to be really like crooked and messed up, and it could break at any point, and you might say something that creates a step that you fall through and you get fucked, right? You don't want to create opportunities for your relationship to just get more difficult. Instead, you could take steps to make sure that like you slowly get somebody to advance towards some common goal by being like really courteous, by being like really careful to make sure you're not being like harsh towards them, or make sure you're not like making those bad steps, right? um the way that Doobie described it,
Don't disagree.
when you're building that staircase, it's more like you're building a longer staircase that's very, you put a lot of effort into, and you're like, okay, I have this goal. I'm not gonna lie to my partner, right? I'm not telling her like, oh, you're just like, you're the perfect body type, no, nothing's wrong, right? If she's actually getting into like a discussion where it's like, how do you feel about my body, how, like, I know I've gained weight, something like that, you could have a more serious discussion. But if it's just like, how do I look in this dress, that's not the moment for you to be like, well,
Obviously,
you're fat,
that's not the
and then we can
question,
move from
though.
here, right?
That's obviously
But
not even a
that,
question.
wait,
The
but
question was,
issue
if
is
your
you're
wife
talking about
asks, if
being
your wife
honest.
asks you a direct question, do I look fat? If she asks you a direct question, there's no, you can dance all around it. You can say no, and you can lie to her. But if I'm asked a direct question,
It's not about lying to her. It's about when you choose words to be very direct and harsh, you're creating opportunity for yourself.
Is it possible to be direct and not harsh?
I think it's possible, but even then, I don't know if you're being like fully direct. I think even then, you're taking time to see how you can word around a situation to make it so that like you get to the root of the issue without just being like, yeah, you are fat. That's going to take a lot more effort. And even then, why not just put that effort into dealing with the issue on its own, right? Why not put that effort into like building out something for your relationship?
So the hypothetical synth proposed, I'm not sure if you were here, but the hypothetical synth proposed, he was like, what happens if I'm your wife? Like, because the moral question is it okay to lie to your wife sometimes, right? And Doobie was saying yes. I'm not, okay, raise your hand if you think it's okay to lie to your wife sometimes. One,
like,
two.
it depends. Yeah, it's not like lying like you're telling them, oh, this is a blatant lie. It's lying as in like you're trying to achieve the same goal.
It doesn't.
But you're
No.
just not forcing them into it. You're
Wait,
slowly
you
giving them
just have a different goal. You just have a different goal than me.
I lied to my wife.
My goal between me and my wife is to always be honest with each other, right?
Wait, Drake.
Okay.
I want to talk to you about this though. So I lied to my wife to propose to her. I lied to her as why we were there. I lied to her as who was there.
Gosh.
So
That's like a prank. You're allowed to prank your wife.
If you're at the park and
you're
we
okay
lose the
to
kid
prank.
for like 5
You
minutes,
can prank your
can
wife.
you be like, I'm just not going to tell my wife about that? Can you just go through back?
It's just
back
a prank,
home and just
bro.
be like, it is what it is. Like,
You can say, you can tell.
Oh, I stuck my dick in her. It was just a
I think
prank.
you're just
a
if
prank,
you want to bring
bro.
that up.
No, hold on.
You're probably creating a fight.
Let me jump in here.
I'm not saying. Hold on. Listen. I'm not saying tell your wife every single little detail possible. I'm saying if she asks a direct question, answer it.
Let's go to
What do you
Yes, why we're going? Yes, why we're going?
You're allowed. You're allowed to troll. You're allowed to troll and prank your wife.
I want to hear from Gibbs. Go ahead.
Thank you, Prime. I appreciate it. So I'll give you a little background here. I'm married and divorced, and I also like love fiery, toxic women. That's my preferred type of woman to date, right? Like I'm just gonna openly say that, right? We could go into the reasons why later. I don't know. I like it. I like a little fire in my life. That's okay. So I'll say this.
So does Sprouticus. Sorry.
Yeah. So on one side, right? Like I get where y'all are saying, there's tact. And tact is useful, right? On the other side, this is a real experience, anecdotal experience I've had with my ex-wife, right? I tried the tact thing, and I was like, oh no, baby, maybe a different outfit would look fatter. She said, well, I took all this time to get into this, and we're going out this. I bet. And I tried the nice way, and everything was good. And she like whatever. We get out there, and then someone goes, oh man, you're looking like a heifer in that outfit. And I was like, damn. She's like, damn, you didn't tell me I looked fat. And I'm like, well, she probably would have been rather if I had told her at the private, like, hey, honey, I know you're a supermodel hot, but right now you're looking like moo cow. Like maybe swap to that other outfit, and you're gonna be a dime a dozen. Everybody be happy. And she's like, yeah, you should have done that, right? And I'm like, okay. Yeah. Right, so I should have done that, right? And I could have even hit him with the moo cow because it's like a humorous way to put it because it's clearly over the top as opposed to like, oh yeah, baby, you look like you put on a few extra, Like, I mean, I'm a big guy myself. I wouldn't take that. On the other side, like you also can't be over here like in the same situation like, damn girl, you looking like Lizzo whenever like they're just like a few pounds overweight because then I'm gonna get stabbed. So like it's all about like
finding a balance,
medium, bro. You gotta have a happy medium. That's kind of where I'm
I was dating somebody.
Don't lie,
I was dating somebody, right? And then we were talking about, you know, our fitness journey. Like I was doing a 75 hard challenge, and she was like, "Oh, you're inspiring me to do the 75 hard." And weeks went by on, and I noticed a little bit of weight gain, and she hasn't gone on her fitness journey yet. And I subtly, calmly, politely said, "Hey, when are you gonna get on your 75 hard challenge? When are you gonna start?" And that's a way that you can you know, go about challenging or acknowledging somebody's weight without saying, "Hey, you look fat." Right? That's things I do. I do that. I'm very tactful. But the issue is
see right through that. See right through that shit.
I mean, she may be able to, but I think she may be able to, but I think she appreciates it. Now, I think the unsolicited, "You look fat," I think that's rude, obviously. But if you were directly asked a direct question, I think it's actually rude not to answer honestly. So that's the problem that I have with well, actually, it's a question I propose to just average. If your wife directly asks you, please don't lie to me. I really want your honest opinion.
Trap.
Do I look fat? Am I fat? Am I overweight?
It's a trap, bro.
What are you saying?
It's a trap. It's a trap.
Yeah, I would look them in the eyes and I'd be like, "You look amazing."
I understand. I look amazing. I think I look amazing too. I
would say you look amazing. I would say like, I don't think you look fat. And then do
No,
what
you're
Doobie
right.
said, because that's the best advice. You
But are
spend
you
some
lying?
time and you go,
Are
like,
you lying?
all right, let's
Are
see.
you lying though when you say I don't think you look fat?
Probably. But,
Okay,
like, is it bad to always lie?
It's always bad to always lie.
Is it always bad to lie?
It's always bad to lie when it's not.
But you're also
Hold on. Am I allowed to speak?
Yeah.
It's always bad to lie, especially when you're to your partner, especially when they've asked you explicitly not to.
Have you ever heard the old phrasing, "Happy wife, happy life"? There's sometimes when you just there's sometimes where you're asked a question and you're not winning. There's no way you're going to ask that question and you're going to answer that, and you're going to come out of that being like, "I'm giving you the answer you want." Because the reality is, you're not giving them the answer they want. You're giving them the answer that is going to make them mad and is going to lead to more issues for you and them.
But why would you want to marry somebody like that?
Sometimes
it's not about wanting to marry somebody like that. It's about over the course of a relationship, you're posed with questions.
Would you prefer that she doesn't do that, right?
Yeah, if she's gained weight, I would prefer she doesn't. But like,
no. Would you prefer? Would you prefer somebody?
If she has gained weight and she's asking me that question, I would have preferred she didn't ask me that question. Because guess what? It puts me in a losing position to answer that. But at the end of the day, if I get asked that, I'm not going to take a fight right there for no reason.
But why would it be a fight if she asked your honest opinion? Wouldn't you prefer that she was? Wouldn't you prefer if it's not a trap? Wouldn't you prefer if it's a woman that had a genuine?
You believe you're Alec
Am I allowed to speak,
whatever the fuck it is? You believe that you're this exceptional being who's going to get this perfect woman who's actually asking you that more seriousness.
I've had this woman. That's what I'm trying to say.
If you're dating the perfect woman, she's probably not gaining the weight. This isn't an issue for you.
But
the reality is, in most situations, most normal people are going to gain that weight, and they're going to ask you that question, not expecting you to sit there and be like, "Yes, you have become fat."
Listen to me. Listen to me. We have to hold women to a higher standard. I think this thing of us coddling women, hey, let's not try to hurt their feelings.
It's not just women. It's the same. We expect the same thing out of women. We don't expect a woman to date you and be like, "Oh, your dick is smaller than my last guy."
But if it's unsolicited, would you hold on? You would ask your girlfriend or woman, "Hey, is my dick smaller than your ex's?"
Me personally, I would never ask that shit. I don't want to do. However,
but if you were inside of her, she might be like, "Oh yeah, like
if
this
a guy
doesn't
did
fill me
ask
up."
his girl, no, it's not even that. If a guy did ask his girl, I would believe any girl who loves their man would have the respect to look them in the eyes and be like, "You're the biggest I've had." I would believe any girl who loves their man would respect them enough to say that.
If y'all had a clause in your relationship when you started and say, "Listen, it's okay to lie to each other a little bit to save each other's feelings," then anything you just said, I'd agree with. Me, I have a clause in the beginning of every relationship. Honesty is the number one policy. Don't ever lie to me. I won't ever lie to you. This is what I have. And
have you ever watched The Haves and the Have-Nots? There's a couple in The Haves and the Have-Nots that's rich as fuck. They spend all their time with big money. Those people live like robots. If that's the life you want to live, where it's like you have to live exactly like this is what it is. This is my answer. This binary life. go for it. But
How's
I'm
it
telling you,
binary? Truth telling is
that's
binary?
not gonna lead to like a happy, successful, like average lifestyle.
Is
for
truth
normal
telling
people.
binary?
Wait, Dream, I need to ask this question. Are you currently in a relationship?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes and no at the same time.
Yes and no. Wait, what the fuck?
That seemed
yes,
like a
yes
lie.
and
I don't
no.
know what do you mean.
It's complicated on the Facebook.
Well, I'm
Very
in a
much
lot of
so.
relationships. I have a lot of friendships.
Oh, come on.
Am I in a,
Are you
am I,
in a,
am I in
are
a
you
committed relationship?
Are you in a romantic relationship?
I declined.
Your
to
dick
state.
wet.
This fucking
I
guy.
declined to
I declined
answer.
to
That's a
state.
no.
I
That's a
declined to
no.
state. I
No.
declined to state.
That's a no.
Why do you? First of all, why is that irrelevant at all?
It's
Well,
very
after
relevant.
the
That's
first
a good-
time,
that's a
after
fair-
the first
that's a
time
fair
she asked
point.
him the question, "Would you love me if I was a worm?" and he said, "Hell no," she was done.
Oh my god.
What?
So I'm gonna defend Dream for a second because Dream's been saying a lot of things that actually make sense. Like what is this
Fuck
new
you, Lachlan.
standard where it's like women are like, would you love me if I'm a worm? No, and the fact that we like
It's
have to
because
like
people are social fucking. I'm sorry
no,
that like. I'm sorry, Lachlan, you cut out when you became a fucking libertarian. You cut out the social part of your brain.
Okay, let Lecter get his point out. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not. It's just it just feels like it's just like the ultimate sort of like just like coddling and just sort of like, oh, here's your feelings and yeah, like it's patently absurd. Of course, I wouldn't love you if you were a worm because I don't love worms. So why would I? But,
You know
but I would love you if you were a worm, right? And the fact that it's become like the new standard where if you don't answer yes, like now you get tears. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, I 100%, I'm starting to agree with Dream. Like, there should be a standard now where it's like, I should be able to tell you I wouldn't love you if you were a worm and not get fucking shit for it. This is ridiculous. What a world.
Actually, your argument right there actually convinced me to flip sides on this issue.
I know. I'm
Stupid argument. Why would you say that?
Against you on this one. I'm going to tell you why.
Oh,
Because,
God.
if you don't do that, you just hate your dick, and I don't hate my dick. I would like to have it once in a while.
Hey,
So,
listen.
I'm not gonna,
listen.
if they ask me if I'm a worm,
Have
I'll
you
be like,
ever?
yeah, what kind? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess I can make the deal with it. Heidi Klum dressed up as a worm. I'll just imagine you as Heidi Klum. It'll be all right. Like, don't worry about it. Like,
Who the fuck is Heidi
but, like,
Klum?
There's this
Like,
woman that asked
the
me.
worm
There's this
question-
woman that asked me. There's this woman that asked me, what are mine? Because I rated her like favorite singer as an 8, or actually no, this was before I even did that. She was like, "What are mine on a scale of 1 to 10?"
20,
and
bro.
I said 8, and she got offended by it. And then she asked, "What was your ex?" And I said 9,
Ooh.
and she got super upset about that. But
You wonder why?
But I also explained to her.
Yeah, I have sides.
She was like, "What?" First of all, I actually explained to her, and I was like, well, "Why are you upset about that? What's going on? What do you think of me as?" Like, I see you as a 10. It's like, do you actually see me as a? I don't even see myself as a 10. Do you? She's like, "Well, I see you as a 10 because of how much I like you." I was like, "Well, if you were going on a scale of how much I like you, then obviously you're a 10." But I wasn't going off a scale about how much I like you. It's based on an objective standard that I put on myself. That's what I thought you asked me. Well, obviously, when it comes to how much I like you, it's a 10. So
when you start dating a girl, do they get the option to add like dishonesty clauses into the contract?
Yeah, but when I obviously they have the option, and I just wouldn't want that option. I don't want you to like.
At what point do they sign the contract?
It's not a contract. It's a verb. It's not nothing signed. It's verbal.
There's such things as verbal contracts.
That's what I just said.
I gotta get out of here. Y'all have fun. It's been fun. Thanks for having me.
You don't sign a verbal contract.
Okay, so what time do you have? At what time is the contract considered completed?
Once when we have the agreement in the beginning of the start of the relationship. Hey, is this okay with you? Can we go on in this relationship where you don't lie to me and I don't lie to you no matter what? Because I would hate for me to be asked the question, "Have you ever lied to me?" and the answer be yes. I would hate to be asked that question because I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel a lot of
when
guilt.
they're asking,
I could write up these contracts if you want to pay me some money.
When somebody asks you the question, "Have you ever lied to me?" That's not a question they're asking to be like, "Have you ever lied to me?" Like that time when I was like wearing the dress, was I fat? That's the type of question where you cheated on your girl and they caught you and they're like, "Have you ever lied to me?" All right, like. When you answer yes to that, if a girl asks you, "Have you ever lied to me?" and your mind goes back to like 3 months ago where she was walking and she kind of like tripped a little bit and you saw her foot and it looked kind of weird and she was like, and she saw you saw, and you were like, does my toe look okay? And you were like, yeah, and moved on. And you go, I lied that time. Yes, I have lied to you. You're autistic. I promise
No. That's what
she
you
is asking
you debate her.
else.
Like, what do you mean by lie? Like, what are you looking for, right? And then she's like, well, yeah, that's what you should.
Can you define lie? Have I ever been dishonest to you, or have I ever
That's
been
actually not like
morally wrong to you?
This
the
is like
dictionary
literally
defines it
dodging.
differently. I don't know
You're
why
literally dodging a question, bro. When I'm
No.
talking. No,
The
what?
issue
Bro?
is you're talking about have you ever lied to me? When you say it like that, again, that when a girl
Is it
asks you that
impossible
comes
for-
from a place where they caught you in a different lie that's more severe, that's threatening the relationship.
Is that every
and they
scenario?
want to know if that's an issue.
You're literally narrowing down the scenario instead of taking it at face value from what I said. Are there girls that do exactly
if
what
you're
you
laying
said?
in bed
Yes.
with your girl and she just goes, "Have you ever lied to me?" and you're like, "You're
You-
not
you're-
cheating
no,
or something,"
do
you
you
can
not
just be
hear
like,
you-
"No."
you're literally-
you're fine being no.
You're literally narrowing the scenario. I'm trying to explain to you my perspective, my world, where I'm interpreting the question as, have you lied to me in any capacity? That's how I, because that's the best faith interpretation of the question.
But your world is a sad world where white lies have to be eliminated from the world because they're just lies
How's
in
that-
general. Whereas like
Hold on,
a
hold on,
white
hold on.
lie isn't the
Why-
end of the world. It's just a way that humans
I'm
get
not-
to communicate with each other because we're social creatures and we like to make each other feel good. Sometimes you say things that don't have a big effect on the world because it makes the other people around you feel good.
Sometimes you say to your wife that asks, "Do I look better than that actress in that movie?" And you go, "Oh yeah, I'd choose you over her any day," right? And
But I would, but if I did, why would I be with my woman? I actually would be the person that I'm marrying. It means that I wouldn't choose
he's
anybody
talking
over
about
her.
just looks.
But you're telling
No,
me
no,
you're-
no, no.
You're
And
telling me you're removing yourself from like normal humanity.
wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. How do you choose somebody over your wife in just looks? In what scenario do you do that? Like, what? I don't even know how you even ask that question.
No.
How do you?
If you saw like a fucking actress on TV that looks hot
No,
as fuck, and
I'm
your wife goes,
confused.
"Do I look better than her?" You can look at her and just be like, "No, sweetie, you look amazing."
Well, first of all,
but we all know that's not. I mean,
we all know, but like, you don't have to fucking sit there and
When-
like cause a fight out of it, right? You
You
don't have
know-
to look at the model, look at your wife, and be like, "Honey,
Hey,
I'm gonna be real with
it's
you.
a
You
double
look
standard,
fucked
though.
up compared to that
for me,
girl."
This is a double standard because women do this to men all the time, right?
Yeah,
like
I have a
the
celebrity
one
crush.
dude from what's that one show? The
It's
Witcher,
not a
right?
I said
Yeah,
if a woman
and
wants
all
happy
women are
man
into
in a
that dude, right?
relationship, I said
Listen,
if a woman
I
wants a
think you
happy
guys-
man in a relationship, they should lie to their husbands
don't
too, or
think so.
boyfriends.
I think-
when their boyfriend asks them something that's like one of those small little white lies, again, the penis one, where it's like,
Listen,
"Am I the biggest
men
you've
don't
had?"
do
Let
this,
me
though.
tell you
Yes.
something. Let me tell you something. I do think you guys might be living in a different dating world than I am because I think I'm just a better looking guy, and then we just have to put it out there.
Oh yeah,
And,
that's
and so,
definitely
so,
it.
so my dating pool is gonna be I'm gonna have
Yeah,
access.
but it doesn't seem like your relationship pool is that strong. Are you married? Are you getting in like a long
I-
term right now?
He's not in a relationship.
I just got out of a 4-year relationship.
Why aren't you married?
What's
'Cause I'm
just?
only
Define just.
25.
Define just.
I like 2 months ago. Broke up 2 months ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Is it okay to have some?
No,
alone time?
I just feel like you're going through like relationship rage because you're recently out of a 4-year relationship, and I feel like you're going through like relationship rage, right? To
Wow.
where it's like the exact opposite of how your relationship was.
How am I raging?
You're just not hot enough to understand Sprout. I think.
No, stop. How am I raging? How am I raging? I'm doing the opposite of raging. I'm literally doing the opposite of raging. I'm raging at y'all for not understanding me.
You guys don't have to believe me, but I believe my friend Doobie is actually quite handsome. And I'm assuming his wife is hot. He still hasn't shown me, or fiance hot. He still hasn't shown me her, even though I've been begging him for like fucking months. But I'm assuming she's utterly beautiful. So maybe Doobie, maybe you can understand. Maybe you are on that level. Can you interact with him for us?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to anything.
Doobie, I'll give you the recap.
Doobie's too handsome to pay attention.
Dream said he's too hot to have these ugly person issues.
No. The issue was it's relevant because you're asking me, hey, does your wife look? Does this person look better than your wife? Right? In my scenario, that wouldn't be the case because the caliber of woman I would date is on that level, where it wouldn't be the case that my wife. So that's what I'm trying to say. Now, my wife would be so hot that you would be asking your wife does my wife look better than her? Like, or she would look at my wife and say, hey, does she look hotter than me? Like that would
Barbie
be
and Ken
my.
never have issues.
So that's the point. I'm not saying that we'd never have issues. There's going to be issues of emotion, right? And there's going to be issues of disagreement because people come from two different perspectives.
And
you're going to have to make
opportunity for more of them to happen.
No, I'm saying I'm creating opportunity for less of them to happen because I'm doing that in the decision making aspect. My wife and the one that I pick, I'm going to pick one that's going to cause the least amount of problems by her being the most beautiful woman that I can think of.
Dream, how many relationships have you been in?
Dream, you got out of that. You got out of that 4-year relationship and immediately took the red pill. And like 2 months later, this is where your formation's at.
Please tell me
how
anything I said was red pill in terms of something that I wouldn't say when I was with him.
Hold on, before we go down that route. DB asked you something.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how many relationships you've been in when you're at the point where you have like a contract with clauses and shit at the start of a relationship.
It's not like a literal contract. It's just like an agreement. Everybody has agreement. If what you're describing is in the way I'm talking about it is something that everybody in a committed relationship has. Anybody in an exclusive relationship has these written.
It's not like an explicit thing. It's not like an explicit thing.
When you say, "Hey, let's be exclusive," that is very explicit. And that's a contract that says I'm not going to go outside of this. That's very explicit. So I'm just going one more thing and saying, "Hey, let's always be honest with each other." I think that's very reasonable.
Okay, I got to be honest. So you didn't answer my question. Like how many relationships, like actual relationships, have you been in?
It depends how you define a relationship.
Like a committed, exclusive relationship with a person that you were sexually, romantically involved with.
1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4.
Okay. Because like, I got to be honest with you. Like, so the way that I'm like, that this is sounding to me, it sounds like somebody who's been like cheated on at some point, or they felt like they were like let on or something, and now this has become like central to like your relationships, right?
It's
like
opposite. It's the opposite.
You cheated on somebody?
Yeah, and I lived a life of lies, and I hate being lied. I hated myself when I was lying, so I'm going the opposite route and always be honest.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's like
that's more. Convert. Well, it's actually very similar to the topic at the very start of the conversation, right? The what is it, covenant eye thing? We have like an accountability buddy. I think Dream probably sees himself as somebody who was tempted at some point by dishonesty by other people in a relationship, and he wants that accountability in the relationship, right? And for that to work for him, he needs to have it for himself. But whoever his partner is also needs to have that accountability, right? It's like a buddy, right? We're agreeing to this thing together to keep each other accountable. It sounds like that's what the situation is.
Yeah, that's part of it as well. Yeah,
that would make more sense. That would make much more sense.
And firstly, I would also say that, it just feels good not to lie. So even in the smallest lies. And I just feel horrible when I'm like, fuck, I wish I could be honest with you, but I'm not. And I wish you could be honest. Like, don't you have that feeling? It's like, yeah, I'm lying to make you feel better, and I'm happy you're feeling better. But I really wish that I don't have to lie, and you would still feel better. Like,
have you ever been in a situation where someone asks if you're okay? You care deeply about this person cares deeply about you. You're not okay. You know you're not okay. But you tell them I'm fine. Whether it be it's the wrong place to bring it up, whether it be in any of the above scenarios, why you could say you're fine when you know you're not okay. Have you ever told someone that you care deeply about and they care deeply about you, when they asked if you're okay, you said I'm fine, even though you know you're not okay?
No, I've only done those to like surface level, maybe a little bit deeper in relationships. If there's somebody that I actually care about, I would want them to know that I'm not okay. Because I don't hold my feelings in. I'm very open and honest person as who I am in general. So I'm very transparent with my emotions. I tell my friends, if my friends ask me that if I'm okay and I'm not okay, especially my close friends that I've known since 7th grade, 5 years old, college, lifetime friends, I always tell them how I'm feeling.
So if they ask you at the middle of a party if you're okay, there's tons of different people around. All of your constituents are around you, and they ask if you're okay. Is that the time you're gonna sit there and break down with them and be like, man, I'm
Break
not okay,
down?
and just break down with them and get it figured out? Is that the time you're gonna do that?
I wouldn't break down, but I would probably whisper in their ear, "No, I'm not okay." Yeah, if it's my, or they probably be asking me in a context of, "Are you okay to continue being in this party?" Where I would interpret it that way and say, "Yeah, I'm fine to be in this party." But yeah, if they were more specific, "Hey, are you like?" It's probably a weird place. I would probably tell them, "Hey, it's not a." This is what I'd probably say. It's probably not the time and place to discuss this because we're in a fucking party. It's weird that you even gave that scenario. It's really stupid.
I mean, like if your ex was there and you were, in an emotional state, I've had plenty of friends that have came to me in parties, been like, "Hey, you good?"
I would say I'll manage, which means no, I'm not good, but I'm emotionally responsible enough to actually go through this scenario without freaking out.
I just find it really interesting that you've never told someone you're fine when you know you're not.
I didn't say.
I find it interesting.
Why do you say this, bro? I didn't say I didn't tell anyone that I'm fine. I have, but the people that I care about, my best friends, I do tell them the absolute truth because I have a different type of relationship with them than a random acquaintance.
Okay, when I said anyone, I meant your friends, but that's fine. And family, right? Family, right, too? Never told your family you're fine when you weren't?
I have a less relationship with my family than I do with my close friends.
I understand why you have this mentality you do. But the reason I understand it is because when I was a little bit younger and I was clubbing with people, I knew a lot of fuckboys that went down this route. I think what you got to really realize is it's probably not healthy to view your partner as the person who has to keep you completely honest. You probably get
no. I'm
to
keeping myself honest. No, they can whatever. I'm keeping myself honest. It makes me feel good to have this mentality of I'm always truth. It just feels really good to not have anything to hide.
It's a necessity for you to have a partner who's willing to like be 100% honest with you and accept your 100% honesty at all times, so that you can get into this position where even if you say something you've done that might be fucked, it's like you at least got to get it off your chest.
Pause for just a quick second. Tony Henderson, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. It's really, really kind of you. And if you still want to be a part of the chat, let me know if you're still there. I hope you are. But Tony Henderson, shout out to you. I did respond to you in YouTube chat. But yeah, thanks so much. Oh, and she does. Oh, hey, Tony, you are there. Okay, I'm going to send you a link. And Tony, you're going to join the rowboat waiting room in our VC, right? I'm going to send you that. Join the Discord. And I'll let you in because you said you had experience with this. All right, so go ahead.
I actually got to drop off.
Okay.
So talk to you later. It's great to talk to you all.
Doobie, thank you
Yes,
for being a part of this. You were great. Like really liked your contributions, and you're wonderful. And Doobie, your wife at some fiance at some point, I want to talk to her, but at the very least, let me see her. All right, please, come on.
Okay, there's bubbles. Okay, like I have bubbles of like social groups. Okay, you're in one bubble, she's in another bubble. It's very hard to cross those over. The bubbles do not mix.
This is smart. Never mix the bubbles. 100%.
Thank you, Lactoid understands.
I'm gonna deal with that later.
If you ever played
All
D&D,
right,
you can create an astral ship to kind of ride through the bubbles.
Also, I would never be at a party if I'm not good. I would literally leave, or you just never go there.
Yeah, I just don't think this mentality is healthy. I think this idea that you have to like kind of live in this world of honesty to a fault just leads to relationships probably breaking down, probably leads to like worse mental health outcomes. I think the reality is there should be some internal drive of like you being able to differentiate when a lie is necessarily bad and when a lie is like an innocuous white lie that doesn't really change anything outside of like creating opportunity for issues.
What about living your life where you don't need to give a white lie and having a healthy enough relationship between your partner where white lies don't offend each other, or white lies were a substitute for the white lies in terms of just telling the truth? What the white lie would substitute wouldn't offend each other, and you would have the relationship of. And like this is something that I also say it's not a clause that per se, but it's like something that I train my partner to have if they don't already have.
Train your partner?
Yes, you have to train your partner sometimes.
Oh my gosh.
Have you
Wait,
never?
why can you train them into this, but you can't train them into like slowly doing other things that are beneficial?
You've said
I
two
never said you
different things.
can't.
Dream, you've said two different
Oh my
things
gosh.
that have made me extremely concerned.
Stay strong,
One you said that whoever you're like in a relationship with wouldn't be allowed to do that. And then I forget what exactly it was.
First of all, I remember what it was.
Wait, stop. I forget what exactly that was too, but you said they weren't allowed to do that. The second, then now you're talking about training your significant other to do such and such. Like this is extremely unhealthy. I can tell
It's
just even by
not.
the language you're using. Yes.
It's not unhealthy. You have the worst bad faith interpretation of everything I say.
I don't.
You do, and everyone's nodding their head because it's true. Number one, what I said about
No, they're nodding
allowing.
their head about the bottle, but go ahead.
What I said about allowing, right, was I won't allow my wife to even get to the point where she asks me if she's fat. That's all I said. That's not like literally
It was
allowed.
about a
Because
question.
she isn't allowed to talk back to me.
No.
He's gonna tell her she's fat before we get to that point.
It was about a question. It was about a question about asking you. It wasn't about asking your wife. This was a dirty conversation.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. I wouldn't allow my wife to ask me the question if she's fat. That's what I just said. Number one, and I said that
you wouldn't be allowed to. Yes, go ahead.
And I said that like that's like a throwaway comment. It's not even meant to be taken literally. It's not like, oh, you cannot ask me if you're fat. Do not. I would obviously it's not meant to be taken actually literal. What I meant by the statement, if you read between the lines like everyone else did, is that she wouldn't feel the need to ask me that question because she would already know about her status currently, because I would be open and communicating what I believe and how I feel about her body before she even reached the need, before she even comes to the, hey, can I ask him about my weight?
Correct.
That's what that means. So it's not about allowance. She's allowed to do everything as within the boundaries of the relationship. And that's number one. Number two, let me address the second thing you said, because you went 2 points at a time. So let me go 2 points back at you. Thank you. So your second point about training, and it's okay to use the word training because all it means is like teaching, training. They're literally synonymous. I have taught my exes a bunch of stuff, such as how to formulate a logical and sound valid and sound argument, because I have a degree in philosophy. A lot of times, a lot of people are not trained in that, so they don't know how to make those arguments. So I've trained that. I've trained people in logic. Number two, I've trained people how to be open and honest with themselves and to each other, because they've had toxic relations in the past where they've had to hide stuff. So that's number two. I've also taught my previous exes how to be emotionally vulnerable, right, and not just have a whole hard wall, because I taught them I led by example. So it is okay to teach and train your partner. You're viewing it as an inherently negative connotation.
I also believe that. I also believe it's okay to do what you're saying. But at the same time, any one of these by themselves, cool. I'm going to give it the best interpretation possible. But you have said train, you've had said allow, and you have said contract, all in the same reference to the same topic. These three words together, I'm sorry, my friend, do not give themselves the best interpretation of the other three words. When you combine all the situations together, your terminology is telling me something that you're not.
That's not true. Number one, everybody who's in a committed relationship has a contract. Just because I use the word contract and you have some crazy idea about what a contract is, doesn't make anything that I've said
I don't
not
have a contract with my wife.
Is she allowed to cheat?
I would be extremely displeased if she did, and that'd have to be some decision I make then.
Have you made it clear that she shouldn't cheat on you?
Yeah, I've requested she shouldn't cheat on me.
Okay,
but
then you have a contract. That's my definition.
No,
that's my definition.
A request is not a contract.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes.
A request is not a contract.
Because it's a request with a consequence. That's what a contract is, right?
What's the consequence?
The consequence is probably you're probably going to leave her, right?
It entirely depends on the situation.
Right. So probably
I think when you enter I think when you enter a committed relationship, right, you're not like, you can call it a contract, but the only contract is like some legal state contract. What you really have is like
monogamy is
what
a
you really
contract.
have is generally accepted parameters of a relationship.
Which is
And,
what
like,
so I'm using then I'm using colloquially. I'm using contract colloquially then.
no, I understand what you
Because
mean by
like you guys are
contract,
being
but the issue is
exactly.
the issue is what you're describing
pedantic.
are other variables that I don't know if you can ever really set up before a relationship on this like 100%
Before?
blatant honesty.
What do you mean before?
Like when you're getting into a committed relationship, this like idea of like, we will always be honest about every little thing with each other. Is that like really a parameter you set up with somebody?
I make it clear, hey, honesty is the best policy. Let's be honest with each other. It's not like I'm telling them every little thing you do, but obviously if I'm saying, listen, if I ask you a direct question, you answer it directly, or not directly, but honestly. That's it. That's all that's essentially what I'm asking when I'm getting to this relationship clause of honesty. Is that, hey, anytime we ask each other direct lines of questions, we should probably answer it to the best of our ability, honestly. Is that so bad?
I don't think that's so bad, but
let me
the
step in real quick.
elimination of the existence of white lies is the bad part, right? The idea that like it's bad to have these white lies.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. You can have your white lies. I'm telling you, from my relationship, I don't prefer it because I like honesty. It feels good not to lie. Like it feels like internally bad, like that pit in your stomach, fuck, or like in your tightness of your chest, fuck, I lied to her. And it's not, and sometimes I do catch myself lies, but I hate myself for it. Like I don't like lying. I wish that I don't. Sometimes I do, but I wish that I didn't. It's like, fuck, here it is. I would try to prevent those as much as possible.
Lactoid?
Yeah, just want to quickly say thank you so much for having me, Prime. I got to bounce. I got work early tomorrow morning.
Lactoid, thank you so much for coming through. This was fantastic. Really enjoyed your insights here as well. Lactoid, have you argued your girlfriends under the table?
Clearly, yeah. No, and this is why lawyers tend to have very successful relationships and a very, very, very low divorce rate. There's no issues with that at all.
Lawyers lie though.
If you liked what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on everywhere. Thanks.
Shout out, friend.
Wait, you're a lawyer, Lactoid?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Also, lawyers lie, but the issue is they don't lie to the people close to them, right? That's the problem with lawyers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Talk to you later. Talk to you later, Fred. Tony, if you can still hear me, I know you've been trying to join. You called me like directly, but like join our robot waiting room VC if you wanted to join in, and if you could do so quickly, that would be helpful. But if you don't know how to do that, let me know in the YouTube chat, and I can try to assist you. But Tony, if you can hear me, we would still love to talk to you. But you got to join into the robot waiting room VC. Okay. Guys, yeah. So I think
Sproticus.
Go ahead, Sprout.
Yeah.
You don't think there's anything wrong with training your wife, right?
I wouldn't use that terminology, but the way you described it, I wouldn't disagree with.
You don't think there's anything with like allowing your wife to do anything, because she's obviously not allowed, based on what you want to happen in a relationship, to do everything, correct? And you're not
whatever. She's allowed to do whatever she wants. She also understands that there will be an equal but opposite reaction to whatever she chooses.
What does
to do.
allow mean then? Because it seems like you're using the word how I'm meaning the word. What do you think allow means?
Allow means is that she is allowed to do it. That there is permission.
Allow means like it necessitates some power there.
Yeah.
Permission. Does she have your permission to do?
She doesn't need my permission. She has my permission to do whatever she wants. She just understands that there's going to be an equal but opposite reaction to whatever happens. If she does cheat, that there will be a negative reaction from me. And that will be that whatever that reaction is will be decided at that time.
That's like saying that somebody has the permission, the allowance to attack you, but I hope they know that you're gonna kill them and shoot them.
She does. She has the allowance to attack me, and if she does, then
okay, then you're being super. this is just stupid. Okay, this is not how people use the word allow. Because obviously
It is
you're
though,
not
because
you're not allowed to hit me. I'm sorry. I'm telling you right now.
Stop.
You're not allowed to hit me, brother.
Allow implies a position of power, and allow implies that you are telling them that you are allowed to do this because I said you're allowed to do this. I don't allow my wife to do anything. My wife does things.
You do have
I don't
a position of
allow my
power.
wife to do anything.
Why don't you have a position of power to your own wife? She has a position of power over you as well. It's a mutual.
I think this is just a semantic fight.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's how he's taking allow. He's taking allow as in like you have a position of power, like authority over your wife. Like
you have authority over your wife, and she has authority over you.
You can restrain her. But like you can restrain her from doing something.
Yes, that's what a boundary is. Yes.
But like the way Spartacus views it is that when you set a boundary, you're not setting up something you allow or don't allow. It's just setting up something you accept or don't accept, right? Where it's like
the same thing to me. Acceptance.
I mean, to you, yeah. I get.
I get where you're coming from. Literally synonyms. Acceptance, allowance are literally synonyms. Don't allow, disallow, disaccept.
I'm telling you, I agree. Like on your perspective on this, I think they are pretty much the same thing. But like from the image or from the way Spartacus is arguing, it sounds like the way he's viewing it is when you're using the word allow, it's like you have some position of power over your wife. You can like actually restrain her from doing this action. Whereas like he would probably prefer the word like, is this something you would accept? Is this something that would be like permitted in your relationship, right? Because the way he views that is it's more like people are allowed to do whatever they want to do. It's just the way you behave regarding that is like, do you accept it or not?
I get it.
But it's also into the fact that I'm taking it in this way because you've used three different words. You used allow, train, and contract. All those three words seem to symbolize a certain type of relationship that I would say is a toxic relationship.
Yeah, but I think I don't know if he's using the words as in like he actually has power over his significant other. I think he's using them as like just kind of colloquial, like catch-all terms that could. Like,
I understand. I understand that. I understand that, and that's like the best interpretation you could possibly give it. But I'm saying that these three words have been used, and it's starting to show me that there is something more that I'm not being told in that direction. Because I don't know anyone that uses those three words and talks of relationships in the same conversation. Right? It may happen over different conversations where you use one or two of those words.
The way it sounds like he views a relationship is you're actively like giving up some of your autonomy once you enter it, right? Like your goal is you and your partner are like he might actually view it as allow, as in like there is some restraint there, but that restraint isn't like a physical restraint or like one has more power over the other. It's like both of you have given up some of your autonomy to this relationship. So like you can do whatever you want to do, but what you're doing is choosing to harm the relationship as a whole, choosing to harm both parties.
You can
I understand
allow,
that,
train, and contract.
I don't know how else to explain. I don't know how else to explain what I'm saying. I've never heard these three words used in the same conversation.
You're using a fallacious
argument. One second.
I've never heard it. So
One second. I've never heard these three words used in the same conversation about relationships, and it not been the case. So what I'm saying is the vocabulary that is being used in this argument tends to lean towards a certain interpretation of those words.
No, I agree with you, but I think that might be an issue where because I've heard this type of vocabulary used, right? It's shit that I use like when I'm around family and shit. It's like it sounds pretty misogynistic, and it's like it comes from like pretty traditional places, but like
I've explained it
when you're using it in the like the reason it sounds misogynistic is because it was like rooted in misogyny, but like all that he's doing is he's taking out the misogyny and he's viewing it as like the same way that a woman would have to give up part of themselves in that relationship, and they have certain obligations and duties once they enter that, right? The man has those same obligations and duties. They're probably like more evenly split in his worldview. And it's like when you're training your partner, like the idea of training your partner for a red pillar is like you have this like intentional goal where your partner has to always be meeting these standards. But he views training as like when I enter a relationship with my partner, both of us have these like life lessons that we've accumulated. Both of us are trying to help the other one by like teaching them like where they lack and teaching them where they might be like messing up, right? So he's like, I'm training my partner, but go ahead.
With the amount of these words that he's used, the higher the likelihood goes up in my mind that these are dog whistles. They're going to be used throughout the conversation, and it seems like dog whistling.
You would make a horrible cop because you would have these reasonable, articulable suspicions, and then still have that and still detain them after you've asked them the questions and did an investigation and they've explained it to you in detail. So you may have a reasonable, articulate suspicion of me committed a crime of being misogynistic by hearing those trigger buzzwords. But once I've already explained to you what these trigger buzzwords mean in detail, I should have already suspended your suspicion, right? I should have quelled your suspicion because you did an investigation further and found out more information. So you would make a horrible cop.
Because I still believe that I still somehow believe that you're lying and hiding something. So
based on what?
Based on the fact of the vocabulary and what your descriptions are, based on the vocabulary and the descriptions of your vocabulary, they don't seem to coincide.
Well, coincide with what? I've explained
with
to
each
you,
other.
I've explained to you, I've defined to you each one of these things, and you're only caring about the syllables instead of the definition behind the syllables.
Do you know what dog whistling is?
Yeah, dog whistling is saying things in a manner that is hidden so people can get the deeper meaning behind it. Yeah, that's basically what dog whistling is.
Okay,
but
awesome.
dog whistling isn't let me say words and then specifically define these words and go into detail about what I mean by these words. That's not dog whistling. Dog whistling
This sounds more like something you guys would have to like Spartacus. The thing is, like, you would probably have to look into some of his other content or other things he's done and seeing like if he does advocate for some of this red pill stuff. But like,
I would, but I'm suspicious of dog whistling right now. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm suspicious of dog whistling because the definitions and the words used don't seem to coincide with each other.
What definition did I use that didn't coincide?
I'm not going to go in circles. I'm not going to go in circles.
Because you said at first you said the words used, but now you added definitions.
No, because his issue is like all those words together, and based on how like he felt like you described some of the things, it sounds more like you're coming from a place of these traditional values are probably correct, right? Like when you're saying training, you're probably like traditional values, as in like you probably view a partner as an addition to your life, not as like a separate entity who kind of has their own like decision making skills and like a person who can kind of do their own thing.
I don't think those are mutually exclusive, are they? You could be an addition to my life and be your own person.
You're an addition to your life, right? But like the way you would talk about weight loss, or the way you're like, I would never let my partner get to that position when it comes to like getting fat or something, right? Like I could understand that perspective of where you're coming from, right? But the mentality probably shows to him that it's coming from a place where it's like you have this idealized image of what your partner has to be, and if they like stray off that image, they're failing you in a way.
No. I know what my partner wants. So this is under the assumption that my partner also doesn't like their current position with their fitness. So because I know what my partner wants and I want her to achieve the goals that she set up for herself, I'm her accountability partner in telling her telling her the hard truths that maybe sometimes she doesn't want to hear but needs to hear. And sometimes maybe upset in a moment, but thanks me later. Hey, thank you for telling me what you did at that time. I know I didn't want to hear it, but I really needed to hear it. Those conversations happen with me a lot, where I tell people what they need to hear. A lot of the times I do that with my best friends, especially, and my partner is my best friend all the time.
Hello. 1 second. Tony, is that you? Did you finally make it here?
I think so.
Okay. Well, then we hear you, so you're here. Hello. Hi. Thanks for joining us. You and thank you for being so kind to support us on YouTube. You wanted to say something to our friend Dream, or to anyone?
Well, you guys were talking about was it the pastor, the mayor that committed suicide?
Previously, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. I've been trying to keep up with y'all and trying to figure out how to do this. Let me tell you about me really quick. I'm
gonna go, guys. I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.
Yeah.
I'm 47. I'm retired from the Air Force. I'm a fully transitioned woman. I was married to my wife for 20 years, and then when I came out, we knew, but when I came out to her that I was going to transition, we divorced. And then I remarried another woman. And we had kids, young kids, and they went through the transition with me in a way, as in kids and supporting. I went through the military, and through the military, towards the end, I started counseling and therapy, trying to figure myself out because I almost killed myself. And so I needed that help before I did kill myself. And then through years of counseling and therapy, found that I was groomed as a little child and conversion therapy as a child, and ended up in the foster care system because one of my parents beat me bad enough to where CPS pulled me out of the house. And so, through the years and years of counseling and all the support groups I've been to, and now the counseling that I've done and the studies I've done with universities, the VA, and just multiple stories done on me, I've been waiting for a way to reach out to a lot more people and do a Q&A and like spread the truth on transgenders. And I'm not saying I'm fully transgender, because when I had my bottom surgery, they found I had a female pelvis and female glands, and I was born without a prostate. So kind of leaning a little bit towards hermaphrodite, but people always see me as transgender. And I've done the whole birth certificate change and everything. So when you're talking about the one that committed suicide, I've read the stories, and I put out, a lot of shout outs to, support, him. But the what they're skipping out on in the news report is, did the man have any counseling in therapy on transgenders, or was this a fetish? And a lot of people get confused between cross dressers and transgenders. And when I started transitioning, people always ask me, well, when did you start cross dressing? Well, I've never cross dressed. I'm not into that. And I think it's misconception. Um, Now, I'm not saying there's some cross dressers that don't transition, but the majority of transgenders, I've true, real transgender people never cross dressed. And I think this is what's being missed with all these stories about this man was they're saying he's transgender because he dressed like a woman. I don't think the man was transgender. I think he had a fetish about dressing like a woman, and it's something that turned him on. And and who knows, maybe it'll come out later. I'm not for sure.
So I so what's happening is our friend Tony here is referring to the previous story that we were talking about in terms of the mayor who unfortunately took their life when there was an expose outing them for uh queer behavior online. And uh so first of all, sorry to hear all the things that you've gone through. That was, well, I'll just say that I'm sorry that you had to go through all of that. Um, and our friend Synth, another participant who was here previously, actually also said something similar. They didn't believe that the mayor was trans, was rather a cross-dresser or a fetishist, is what the word they use specifically. Yeah, I think that might be a good lens to look at. I think Synth might have gotten a source that said that in which the mayor said that they never intended to transition. So there's that as well. Yeah. And this was, and the final thing is, this was a conservative outlet that didn't seem particularly that ran the original expose. That didn't seem friendly to the LGBTQ community. So it would make sense they wouldn't actually give a damn one way or the other.
No, it seems like all the world's problems fall back to transgenders.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah, but that did you want to say anything else on that story? It's just that we had actually already moved past that particular
I know
story.
you guys moved past it, but
Mhm.
I was trying to play catch up with you guys, and um, I'm just I really appreciate what you guys are doing, and you guys like see both sides of the story. And you had what 6 people on there at one time, and so you were also talking about how does it affect marriages and kids within marriages when someone does transition. And I mean, I could if you guys got any questions about that, I can give you what happened to me and my family. If you guys wanted to touch on anything there.
Uh, uh, hmm. It seems a bit late at this point. So why don't
Yeah.
we do that in the future, right? Where we can, because we will definitely talk about trans issues again. I can guarantee you that 100%. It's something that comes up on this channel quite a bit, just because people are interested in that topic.
Well,
So
yeah, I mean, everyone wants to hear, and like you said, read the right side channels and the conservative channels. And, you got, Matt Walsh out there spreading his shit. You have, Riley Gaines out there spreading hers. And yeah, you have, they're all, none of them are telling the truth. No one are looking at true transgender people, and it's sad that why don't they talk to someone that has been through hell and back? Why don't they talk to someone that's been fully transitioned and get their story and actually hear what they went through from being a child all the way up through 47 years old?
yeah, 100%. Like I think it's just that they don't actually give a damn one way or the other, honestly, and that the trans community are
I always
convenient scapegoats.
I always hope to reach a few people. If I can reach a few people, you know, some's better than none.
Well, all right. Well, thank you for that. We'll hitch back up in the future.
I'll give you my
And we
email.
could have a conversation about it. Yeah, it just happens we actually end the show, but to my audience, thanks so much for coming through. This was a weird one in terms of the format that we did today. But I really appreciate everyone sticking around with us. I'm going to send you off to, you would think I would have this already worked out. Hey, we were just talking about the trans community. Why don't we send you off to our friend Riverboat Jack. So this is we're just waiting